don't give a fuck, cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me.
I used to plan for the worst, and now I hope for the best. Watch me move around the curse like I'm fucking playing chess. I invested in the pressure that I kept in my chest, and I learned how to use it like a bulletproof vest. Yeah, I used to read comic books and mind tripping fantasy. Know the open door, just an exit from reality. Sitting on the sidelines, I opened up my eyes. There was no need for compromise, no need for my disguise. So fuck your advice, I'ma live my life right. I done lit up the dark, used to searching for the flashlight. Training for this life since 1985. So fuck the vacation, I just wanna feel alive.
Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck, cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me. Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck, cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot
What's
to
up,
see.
what's up?
I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me.
Yeah, I'm in it till my heart stops. They wanna see me flatline. Didn't ask for acceptance. I don't need a fucking cosign. Understanding jealousy. I've always been a first. There's not a second chance. Consider this my rebirth. So here is my suggestion, a lesson for you to live by. Never take advice from a life still in test drive. Peace of mind is overpriced, so move right past it. Who'll never find peace till they lay you in that casket. Stand up, salute.
Welcome, Mason.
Games, I ain't into playing fair. If you feeling unrestricted, I'ma take it up to new heights. I'ma keep it raw like a pussy on prom
Got
night.
a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck, cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me. Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck, cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me.
How's everybody doing? What is going on over in Telegram? Y'all fighting or something?
Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama
Dick
club is an
Durbin.
acceptable.
That's a funny name. Funny guy, funny name, I guess. Dick Durbin.
Such extent, I gave in. I was hell-bent, I still lost you in the end. I take 2 sets forward, and I take 3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction, maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of freedom.
Welcome.
Find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart.
It's been a long day, and I've got little to nothing done all day, but I'm here. I guess that's what really matters, huh?
Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past.
What's up?
Set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to
Ron
adapt.
Durbin.
I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the
I am back to doing a show daily because of what's going on right now with the GoFundMe and stuff. Plus, it helps me. Like I've been kind of fixated on that, pretty upset. So it helps me to come on and have somebody to talk to.
It's as real as it gets. Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit.
Thank you guys for joining us
headed
tonight.
for lose your mind with me.
Make sure you share it wherever you're at. Go ahead and hit the share button. We'll get that part covered.
Take another headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But inside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery.
Nah, there was an appraiser that come out that took up, I don't know, 5-6 hours of my time, and the dryer's fucked up, so Mariah had to go to the laundromat. She hasn't slept since last night. She cleaned the house and went to the laundromat this morning. I don't know. It's just been hectic.
Motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply.
Hard drive just quit. But to be fair, last time it quit, I bought a used one. I probably should have just waited, saved up, and bought a new one, but it is what it is.
Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me.
I get fixated on stuff that I feel bad about, and then kind of spiral out of control. Like it kind of snowballs on me if I'm not careful.
Why does it feel like my life is on repeat? The pressure on my chest is constant 7 days a week. I'm so exhausted, but I'm afraid to go to sleep. I fear I'd never wake up, the bitter coughing out my sheets. Yeah, I gotta keep my head straight, no time to lose my mind. The past is not existent, bring no need to press rewind. And sometimes I wonder if heaven reserved a place for me. And if it does exist, and how much is the answer's fee. And sometimes I see myself at that point with no direction, no turning back now. I see myself from this perspective, headed down a new path. My life is on the right track. I finally got a tight grasp, and you're all about to feel the red.
Welcome, everybody.
My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand new rhythm, it's a brand new me. Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck, cause my heart's grown.
Oh, I forgot to switch the music. Let's grab the other music right quick.
Buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the road.
You have to admit, I was reading the Telegram. Dick Durbin is a funny name.
Doing so well. It's all over, hands on it.
You might not like him, but it's a pretty funny name.
No damn research, they rework and copy on Cox that came first, 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts.
Good luck at the VA. That's the bane of my existence. Like, I hate the VA. And talking to the VA and trying to get anything done at the VA. Doing an assessment at the VA where they fucking hound me about everything that's going on, man. Give me just a second. I know the timer went off. Let me load something up right quick.
You're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement. And I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who.
All right, guys.
Tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the fork.
Thanks for joining us. Here we go.
Okay, Scott. Here we go. I think I started some shit.
Hey gang, just getting a quick look at the bike, see if everything's good on the bike. See the bus is right here. Stop to get a little bit of gas. Got my big guy Dan. Where is he? There he is.
What? He's got a security guard to get gas?
And there's our favorite dentist right there. Another one of our troops. Keeping eyes on the Patriots.
Oh, he's got 2 security guards to get gas. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, there's a sub who just subscribed. What we got? Felicia. Thank you for your subscription. I appreciate it.
Street Fighter. Have a quick look at the bike, see if everything works out. Everything good?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Everything good?
Where am I going in for the, where am I going, over here?
Where do I need to go? Where's my direction? Where do I go from here? Everything good? Mission critical? We got it all planned out. Where do I actually go? Where do I pay for gas at? In the gas station?
Over here. All right, guys. Let's go pay for some gas. Let's go pay for some gas. Anyways, we stopped off. We're on the way to Wickenburg. I think I might have told you guys yesterday that we're going to be interviewing Russell J. Gold. Most of you guys who have watched War Castles on YouTube have seen Russell J. Gold is the hero of the United States that actually.
Listen, he went from hair that was probably 95% gray to so black the cops will pull it over and beat it with a nightstick. Okay, like there's no way. I don't give a damn how many X40 patches he had, how many stem cells he stimulated. It's not happening.
Captured the Title IV.
That was the first one. I got another one. Don't worry. He had to put it in 3 parts because Telegram has a limit to how many parts you can have. Here's the second one.
Sorry about that cutoff, but nice and dry out here in the desert. I miss the desert, man. 25 years in the desert. Love Dallas. A little humid. I don't know if this thing's recording. Yes, it is. So we're going to be interviewing with Russell J. Gold. Captured a Title IV flag in 1999. There was an 18-day period after the second final bankruptcy.
His color's too dark. You don't think he should have went with? You should have went. He should have went with shoe polish black. Shoe polish black. Shut the fuck up.
States.
Fuel, not gas.
Russell J.
Fuel,
Gold,
not
David
gas.
Wood Miller, both federal judges, studied.
Fucking douche motherfucker. That's what the Duramax in my driveway runs on. I got it. Oh, and the Jetta. And if I want to say gas, I'll say gas. Dumbass.
Everything for literally 2 decades. They saw where they could unwind all of us, our sovereignty from the cabal for thousands of years of contracts that were bullshit
Welcome
with
on,
the
buddy.
quantum grammar system. During this 18-day period, after the bankruptcy happened, Russell J. Gold captured the Title IV flag through the United States, registered it with the United Nations, making him the Commander-in-Chief and Postmaster General. A lot of things have to be undone. The Clintons kept moving. That's
Wait. What did he just say? He played capture the flag. Some another. Thank you, White Bunny, for the subscription.
Russell J. Gold captured the Title IV flag through the United States, registered it with the United Nations, making him the Commander-in-Chief and Postmaster General. A lot of things have to be undone. The Clintons kept moving. That's what the deep state does. So today...
Oh, Pixie Dusted. Pixie's in here all the time. I don't know if she's here right now, but she's in here all the time. Thanks for joining us. It may get a little hectic, but we're going through some Scott clips right now.
So today is the day that I get to actually interview with Sasha Stone, our hero. Most of you don't know who he is. Many of you don't. But Russell J. Gold is an American hero because had he not captured the Title IV flag, we would have automatically...
He captured the Title IV flag and went and turned it in to the United Nations, and he became the United States President as well as the Postmaster General.
Revert back to the British Crown rule, and we would have been right back to where we started before 1776. He stopped that from happening. They beat the hell out of him, nearly beat him to death, but he would not give up the Title IV flag, and the cabal continued to move forward like they did, the Bush-Cheney cabal, after 1999-2000. But one thing that did happen is the United States Navy signed on to the Title IV flag.
By the way,
under
he's one of
David
those guys
Miller
who
and
just
Russell J.
pronounced himself a federal judge. You know, like that crazy lady, we covered that time. Hey, Timmy, that just told everybody she was a judge and she writes letters for people and they throw it out because she's not a judge at all. Russell J. Gold believes we've been in martial law since 2004. He was the one that kept the cabal from rolling us back to the British Crown, putting an end to the corporation of the United States by capturing the Title IV flag, returning it to the United Nations unused, where he simultaneously became the President of the United States and the Postmaster General, all in secrecy. Oh, that explains it. Thanks for clearing that up.
They're in the process of undoing all the bullshit of these cabal powers. So today's the day, because of Sasha Stone and his amazing contacts and friendships, I'm going to meet one of my heroes in person. We're going to interview him.
That's
Hopefully
right,
I can
T.
stream that live right to my YouTube channel, which is Patriot Street Fighter 15. It's here. Subscribe.
I hate, like, me and my friends, I used to be pretty big in, like, diesel trucks and building fucking trucks. I worked at a diesel shop for a while where we literally built race trucks. Had the first, I think the guy that I worked for had like the first 2,000 horsepower all-wheel drive dyno, like, in the United States. Or at least that's what he said. He had a big ass fucking room full of dynos and shit. I hate people. It's like, when you're like, I gotta go pay for gas. They're like, oh, diesel, that's fuel. That's fuel, not gas. People just say it out of habit, dude. I don't think it's that big a deal. Okay, I don't think it's that big a deal. That's his update. He's doing an interview with Russell J. Gould, who is another pretender, grifter. I wonder if I can find a... Hold on just a second. Let's see if I can find a video of him protesting his capture of the flag. And it'll probably be a BitChute special, but I'll try. Let's see. I want the part about the title for flag. He wrote the book. It's called The Last Flag Standing. While There's Fringe on the Flag. Documentary. David Wynn. Russell J. Gould. Asheville, North Carolina. This is in 2016. I wonder what this is. Let's grab this. Hold on. We'll see what this is either way. These are also the people that, you remember that military guy that Brad showed us, and then someone else shared a video on our Telegram not too long ago about the guy who tells you that you're born at sea and you're actually a boat, and the doctor is called a doctor because he used to be a docker, and the hospital's a vessel, and all that stupid shit. That's where they get it from, is this guy, I think.
Hey, Bear Man.
Oh, that's really loud. Hey, Bear Man, making Sky a pine needle. Thank you, Deb. Thank you for the 5 6-packs. I really do appreciate it. Into the operating expenses fund. We have multiple funds now, by the way. Unless you clearly say, like, I got to donate this way, but I want it to go to the house, or you say, I'm donating this way, but use it for whatever you want. I'm trying to keep the two separate, so I never touch the stuff that's good for the house. So thank you for the donations. I appreciate it.
My partner, Russell J. Gould. He's from Wyoming. Russell and I have been together since 1995. In 1995, we were 21 years old, and I said to him, I'd like to be Postmaster General of the United States of America. And he was like, yeah, I can do that. So he put his mind to the wheel, and he became Postmaster General of the United States about 10 years ago. And then after we ordered open Benjamin Franklin's Federal Postal Court on 12/21/2012, the Mayan calendar date of the end of the world, without being the adverb, making world a verb, we ended the world of verb. And now we became the two senior postmasters, Federal Postal Court postmasters for Canada and the United States. Now, most people would think that,
He became the Postmaster General not only for the United States, but also for Canada, because he also played Capture the Flag in Canada. So there's that. Looks like a bad wig. Looks like a Shar-Pei laid down on his head and fell asleep. Bucket is driving in shitty traffic and sending greetings from the land down under. Oh, sweet. Thank you. Thank you for the donation.
Right after that happened, 45 days later, the Canadian government issued federal postal stamps with Benjamin Franklin to honor him, and it's an explanation on the back.
Awesome.
Of us opening the Federal Postal Court. Now this is, we post-dated this back to July 5th.
Oh, I have no doubt. I have no doubt.
24 years before the United States Supreme Court was created.
It's like a small dog just laid on his head, took a nap.
Under Title 42, 1986, for knowledge of the law. But law is no more than a contract based on each individual's private vessel. So because we were we now created the new court, new constitution, new banking treaty, new postal treaty, and order an open Benjamin Franklin's federal postal court, which trumped the United States Supreme Court by 24 years. And then when they were created, out of the bankruptcy of September 17, 1789, they were...
Easy now on the bald stuff. I'm bald by choice.
We have never been that. We have gold, silver, and quantum. So we are the people, the two guys, corporate, above them. Now the United States, not the United States, United Nations on November, on 12 August 1999, gave us both, because we were corporate, we then sued for the copyrights of the flag of America.
Amazing.
And the United States Title IV, Sections 1, 2, and 3 were written.
So because they're a corporation, they sued for rights to the flag, and they're going to say that they won it.
An adverb verb, which said nothing. So we quantumized that definition.
Quantumized.
And we then filed it at the United Nations Court, and we sued America, the Congress, Senate, Legislature, Supreme Court, President of the United States. Show us a quantum oath for any of your offices. Show us a quantum definition for the flag of America, and they couldn't do it. They wouldn't even come to court at the United Nations. So they awarded us the copyrights to the flag. At the same day, we filed our 115-page banking treaty. We produced our American Eagle gold coins and our silver coins for our banking. We had a constitution written in quantum language that was fair and equitable, which the United Nations has adapted as their foundation of quantum language. We went around door to door at a cost of over $12,000 in printing and served bank treaties on 82 countries.
Served treaties on 82 countries.
So we went after the money.
This right here is absolutely 100% a lie, but they've made a career out of it. This is back in 2016, and in 2016 they had already been doing it for 10 years. Like, this is absolutely 1,000% a lie. There's no way around it, but they've done it so well, and they've skirted the edge of the interwebs where no one's disproved them yet, that the majority of people, or I wouldn't say the majority, a lot of people believe it, and not a lot of people have heard disputing evidence that they actually don't own the United States.
They've had 16 years to get that together, and I took a trip over to Beijing, China in September of 2012, and I wanted to see the Great Wall of China. I wanted to see the Forbidden City, the Summer Palace, and inadvertently I was over there for a thing called the subspace transducer. It's a radar equipment that can look underground through subspace. In other words, it fits on your cell phone, little thing on the back here, and then as you're walking along, it has an oscilloscope. On the front, it measures atomic density. So you type in what your atomic density is.
This isn't actually the Jay Gould. This is the David Wynn Miller. Apparently, they work together in their grift. But the Gould guy says that he owns the United States. Well, they both do, but Gould's the more famous of the two.
It looks between the hydrogen the electron and the proton in that space, and you can look down 100 feet into the ground, and as you're walking along, it'll tell you exactly what's in the ground, and it gives you a printout.
So it's not unusual for you to be confused with the story week in and week out, because it's not unusual for them to be confused. They don't, because their story has this narrative where they can always twist and say, oh, the plan changed, or this is a war, everything changes, it's pantomime, none of it's real, this is fake, we have to put out misinformation to confuse the deep state. It doesn't matter if their story actually flows from start to finish. It can be any combination of just horrible fucking story that contradicts itself over and over and over and over again. But they can still put it out there because then they'll just say, oh, that was disinformation, or oh, we should have done this, or oh, we should have done that. Yeah, it's like a soap opera where they don't have to make sense. They'll tie it together somehow, and you either believe it or you leave the cult because you're not allowed to question it.
So this invention was done in 1999 in the military. It then became I wrote the copyrights in 2010, I wrote the copyrights to it. It was written in adverb verbs, so I redid it in copyrights before I went over to China in 2012. But when I was over in China, they couldn't read the English, so they said, "Can you write this in Chinese?" And because it was a quantum
transvestoring
copyright, their professors, their generals, who have 2 3-star generals, 1 2-star general, and he says, well, it'll take us at least 9 months to do a Chinese-English translation. So we broke for lunch, and in 45 minutes I wrote the Chinese mathematical interface on English, something that hadn't been done in the history of languages. Then I rewrote the Chinese language in 20 other languages at 4 minutes each.
He rewrote the Chinese language and 20 other languages at 4 minutes each. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Which gave them a $20 trillion international trade contract that could never be cheated on a contract in quantum. So it was a $20 trillion windfall for the Chinese government. So Russell and I were ambassadors from 2002 with China, and as a returning ambassador, they gave me a chauffeur limousine, put me in the bird's nest over at the Olympic Village for 10 days, and then took me on a trip around China for 32 days. That's pretty cool. Then I came home, and after I got home, because I gave them the banking treaty, the new one, we upgraded it. They then sent me a ticket, and I flew back to Hong Kong for another 10 days, and worked with the Hong Kong people in Bangkok.
Yeah, that's true. There isn't, it's Mandarin, Cantonese, there isn't a Chinese language, you're right.
Macau with the casinos. So we've been doing...
Good call.
Globe Trot. And last week, I was in Munich, Germany, and I went over there to, there's a case running for 14 years. It's the largest case ever in the German government. It's a $6 billion case. And after 14 years, they paid $140 million in attorney fees, and they can't solve the case. So they went asking around, who can break this down? Who can solve it? They went to England. They went and they said, call Miller. They went to Florida. They said, call Miller. They went to California. Call Miller. They went to Beijing, China. They said, call Miller. So they called Miller. So I flew over to. And when I got over there, I don't speak German. I don't write German. I don't read German. Excuse my French, but I can syntax the shit out of it. And I started.
He looks so awkward as a human. Look at him. His face is smushed. His hair is big. His neck doesn't exist. He's an awkward build of what should have been a man.
I started in on how German language is written. Now, if I took, we'll just use my name for an example. You've got 5 letters, 4 letters, and 6 letters. So 5, 4, that's 15 letters, right? And you see, when you look at German language, you got all these 15 and 20 and 30 letter words, and you're going like, wow, who speaks like that? And then I'm supposed to go ahead and syntax that. Well, in the world of fiction grammar, with American lawyers and attorneys and judges, they use roughly about 50 different adverbs. German's got 300. Wow. Yeah. So with that said, they're taking this and they're putting this together as a single word with 15 letters. Where I go ahead and I hyphenate and use punctuation between my words, they're taking all the words in a phrase and putting them together as one word. And when they speak, they're speaking in phrases. That's what it was. That was the secret German language. They were speaking in phrases with all these big words. But in front of all the big
Cat
words,
alien.
an adverb. So instead of having an adjective pronoun, they have an adverb verb with 30 letters on it. Makes a compound verb. They were engineering all the language in Germany to be an adverb verb with no adjectives. That was the secret to the fraud, to make sure that the German government can never rise up again using correct grammar to conquer Europe. And who's in charge of all the major banking in Europe? Germany. So then you take that overlay and you start figuring about what the euro's all about and how all these other countries are falling down under banking. It's because their grammar is bastardized on all the contracts. And I started looking at all the different, when you go through an airport, you've got 30 different major languages. And they're all written in sequence so I can compare one to the other. And also I'm looking at the patterns of using compound words written as one word. But they always put an adverb in front of it to go ahead and disqualify it into a verb world, making sure that nobody can read and write and no one ever creates a fact. And when I had that revelation, I'm looking at as Pandora breaking the math interface.
All right, I'm going to try to skip ahead to the guy we're actually interested in. This is a 6-hour video. Okay, this is probably David Gould. Here, let's check it out.
You just like I do.
It's a 6-hour video.
Suffixes mean no, contract. All the suffixes mean no, you're not in now time. And the last when you end a word with a vowel and a consonant, there's always going to be, those two letters mean contract in every word. When you start a word with a A, I, O, and U as a single syllable, that means no. Doesn't matter what the word says. It's a no contract word. Because the only reason you have a word that explains what something is because you want to have a contract with that individual. You want to be able to communicate with that individual. Because you're talking, he's listening, you offered, he accepted.
Fishing bill.
Yeah, it's fishing bill.
Right.
Catching out there and you catch a fish, use a little bit of bait, some information.
Would you mind if I stepped in and
Go ahead,
show
knock
a
'em.
little bit different technique?
Sure.
So, like, when you go into these foreign vessels in dry dock, some of the things that I've done work quite nicely. Instead of making a presumption that you have a summons to go there, what I'll do is I'll go up to the door of the building and start knocking. Make their security come to you. When their security comes to you, right away you're into your flag etiquette. So, oh man, you got a yellow French flag. You're in violation of Title 36, Section 176, subsection G. Hey, here's my, and you got your postmaster badge, which is wherever. You start explaining the guidelines of how you want to be treated and conduct them, and you tip staff them at that point because they work for you. So now you got when you walk into that foreign actors room, you got somebody who's in joiner with you, giving you, do I have an appointment?
Are you listening to what he's saying? You're going up to a federal building that has the gold French flag. You knock on the door. You get the security there. You tell them that they're flying the gold French flag, so you are actually the postmaster general and you are in charge of that facility, and they need to start working for you. It's like going up to the fucking post office and taking it over. Or going up to the goddamn courthouse and taking it over. Going up anywhere that might have a gold French flag, military base, just take it over.
Here today. Am I supposed to be here? I've got fraudulent grammar in front of me, and I want to make sure that I correspond so I don't get in trouble. Make sure that you guys know what's going on here under these foreign guidelines, under a foreign vessel and dry dock. I have my CPAS.
Foreign vessel dry dock.
I have the criteria for fee for freight to transship myself in here, move myself from one vessel to another.
I have permission for feet for freight to transport myself from one vessel to another. That's walking in the building. This all ties into the U.S. has never been a country. We are an ocean. You are a boat. You are. If you're pregnant, then you have cargo. Cargo becomes its own ship, and you're owned by the Royal Vatican, London Bank, some another, and you're a boat. I'm on a boat, motherfucker. Don't you ever forget it.
I'm out here on the citizens' land, on my land, and you want me to come into this foreign vessel, you got a ball on your flag standard, which means you're recruiting contract here.
You got a ball on your flag standard, so that means that you're recruiting contractors here.
Does it mean that you walk in with your flag, like, you know, like...
Yeah, for sure. Or you have it on your paperwork, you're holding your paperwork.
Okay.
Some of the things that I've experimented around with is I'll be in a cell, and I'll put my paperwork down next to me, and the military will come in and they'll say, I can see you, I can see you. And then I'll grab my paperwork real quick and they'll hit the alarm button. He's escaped, can't see him. Right, so the games, they know the games. These people are like very well educated. I've done a really good job educating these people. So it's just been a different, but anyways, these are different techniques that you can
What?
use the postmaster badge to get into these venues to where you have more of a, you're more of a neutral.
What does some of those say? Hold on. Can I read some of those? Book, syntax, connect, IAS. I can read some of them. I thought there would be places, faith. I thought maybe they would be places dictionary that he infiltrates like this and becomes commander of. Turns out no.
Position to deal with some of these criteria that you guys are going to have to deal with if you're even going into their foreign vessels, of course. So, knock on the door, make them come to you, tip staff them, hit them with your flag etiquette, fee for freight. Hey, is the court closed here today? Yeah, because if I can't file my paperwork, it must be closed. Or you guys closed for business here today, because I'm here to participate in correct communication, part of syntax grammar. I'm here to be correct. I'm here to make sure you're correct. Oh man, do you have an adjective pronoun on there? Who's your employee? Who's your boss? I'd like to talk to your boss. Give me a flag duty officer, or if you're on a military base or wherever you're at. I don't know what you guys are doing, but courthouse. Give me somebody who's in charge here because.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Contemplating suicide a whole lot less. No, that's a joke. YouTube, don't take me down.
I'm in charge.
In a video game is what I meant.
In charge of me.
You're right, he's in charge of him.
That's right.
Big secret. You guys are all in charge of yourselves.
Big
If you want to give up your power and hand it over to some idiot with a second grade reading level, that's your folly.
You're talking about lawyer, right?
What's
Talking about
that?
everybody.
You're talking about lawyer, like...
No, we're talking about anybody standing in front of you.
Oh, okay.
He could be a sheriff, he could be a military police, could be a police officer, could be a lawyer, attorney, postmaster.
DA.
Doesn't matter who he is.
This was a big part of the sovereign citizen movement. So sovereign citizen believes they don't have to pay taxes. They believe they don't have to have a driver's license. They have to register cars. They don't need tags. They're the assholes that you'll see all the times on like live PD and cops and shit where they get pulled over and they're like, the cop will say like license and registration. He's like, they'll go, I didn't know I needed a permit to travel. Or you're telling me I have to have a traveling permit? Well, sir, you're driving on our roads. No, I'm not driving. I'm traveling. Between vessels from port to port. I am a traveler upon this land, and there's nothing illegal about traveling. Like they always end up going to jail. But yeah, it's the sovereign citizen bullshit.
No matter who it is.
They don't have a contract with you. There's nothing in writing except if you want to give them a verbal contract.
Yeah, so when you're looking at these venues that Dave is sharing with you, which is all correct.
Here's the question. So they keep saying, like, you have to agree to this, you have to sign on to this, or they implant something in your body, or they sneak in, or they have this medical technology, and they can do this, mark of the beast, blah, 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 blah. All this stupid shit. If they really wanted you to sign a contract with them, why wouldn't they just, like, wait till you fall asleep, dope you up, and then have you sign a contract with them? Oh, you can't sign a contract when you're all fucked up? Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're playing by the rules.
Think about a way to get yourself in there so you can correspond.
I literally looked up U.S. flag code and read the entire fucking thing several times over and over again. The only place that gold fringe flags are mentioned is that it can be used for ceremonial purposes and it cannot be used for a long-term outdoors flag display because the fringe, it doesn't say this part. That was a quote. It cannot be used for long-term outdoors flag display. But, end quote, now just me talking, It's because the fringe would fall off of it. The shit comes out so easy. You can just rub a flag with fringe, and a couple of them will come out.
Without corresponding, so they don't issue warrants for something that doesn't exist, right? So you're on point and on top of these situations before the trouble comes your way.
That's the key word, correspondence, not respond.
That's right.
Correspondent means make contract and communicate with a legitimate contract and perform.
Correct. And so you have your ship's papers or your lawsuit in your hand. You've paid fee for freight to move yourself into that foreign venue. They're advertising about, oh my God, I walked in here in the security gate. You guys are flying the yellow French flag. Oh, you got the eagles, the wings up today. Oh, okay. You know, you're a postal. Yeah,
These guys are idiots.
I've autographed this. And see the education, and they're like, and they're hitting the phone. Man, this guy's coming. Right? They're on the phone on the back end of this thing going, this guy's looking to smoke you guys. He knows that
We've walked into the court.
Yeah, you got to.
And the security guy who's at the metal detector says, the judge is in the building, everybody behave yourself.
Yeah, so you got
Because we're advertised ahead of time before we get there.
I'm sorry, I couldn't see you. Bye, Memphis. Take your big ears out of here. Take them satellite sonar dishes away.
And we file our oaths at the courthouse when we walk in.
This video is actually from 2016.
The court gets a hold of one of our.
So this is, a lot of people don't know, which I guess now that I did the GoFundMe thing and started talking about it, everybody kind of knows where I live. But Asheville, North Carolina is probably about 40 minutes away from me. 30 on a good day with no cops.
Office, all the sheriffs, all the marshals, all the judges, all the lawyers. Say, this just got filed.
So these
This
are
guy's coming. This is what he looks like. Here's a picture of him.
yeah, these are some of the things that you can do.
Yeah, this was filmed at some tech school or adult education course on the Constitution. It's something stupid.
Make them come to you. Hey
Probably
man,
wasn't the greatest camera.
appointment to be here today, not appointment to be here today. Man, I've syntaxed this paperwork. It's found it all.
Yeah, it's just about every ball has just about every so that's the standard or the truck up there. Just about every flagpole has something up there.
Got my ship's papers here. I want to come in. I want to participate correct, so you guys don't have to come after me at a later time.
Yeah, I live in the far northeast part of Tennessee, kind of like the tip where I could be in North Carolina, Virginia. Kentucky's a little bit further away, but like a bunch of North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, all those states kind of come together in the area where I live in Tennessee.
These are some like techniques that I use, and you can do a lot of different things. I mean,
My chest space. Oops.
How did they do a 6-hour conference?
The switch them how it works.
And how did people not get up and leave?
Then the second one says here, for this claimant's knowledge of the life birth is with the location. Well, you were born in a specific city. In my office, over 800 different claims of the life, even though this was a base. I've got 8-page claims of life. I got complete documents and histories of their families going back to the 17th century.
Is that dog in a blue polo? I wouldn't doubt it. Isn't this the guy who taught him how to do social media?
They did all the research on their bloodlines, and they're saying, well, I'm claiming my life now after this long bloodline, and I don't want to be in the fictions. I drink the same water, planet-wide. This is about unifying this.
This guy kind of claims to be the brains behind it. He said, I met Robert J. Gould, and I asked him, how would you like to be Postmaster General of the United States?
Planet under a directorship.
10 years ago, 95.
So wars can't be fought.
So the purpose of this is to...
Hold on. What did he just say?
those laws filed with the postal systems worldwide, and we've done all the work on all those. Shipping.
And the world agrees with
it. It's a good
something. United States would get it.
Bills of belading.
The book of synonyms will give you all these names under Aryan synonyms. Black's Law Dictionary would get into specifically identifying parts of those names inside something. United States codes, you type in that, specifically identifying parts of those names inside something. United States codes, you type in that, you're going to use cross-referencing.
Yeah, Title 46, Title 49, 14706. I mean, they're just, Title 39 is a good one to go through as well. We've syntexed all those, rewrote all those laws, filed with the postal systems worldwide.
We've rewrote all those laws and filed with the postal systems worldwide. That's the part I wanted to get to. So part of this tenet is believing that the actual government is not the government, but it's the postal system worldwide is actually in charge. They also believe some type of weird rumor about they never agreed to the creation of the United States Postal Service, so they still fall under the original Postal Service, which is like the Pony Express, and they're too cheap to buy stamps, so they believe that they can mail like all their letters for 1.6 cents, and they like fight with their mailman, try to get him to take a letter, and there's no weight limit, so they try to abuse it, and it's just crazy.
And we've done all the work on all those shipping.
And the world agrees with us. It's not just, this is not about the United States of America. This is about planet Earth. You know, it says no deposit, no return. We all breathe the same air, planet-wide. We all drink the same water, planet-wide. This is about unifying this planet under a directorship of correct mathematical procedures so wars can't be fought.
Come on.
So the purpose of this is to
Under mathematical procedures, so the world, so wars cannot be fought.
let the sheriff know and the authorities
Whoever.
that you have contracted to do these things in your domicile, and you form closure on it.
You're giving a 3-day notice on it, yes.
And that anybody that comes in under no contract.
Anybody that comes in.
I don't even give a 3-day notice. I tell them I'm fucking quitting. They say, well, you gonna give us a notice? Hell yeah, you'll notice. You won't notice you notice my ass is missing from this workplace. That's what you're gonna notice.
Contract with you or tender contract with you. Here's the guidelines for performance that they must comply with. Otherwise, here's your lawsuit.
Yeah, you're trespassing.
You're trespassing.
Okay.
And you've been given closure up front.
Because
Oh, by the way, oh, hold on, I'll grab it. Go ahead.
You're making the rules. You're making the decisions.
It's your world. It's your world, dude. You tell me.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
The world is your lawsuit that you're taking to court. You're the moving party with first-hand knowledge in your brain.
So when you go to a local county sheriff and make this statement, they know.
When I go there, it's a little different.
All right.
I walked into the Milwaukee County Police Department, and the sergeant sitting behind the desk says, "You're under arrest for impersonation of a judge." I don't think so, Bob. And the other guy says, "That's Dave Miller." He says, "Don't you know who you're talking to?" He's big 300-pound sergeant. He says, "No," he says, "I'm gonna get that guy." And the other guy says, "No, you better not get that guy. You better call the captain." So they call the captain, and both the lieutenant and the captain comes out and says, "Oh, Judge Miller, what are you doing here?" He says, "Oh, I just came down to say hi, pay a visit."
Judge Miller, what are you doing here? So these guys do this weird shit where they claim that they're federal judges. They haven't been lawyers. They haven't been nominated or put in position as judges. They just claim they're judges because they say they found some kind of loophole where they can just nominate themselves as judges. There's also a crazy woman in Alaska that's real famous for doing this. And a lot of what she does is like if you get in trouble and you're a sovereign citizen, they'll reach out to her and say, "Oh, I got arrested for wandering in my car without a license. I need some help." And she'll write like a letter of recommendation saying, "I'm a judge from Alaska and this man has done no wrong under the Constitution." It always gets thrown out. It always gets thrown out.
This guy over here wants to arrest me. He looks at the sergeant and says, "That's Judge Miller. He's been in the courthouse here for 29 years. He says, "You can't touch him." The guy goes storming out of there, you know, like he's turned around and walked away.
Yeah, it's a little different because we have a judicial history with those guys.
Sure.
So our
Don't get scared when anybody's
Nah.
Just pick up the phone and call us.
yeah,
We'll talk to them and make it go away.
yeah, or they'll hang up the phone on us and tell you to get out. Either way, it's a good situation.
Those business cards of mine really cut a lot of, you know, if you're talking to somebody who doesn't know, well, he doesn't know. Talk to somebody who does know.
There you go.
Call the captain.
Gotta be somebody who knows.
Somebody around here knows Judge Miller or Judge Gould, and somebody around there is probably one of our students who'll say, run interference for him, going, "Yeah, he's okay. You guys leave those guys alone. He's part of the organization. We don't want that in here."
Yeah, I mean, I've been.
How many of the folks here in Nashville do you know? Any?
I've done 4 seminars now in Nashville in the last 15 years. In Charlotte, in Greensville, in Tennessee, in Memphis, and after 2,500 seminars in the United States, everybody knows me someplace.
Yeah, I could just walk in and give my name and tell them to punch me up on their Lexus. And by the time I get to security, like if it's federal,
Well, the feds know us.
Yeah, the feds.
I walk in a federal courthouse and everybody, you can hear it echo through the courthouse. Federal judge just walked in the building, a real federal judge, not our actors here.
Yeah,
You know?
and the FBI always stands around. They're like, we're real, and I'm like, yeah, you're no contract.
Real means no contract.
No contract.
It means
I'm factual. They're yelling at everybody, but we're real. I'm like, no contract. No, you're right on point, man. Absolutely, you're no contract. You have no authority. So those guys know.
Remember Lexington, where the two gays want to get a marriage license here a couple months back?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the place I just filed my last federal lawsuit and federal oath. And when I walked in there day one, I told them I was a judge, and I wanted to file my oath with the clerk's office. Well,
Day one, they told him I was a judge. I wanted to follow my oath.
one guy says, well, that's fine, I'm going upstairs.
I just had none of this is true. It's
Marshals and 5 of the 9 judges standing.
It's just crazy enough to believe that something crazy like this could possibly be true, but it's also so crazy. You've got to look at it and be like, oh, this guy runs the United States. Like he's never even held full-time occupation. We mean he runs the fucking United States.
At the metal detector at 9 o'clock when the court opened. So I walked in and says, well, as long as you're all here, and I'd like to introduce myself and why I'm here. Here's my passport. You run my passport number, and you'll find out just how deep the rabbit hole runs. That's all I had to say. I want to see I'm here for the trial. And one guy goes like, well, that's up the steps there in room 202. I came back the next day, and it was only one marshal there going, morning, Judge. You're up in 202 today.
Yeah,
But you can hear on the walkie-talkie, the judges in the room.
Yeah, those guys know, and I don't want to.
In Hawaii, when I leave, all the marshals
Don't
know.
matter. I just kind of live peaceful, just navigate myself. Yeah, it's pretty good. Anyway, anybody have any questions on this before I?
So what's the purpose of keeping a timeline on these documents?
The value of it is like
45 days.
45-day
Trust
trust law, and so you can give testimonials, have witnesses concur under minutes, all autographed, the stamp, have 2 witnesses on there, one's an opinion, 2 certification, you're the authorization.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, so you run your own set of minutes on it, and you have your own logs and journals, you date it, you stamp it, you autograph it, you thumbprint it for your notary, and flip it over, endorse it, autograph the back of that page, attach it to the contract as evidence, and if they jump in and say, oh, I'm maintaining my rules of continuance of the evidence.
This is so stupid. I'm maintaining the evidence. Let me send this in.
See, if you run your timelines and you pay attention, you can always tell when your next court hearing is going to be, if you need more time. You say, well, what you're saying here doesn't make any sense. I have to go back and study this. And the conversation that we've just had here today and syntax it. So you can ask for a 10-day timeline, a 20-day timeline, or a 45-day timeline. All continuances ordered by the judge will be based on 45-day timelines. And you can check it off for yourself, and you go home and start punching up when you got to do things. And even your own lawsuits that you're filing for mortgage contracts and that. What the day you send those things out, you mark on your calendar what day you mailed it, and then it's going to hit Washington in 3 days under priority mail. The delousing thing usually takes 10 to 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Before they send it up to the thing, but then within 3 days of that,
The delousing?
back saying this is your new case number, and we've accepted it. Now, once Washington, now that's the FBI, Department of Justice, the Treasury Department, Securities and Exchange, they all have, and the complete United States Supreme Court and writ of certiorari, all will advertise the fact that we are not bound by any timelines to answer you back, because there's only a couple of us and there's 400 million of you. So we've got all these millions of cases up here, and we have to investigate, pull the files from your court system. And,
There's somebody there whispering. I don't know. The whole thing's just stupid. I just wanted to show you who it is, because that's who Scott's moving on to interview this week. As he goes through PA, headed up to Gettysburg. But it's a joke, right? Like it is what it is. It's a fucking joke. Let me see here. We've got some other stuff going on. So that was Scott. Let me go ahead and knock this out while we're here. So you guys know the video I did yesterday, the karma video that said, yeah, okay, whatever. It was called karma in quotes. Then it said, yeah, okay, Agent One, because the lady told me the reason I was losing my house was because of karma, and that I shouldn't make fun of Trump because God picked Trump, and that's God's taking my house away from me and my family. But anyways, that's why I made the title of that. Just today, I was scrolling through my comments, looking around and putting hearts on ones and liking others, trying to find the best. I try to find the best couple of comments from the whole video, and then usually put a heart on them and get them to the top. But anyways, I was just scrolling around and looking, and I saw this. So let me change the comments around to where it's like I might have to refresh it to where it is newest first. Let's see. Okay, sort by newest first. That is a comment right there. Let me move the screen around. That is a comment right there by the one and only CW Connect. Now, I don't know if you guys know who that is or not, but that is Kirsten W. Kirsten W. decided to comment on this video from last night. They're all starting to talk to me at least. They're at least, I mean, they might be talking bad about me, but they're talking to me as well. And Kirsten said, "Can you stop bashing me for no reason, question mark? I have no more connection to the Frog News Channel, thanks." So naturally, I favorited it. And then I commented. I said, "I don't think I bash you, honestly. I'm just joking around. But we just have a difference of opinion, and my show is a comedy show. I respect the business and community you have built, and you really weren't covered here until the Frog News Channel stuff. I think that was probably a good move to separate from Doug. Always keep up the good work." That's what I put. So we'll see how that works out. Actually, I should have asked her. Here's this. How about a friendly Zoom call interview? So she did respond. Scott's respond. Doug shows up in chat. Jason Q's been here, and all this blah blah blah. They just keep showing up. So that was Kirsten. I really didn't. I mean, I wouldn't say I bashed Kirsten. I really never even covered Kirsten, except for once or twice when she was with Scott, and here more recently because she got with the Frog-ectomy, and I thought that was a weird matchup to begin with. But even though I don't cover her regularly, when I do, we just joke around. I'm not trying to hurt her or make her take it home or make her have nightmares or think about it all day and night. Like, it's jokes. Chill out. Chill out. I don't know. I too am from Singapore, so I know how thick our skin is. So you just wait. You just wait. So yeah, she answered us. So I wanted to check out her channel right quick too and see what she's been talking about, if she's answering us. Kirsten W. And then we'll go to CW Connect as well. Let me make the screen back the right size. Yeah, I just couldn't believe she even answered, to be honest with you. Like, I figured I would never hear from Kirsten, but now she's got some time freed up because I guess she sent Doug packing. I don't know. Maybe we'll see her more. Maybe we'll talk about her more. Maybe she'll do more videos. I don't know. Maybe she'll do an interview. Let's see what she had. Oh, that's from a day ago. Let's see it anyways, because she commented on this hours ago. I think it's one of those health videos, but we can check it anyways.
Action audit of Maricopa County. DOJ is very corrupt too. So they've got 500 corrupt senior executive services attorneys. A crook who gets away with crimes is more likely to commit more crimes. This is human nature.
damage to our democracy if it raises
It's
in the
not
minds of
a
people
democracy.
in this country doubts about the effectiveness, the
Okay.
integrity of our electoral system. Let me be clear. There is absolutely no indication.
I know. I was in the Patriot Dave thing. I'm going to go over there in just a second. I just want to see what she said here because we didn't watch this. We were looking for the Scott video.
Attorney General Eric Holder, 2009 financial. What radical? I wish you would just.
President Biden has the power to ask the Army
No, he
Corps
does
of
not.
Engineer to.
Have you guys seen her anywhere? Have you seen her anywhere talking about people that like talk about her, or even speaking on the breakup? If you can remember which video it was, the breakup between her and Doug. I know she doesn't say any names, is what I've been told. But she does say like someone who I'm not going to name won't be working with anymore. Blah blah blah. I would still like to see you.
Halt the permit and take time to do a proper evaluation. Line 3, along with a number of other things, including, a lot of pipelines, was rushed through by a lame duck without proper environmental impact studies. And, Biden has said there are 3 things that are important to him as a client president. Protecting climate, not making climate crisis worse, protecting natural resources, especially water, and environmental justice, which in this case means tribal sovereignty. So we want to hold him to it. He's done some wonderful things, environmentally and climate-wise.
Yeah, right. He's a freak.
We're facing a really
yeah, right. He's a freak.
crisis, and we're running out of time. So he can't do a few good things over here, great as they are, and we're grateful. And then over here, where people may not be paying so much attention, lets things go ahead. Even the rather conservative International Energy Association said 2 weeks ago, that's it. We can't have any new fossil fuel development. We don't even have the ability to burn what we already have developed if we're going to stay at 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is what science says we have to do.
Yeah, what about the weather warfare? I can't stand her. Oh, gosh. And
Yeah,
here's
that music was getting annoying as hell.
themselves doing weird stuff. It's just
All right, I'm going to skip ahead some.
staggering. 8.4 billion password entries was just leaked on a popular hacker forum. The data set presumably combines passwords stolen via precious data breaches and leaks, and has been dubbed the Rock Your 2020 password leak on Hacker Forum. The name was apparently chosen by Cyber News, a nod to the Rock You data breach back in 2009, when threat actors hacked their way into the social website servers and got their hands on more than 32 million user passwords stored in plain text. If you're reading these words, it suffices to say you probably need to change your passwords today even. That is because the new password leak is comparable in scale to the so-called compilation.
They're going to give out all your passwords. They're going to know if you've been on Ashley Madison.
Earlier this year, a mill of paper has
to be honest. There's hundreds.
Let's go check out Patriot Dave. Hold on.
And they add up to millions. And they add up to.
That's what she did today. Some of the people were in there. I was in there watching. I think it's just Patriot Dave. Yeah, here we go. Let's check out this interview.
It's loading me up now. So
there we go.
No, but there's another thing that just showed up. Virtual background. There's a virtual background. Do you see that?
It's loading me up now. So
no, but there's another thing that just showed up. Wow. Oh, you got to turn off the volume on your YouTube so it doesn't echo.
Okay.
That's another thing.
Well,
and you got to take this virtual thing crap off.
How do I?
I don't even know. Okay, I'm back on. Okay.
Okay, so you're normal.
Let me move this stuff away out of the camera. I do this every day, so I gotta move all this stuff out of the way of the camera.
Yeah.
There. Okay. Better.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go grab this link real quick. I'm gonna blast it. That won't take but a second.
Take your time.
I was kind of afraid.
I have the whole.
I
didn't schedule anyone. It's not a big hurry. I have the whole time. I'm gonna help you build.
I didn't schedule anyone. Give me the whole time. Yeah. So one thing I did notice while she's doing this interview, she goes back into the Doug Kuzma kind of thing of like, oh, I'm going to make you big. I'm going to get you viewers. You just wait. And he says something about how many viewers he has. And she's like, see what I bring with me? Shit like that. The natural born slave driver she is.
All right.
Don't
Yeah.
stress out. This is your first live. Just take it easy.
Oh, believe it or not, yeah, I'm cool. It's all good. I kind of had a backup plan in my head, that was smart on my part.
Yeah.
Because I knew
So
if it wouldn't.
if you look at your numbers on your Telegram and see if they saw your post.
Oh, by the way, what I didn't start because we started with the Scott videos. Wherever you're at, make sure you like and share. If you want to support the show, just like and share and comment. Start a watch party. Make sure there's like there's only like 10% of the people who watch on Facebook actually like the page. They always like the video. They always comment and watch the video, but like the page, the Cold Beer Confessional page. But if you want to go above and beyond that, you can donate at coldclub.com. If you're coming from YouTube or Facebook, it's better to go to buymeacoffee.com/coldbeer. We do have a GoFundMe going on. That's your prerogative if you want to donate or not. Don't donate if you can't. Absolutely don't put yourself in a bind. Just share it. Share. I guarantee you, like, I'm not trying to brag or anything, but my story is pretty fucked up right now. Like, I'm losing my house. I'm a disabled veteran, blah, blah, blah. Somebody's going to see that and donate. So if you can't, I don't hold it against you. I couldn't donate right now if someone asked me to, although a lot of times I could have. I couldn't right now. I don't hold it against you. You don't need to make an excuse. Just share it. Share the shit out of it. Put it in front of influencers you know. Put it up and do all kinds of crazy shit. Just get it out there and share. Also, we have the Amazon wish list, which stays here. I'm currently in the process of building a drone for the second channel. I've got the frame and most of the pieces printed off. This is just PLA. I know it's going to break, but that's part of the plan. I have extra arms. I'm going to do some experiment and see if I can stiffen them up. As we go, like that's part of the experiment we're going to do, and we're going to talk to Liam about leverage and programming motors and how they're controlled and how the drone knows how to balance itself, because that's what it's all about. And that's for the second channel, Cold Beer Creations. But if you go to that Amazon wish list, there's stuff on there, motors and transmitters and stuff that I might need for that. If you're willing to do that, that's welcome. I'm keeping the funds separate. If you donate to the GoFundMe, I'm not using that for show stuff. I'm not using that for microphones. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. I am only using that money for the home. And the other money that comes through Cold Club and Coffee, unless you put, hey, this is for the house on it, I'm using that for, like, bills and everyday expenses and getting stuff for the show and filming and blah, 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 okay? I want people to know that's the whole reason I started to GoFundMe, not because we couldn't have collected donations through, like, PayPal or something. I want to be transparent. I want you guys to be able to see what has been donated, and I want everybody to know I'm not taking 2 or 3 times. If we don't make the goal, I want people to know how much we got. If I have to refund it, I want to know who donated to this, blah, 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 all that stuff. So I wanted to be transparent about it. That's the reason it's over there and not just with regular donations. But, yeah, you're more than welcome to check out any of those if you can. And even if you can't, just please share. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Hop back in with Kirsten.
See it going up or down.
Sorry, I'm out of breath now.
Okay, we're live. Are we live on YouTube? It says live on YouTube.
I paused YouTube just for a second.
Okay.
So please share. All right, got that. Okay, now I'm gonna close all this mumbo stuff out. Okay, so yeah, I got you here. So once I hit this, I guess we're good. We're rolling, I guess. All right, Patriot Dave in the house. We got Kirsten W in the house. Kirsten, how you doing?
Good. How are you? Glad to be here.
Great. I think this is
I got my book today. I got a copy of my book today, so it's good. My new
awesome
book. Best-selling book.
Yeah. And that link's in the description too, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Did you put it in the description?
I did. But I'll re-add it in there. We'll make sure we get you a link in there, because
okay.
The little fumble I did, but you can go ahead and start doing what you do best, I guess, and I'll get these links added while you're.
Well, I have a little thing for you. I told you I'd bring it up.
Yeah, I'm going to edit the GoFundMe. Somebody just put it in the chat. I'm going to edit the GoFundMe, so I feel like I'm being, I feel like I'm being more transparent with it. If for some reason we don't make our goal, we make it late, the house, God forbid, gets sold out from under us, or we're not able to get it. I'm going to use that to do something else. I have this is not what I'm doing. Don't think this is like a scam or something. But I've always had a dream house I wanted to build. I think maybe if we lose out on this one, because this is the house Mariah and the kids love and are settled in, and they deserve it. Even if I don't, they deserve it. If for some reason we lose out on this, I think that's what I'm gonna pursue is a house. I'll tell y'all what it's like real quick. It's a house made from the garages that are like metal buildings pre-built. It's a house made of that. It's a 4-car garage is what it looks like. 2 regular garage doors that go into a garage. 2 solid glass garage doors that go into the home, into the living room. Second floor is all bedrooms. The 2 glass garage doors have living room and kitchen. Second floor is all bedrooms, hallway and studio. Even above the garage thing, that's my dream home on a little piece of land. So like if it was like this, let's just hit images. Hold on, I'll show you. So if something happens, I think I'll buy a piece of land and try to make this my home. Me and Mariah likes the idea too. So let's open this image real quick. I know this is all. But let's say this was 4 garage doors, and it was 2 stories like that. So you have 1 garage door here, garage. 2 garage door here, garage. So 2-car garage. And then right here in between the 2 and the 2 would be a solid wall with a door in it. Now these 2 would be solid glass, almost like windows, solid glass. The first thing you walk into would be the living room, and right behind that would be the kitchen and the back door, a regular back door. The whole second floor would have an open stairway going up to where if you're in the living room, you can look up and see a top of a landing, an open stairway over the kitchen. And that would be the master bedroom and bathroom. And then the kids and the studio would be out over the garage. And the whole second floor is living space. And the 2-car garage, it would be fucking beautiful. And what I want to do is to make it not only kind of like the look I like modern industrial kind of, and rustic too, and for ease of access for maintenance, what I would do would be it would all be all the electrical would be in conduit, all the ducts would be like exposed spiral wound ducting. All the HVAC would be like exposed ducting, like good looking stuff, but all exposed, and everything else would be in. It would kind of look like. Have you guys seen Gas Monkey Garage Restaurant? I don't know if they even still have this open, but they have a restaurant and grill. Let's see if they got pictures of it. See photos. Maybe a picture of the inside. Anyways, they got big glass garage doors. They've got like the whole garage door is glass. Everything inside's exposed. They got conduit and ductwork. That's really easy for maintenance. Plus, I think that stuff kind of looks cool. Like ultimately, I would like to live on an entire floor of like a factory, like an industrial look where they change like homes into like factories. And I would like to live on one of those, but we don't live in an area that has old factories that have been converted. Thank you for the sub. We don't have old homes or old factories that have been converted to homes. There's the outside, but I wanted an inside picture, but everybody just takes pictures of the fucking sign. Anyways, we don't live in an area like that, so I'd kind of make my own little metal building factory home. I think it's a really cool idea. The way they're and. What's really cool about it is like the exterior of this is pre-made. It's a metal building. You pour a pad and put it up. A lot of people, when they're building this, if it's like their dream home and they're building it as they can, what they'll do is they'll buy the size of metal building they want, and they'll buy a camper. And they'll put the camper in the metal building. And you use like you live in the camper, right? Until you get your kitchen and living room done. And then the camper is just your bedrooms. You know what I'm saying? The camper is just your bedrooms. And then as you build the bedrooms, you move out of the camper and then pull the camper out of the garage. It's actually a really good way to save money and build it at the same time. But that's not what we're going for. I promise that's not what we're going for. We're trying to get we're trying to get this house. Ryan, the kids deserve it. Yeah, it's got to be insulated well. Well, everything but the garage has to be insulated well, foam insulation and shit. All right, back to Patriot Dave.
This is a Secret Service. I don't know.
Oh, I said all that. I said all of that to say, like, if someone demands a refund because we lose the house, I understand. But I'll use what's left to see if we can move on and go somewhere else or build a house or something.
I don't know if you can see it at all. Maybe it's too bright or something. Maybe you can
Uh-oh.
see. I have no idea. Let me...
You and Mariah go get yourself a nice small fries at McDonald's. Ha ha.
Thank you, Rusky, with the 420 into the cult. Thank you very much. Awesome, Carolyn. That's interesting. Even if we buy this house, I'll probably still build a house like that. It might be 10 years from now. But when I get back on my feet and taking care of myself, I'll probably still build a house like that because it's a dream. Even if we don't like it, don't live it, it's a dream of mine to build that house. I want to document it on YouTube every step of the way. Like I have a whole plan for building a house like that. Hell, if I have this home taken care of and build a house like that, I'll donate one of them. I'll put somebody in this motherfucker or that one. But it is a dream of mine to complete that.
Let me turn this down so you can see it. This is my...
That's right. Rot Revolution. Even more important for my...
the Secret Service.
Even more important for my son who's special needs. He doesn't do well with change like that. So she's got some type of, I don't know, like dry cleaning receipt for the Secret Service or some shit here.
I have a little thing for you. I told you I'd bring it. This is a Secret Service. I don't know if you
Yeah,
can
the
see
grain bins homes are awesome. That's something with this. One of the cool things, I know I keep getting sidetracked. One of the cool things about these metal building homes is you can have the entire span of the home completely open. It needs no support walls. It needs no support walls whatsoever. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. It needs no support. You can have a completely open floor pan, or you can compartmentalize it. You can make it look like cubicles, because it's no support walls are needed, because it's a self-sustaining building. Even if you have a second floor in it, if you get over a 60-foot span, you have to have a beam, but that's about it. It's a really cool design, just like a garage. Like this garage doesn't have a wall running through the middle of it for support, and you don't have to do that either.
maybe you can see it from an angle. I have no idea. Let me turn this down so you can see it. This is my, can you see this? Yeah, there you can see it better. There you go.
So that's a Secret Service dry cleaning, blah, blah, blah. They're pretty cool. Or the houses are pretty cool. This, I don't know what this is. I guess she's going to describe it. By the way, Rot Revolution, I wasn't going to say anything till you was ready to say something. But I did notice that you used to hang out in Scott's chat. Thank you for joining us, man. I'm glad you made it over here. I know I was pretty hated over there, but honestly, like I just joked about Scott, and then he's the one who started talking shit, like when I tried to contact him about the Purple Heart. So thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
The Secret Service, and that leads into my.
What does she say from the Secret Service?
Yeah, they're bright or something. Maybe you can see it from an angle. I have no idea. I told you.
You can go ahead and start doing what you do best, I guess, and I'll get these links added while you're.
Well, I have a little thing for you. I told you I'd bring it. This is a Secret Service. I don't know if you can see it at all. Maybe it's too bright or something. Maybe.
She just says this is a Secret Service. I don't know. Literally says this is a Secret Service. I don't know.
You can see it from an angle. I have no idea. Let me turn this down so you can see it. This is my. Can you see this? Yeah, there you can see it better. There you go.
No, we can't. But what is it?
The Secret Service, and that leads into my basically, what I'm known for. Basically, let me open this curtain. Oh my gosh, the lighting is so crazy. Here we go.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy. Yeah.
Anyway, so.
Oh, one last update while we're talking about this. The house and stuff. I don't want to make the whole show about it. I just make myself depressed. But I did speak with someone today who seems really nice, really wants to help. That maybe maybe this person has some contacts with some philanthropists or some people who who donate money because they have money to donate and like to take care. If that works out, I'll let you guys know for sure. If that's something that works out, we'll do what we can.
Yeah, so I wrote this book because of a few things that happened.
Hell, we can't even read your book, much less the dry cleaning ticket.
Called Right Wing Watch. They're paid for by George.
Do not disturb. It's a maid tip.
Because I was talking on my show about the Secret Service, which I just showed you the logo from the Secret Service. They came to my house because I.
That's true, White Tiger.
On Donald Trump, there's over 50, and they came, we talked, they gave me a hug, they thanked me.
Mariah and I looked at some manufactured, like some double wides and triple wides and some modular homes. That was the first thing I was going to use that was the first house we were going to buy, was a piece of land. And what ended up being, it wasn't really a double wide, and it wasn't really like, I guess it was a modular. It wasn't a full-blown modular. It was like an L-shaped, but it was pre-manufactured L-shaped home. That was like 4 pieces. That was like a double wide, 2 double wides, kind of setting in an L. It was beautiful, and we thought we had it all together. And I told them how I got paid and where my money come from, and I had plenty of money, not the greatest credit score. They told me I was approved, and it took over 90 days to close the deal up. And they said after 90 days they had to run my credit score again. They did. Then they called me bitching about my income because a large portion of my income was labeled as per diem, so I wouldn't have to pay tax on it. And they're like, we counted this last time. You told us this is what you made. And I was like, that is what I make. They're like, well, how are you making like $40,000, $50,000 a year in per diem? I was like, that's the way they pay me. They pay me extra through per diem, and honestly, I use it for living on the road, and I don't have to pay taxes on it. They completely did a 180. They denied our loan. I lost my 15% down I put on the land. Like, the shit was horrible. We've been fucked many times trying to get a house. It seems like that's the biggest fucking we take is when we start messing with like housing, and it was probably my fault. I don't know enough about it. I've never bought a house outright like that. We've rented a lot of places. We've tried to buy houses. We just haven't been in the shape. Usually it's credit score stops us. And when my credit score is good, I usually don't have money because I'm in off the road. But it is what it is. But yeah, they do have some really nice. Actually, we saw one manufactured home. It was nice, but it was almost $300,000. It was the nicest trailer or whatever you want to call it I've ever seen. Modular, whatever.
And that was it. And whenever I have a thing, some kind of attempt, I call them and leave them a message, and they're on it. Okay, so that was what Right Wing Watch made me, like a crazy conspiracy theorist. That I basically
stopping the floppins.
And then they continued following me everywhere because I used to do a show with Ann V, and she basically had them following her, and basically they tweeted something.
She's not telling the Mel K story again, is she? Hold on.
And they're on it. Okay, so and that was it. And whenever I have a thing, some kind of attempt, I call them and leave them a message, and they're on it. Okay, so that was what Right Wing Watch made me, like a crazy conspiracy theorist. That I basically reported the assassination attempts on Trump, and then they continued following me everywhere because I used to do a show with Ann V, and she basically
that's Ann Vandersteel.
Her, and basically they tweeted something about Gene.
Thank you for that sub, Crazy Corman.
And it was me, him, and Ann, and he was saying something about Bill Clinton's dad and Hillary's dad, and then it got retweeted by Chelsea Clinton. It got like 79,000 views, and it said that she said, "My parents are not dead. Everyone's just fine." I go, "Your mom's most probably dead, but your dad's not Bill Clinton. It's Webster Hubble." And then
ooh, so she went after the youngest of the Clintons there. Wow, Chelsea. Building stuff is outrageous. That's why I like the idea. If I have to do something, I'll probably do the metal building route and put a camper in it and try to build a kitchen and a living room, and then we'll just sleep in the camper as our bedrooms. But that's way down the road, and that's if something goes wrong with this plan. it is outrageously expensive right now to build a house. It's crazy, and it shouldn't be. Okay, it's a false scarcity, and people are making big fucking money. Metal buildings are not outrageous right now, though. If that's a route anybody's interested in going.
That shut her mouth. So she was done after that. But still, it's so crazy, all of the stuff. But the book was written from the last attack where I did up front in the prophetic. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I wasn't recording. It's all good. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So basically, I did up front of prophetic, and I was talking about the weather warfare and how China, Biden let China do their weather warfare, got paid, and he's gotten paid $3.5 billion, not 3.5 million, $3.5 billion from China, because China basically owns Ukraine, their intel, their plane manufacturing, and their gas and oil. So they own all of those. So that's how they paid him. And then, of course, if you know about Chinese, I'm Chinese, ni hao. And so if they
Ni hao, Kylian.
Basically they paid him because whenever they have the Chinese billionaires, whenever they don't do what the CCP wants, they have an option to go to jail or get murdered. And that guy that gave Hunter a lot of money, he got murdered, and Yi Jiang. And basically Biden's been helping them for decades grab the American holdings of all the Chinese billionaires and giving them back to China. So they divvy up the cash like they do in the mafia. And that's how they got billions from China. So he's been their agent for a long time, for decades and decades, as long as probably the triple spy Dianne Feinstein. So just like Adam Schiff's been a CIA operative for a very long time.
These scumbag names just get longer and longer, don't they? The list just goes like this. It doesn't stop.
Yeah, when you're making up people to put on a list, you usually don't have the ability for those people to be removed from your list. So, yeah, I guess the names get longer and longer. Damn it. Go back to the screen.
It just don't make sense, does it?
So I hope you're seeing your people on the chat.
Yeah, I am. Absolutely.
Oh, good. Hi, everyone. Yeah. If you have any questions, please, no problem. I'm here. I don't have anything going on after this, so I can answer anything you guys want. And so I wrote this book. It's
before it's news
because it's got everything in it. It's got the pictures of the different ones.
I'm not even here to make fun of her or see what she says. I want to see what she says about the frogs. I wish she would have answered my chat. I would definitely do the just to see what it was like working with the froggets.
Got the pictures of the intel, which is like this page where
I think she made Doug K.
Yeah, that lighting.
Doug K ran off.
It's too bright. Because,
it's pretty shitty.
I'm if I pull the curtain, it's better, but then it's still anyway. Yeah. I have to almost close the whole thing where there's no light coming in.
Easy now.
There you can probably see that.
Yeah, I can see that.
Calm down.
You can see all the emails in my book. There's all the arrests. We have Loretta Lynch, Sally Yates, Lauren Lynch Flip, Sally Yates, Brandon Clapper. Then we have Comey arrested for McCabe. And Comey, McCabe, and Strzok all slept with Lisa Page, who did Flynn's 3.
Oh, by the way, Paula Booth, if you're watching, I got what you sent to me in the post office box. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much.
302. See, when I close all the windows, I look like I'm really dark because I don't know why. It's weird. James Baker, and it just goes on and on. So yeah. And I've got the emails. I've got Ihan Omar, military garb. I've got a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, it's a cute little book. It's only like 63 pages, but everything's got Trump's taxes. It's got the emails.
It's 63 pages.
Yeah, it just exposes a lot of stuff.
Is your book still number one? Because I haven't looked today.
It's number one. It used to be number one in 3. It's number one in 3 categories, but they put some new CIA books in, so I don't know what happened to that.
Well, exactly.
There is a certain person, not these two. There is a certain person, a grifter, that doesn't know this, but I actually have the link to hop into their next time they go live. I actually have the link to hop into their StreamYard, depending on what happens.
You down is what they want to do.
Correct. That's what they do. That's what they do.
So. Somebody asked, what's the 10 days of dark?
Whoa, Rot Revolution. Whoa. She is not from China. She is from Singapore. That is Singapore, a British colony, Singapore. No China here. Fake news. Ban him, Doug. Get him out of here. That is fake intel. That is bad intel. Doug, get him.
That's a good question, right? Because it could mean several things, right?
Well, let me turn. Now that we're done with the book, I can just turn on the light. Okay, so all right. So the 10 days of darkness is going to happen after the audits that are really going well. Arizona, as you know, went for Trump and other things, but basically, we have the 10 days of darkness because they have to take their paraphernalia, which is the Mockingbird media, down. Okay, so why they take it down? Because they're trying to block us from seeing what's happening with the audits as they flip each state. That'd be Arizona, then Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Wisconsin. So as they see the dominoes flip.
Yeah. What you need, baby? Hey, baby. You just tell the frog slayer over here, and I'll get you tadpoles gyrating. How about that?
Yeah.
And not to be mistaken with the weird company that's almost the same thing, which did all this stuff. Basically, they're going to freak out, and they're going to realize that they can't keep the.
Can you hear me, Doug? Doug, can you hear me?
If our video gets taken down, someone else will put it up somewhere else. So they really can't stop it. So they're going to take themselves down, okay, to try to control the situation.
Doug.
Right? They take themselves down, and so when they take themselves down, that's going to affect a lot of things, which is basically, 3 to 10 days of darkness, which means, you might not have electricity. That's why you have to have water. You have to have, I sell the Patriot Food Supply, like prepare with CW.com. Basically Patriot Food Supply, and I have.
So I believe I didn't pursue this just because of all the negative things I'd heard about this. But I believe at one time somebody reached out to us, our channel, about Patriot Food Supply, the food buckets that Tim Pool sells, and a lot of lower level people. Tim Pool's probably their biggest salesman. Not a whole lot of big people use it, but a lot of lower people below Tim Pool use it. But I've heard from so many right-wing streamers that I trust that it's a racket. Like, they are screwing people over for the amount of food they get. They can get it so much cheaper, and they think it's dishonest. Here's where dishonesty comes into that. Should you be prepared for a natural disaster? Absolutely. Should you have food on hand for maybe 2 weeks for your whole family? Sure. Water? Yep. All that's fine. But just know that the chances are slim to none that you'll use it. You'll probably have to rotate it out. There's no need to have, or most people don't have a need to have 3 or 4 years worth of food on hand and shit like that. Sure. The dishonesty comes in when, like, Tim Pool. I've got nothing bad against Tim Pool. I just don't think it's appropriate for him to be constantly saying, oh, I can feel it, man. I can feel it. We're fixing to have a civil war. It's fixing to break out. What do you think of it? Look at this. Look at this. Antifa's in the streets. Next thing you know, you're not going to be able to go to the grocery store for 2 months. And we're fixing to have a civil war, and a civil war, and the war of the civil, and it's a civil war, and we're going to have a civil war, and there's going to be people fighting in the streets in the war that's civil, and a civil war, and I'd be lucky if we have a civil war. By the way, if we do have that civil war, you'd want to check out mypatriotsupply.com/Tim Pool. Like, I don't think that's appropriate to be constantly preaching that we're on the verge of a civil war all the time, and then also be selling the Civil War supplies. That's like being like, hey, USA, Iran's been talking shit a lot. They keep talking shit. They've been making threats. They've been doing this. They've been doing that. They've been posturing. They're going to, and you're the guy who sells the fucking, the Patriot rockets or some shit, the Patriot missiles. Like, that's kind of fucked up. I don't believe that all the times Tim said we're right on the verge of a civil war, he really believed that we were right on the verge of a civil war. I think some of the times he said we're on the verge of a civil war was to bump up his Civil War buckets. I really do. Now that's good if you're a salesman. Somebody just said it. A good salesman. That is good if you're a salesman. But if you want to be a trustworthy leader of your community on YouTube, or a news person, you're not supposed to be a good salesman, right? You're supposed to be the trustworthy person who wouldn't lead people astray, instead of worrying about how good you can sell something. So also those food supply places, if you have literally no idea what to buy, what to stock up on, what you should have supplies of, don't buy the food bucket. Just go to the food bucket website, get a list of what they have in their food buckets. It'll list the meals they have, how much water, how many calories. It lists everything. Get that list and go to your grocery store and buy that shit. Then put it in a fucking a 5-gallon bucket from Home Depot. Put it in a giant Tupperware container like a tote. Put it in a giant tote and save, 60% off. I think you'd be doing good to buy it yourself. The only good thing about them is if you have nothing, they do it all in one. They do it all in one go, and you can just stack it. So that's all right. But if you're on a budget, I guess, if you have money to just do it for the convenience, that's fine. If you're on some type of budget, don't think you have to buy it in the black death bucket and it has to be stackable and this and that. Yeah, you can make your own from a food dehydrator. You're right. But if you have the money and if you want the convenience, it's available too.
I have enough for, a few months for, me and someone else. But, I basically, I'm prepared. I've been prepared for like over a year. But
Me too.
this is this is the end game. So once they take themselves down, the Starlink satellite, the same satellite that Elon Musk put up there, is the same satellite that jammed the Ever Given ship and jammed the nuke from deploying on.
I actually, he says, Jeff says, I dehydrate a lot of deer meat. I actually hydrate a lot of sideways roast beef sandwiches. Yep. A lot of people think you're supposed to use oil or water or maybe even lotion. Root juice is what you're looking to hydrate the roast beef sandwiches with.
On that ship and 2 other ships that the Russians and Americans were able to board it and seize all those 6 stories, weapons, the dead children, the 1,366 dead children, the 1,265 alive. They were. That's what happened.
Horrible for sure.
Yeah.
Some people misunderstand that because 16+1 put that out there, but they wasn't saying necessarily that they were going to do it. You just kind of have to use some perception there, right? The good guys are going to do it, in your opinion, because they don't want everybody to know what's really going on in, let's say, Arizona. Right?
The bad guys are going to take themselves down. Then the Starlink satellite, which is already up, which is being controlled by Space Force. Space Force is nothing about space. Just like NASA is nothing about space either. NASA was created the same time as the CIA, the clowns in America that we're fighting, the same time they were created to do weather warfare. So when they have those storms, like the 3 storms that went up, the same direction, all 3, Marco, Maria, and Laura, all the same area, they're controlled and they steer the storms. So it's the NASA, the CIA, and the Department of Defense working together, sometimes also joined by the USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture, that does the storms. And
I was really worried about having enough food for my family in case something happened, but Gene Decode released a map, and there are 3 separate baby farms right underneath my hometown. So if that's what it comes to, I mean, they're tunnel babies anyways. I don't even think they named them, so it's not like full-blown cannibalism.
Make the food prices go up and destroy our food and crops.
Right. It just doesn't stop. But you did say there was one 3-letter agency that you felt pretty comfortable with. We was talking about that earlier.
That's the 3-letter agency that the traitor, Eric Snowden, the CIA operative, tried to gouge the eyes out of, trying to destroy them, expose them. And they're the good ones. They're the leader of the 16+1 team, led by Ezra Cohen Watnick and including, working with Chris.
Led by Ezra Cohen Watnick. So Ezra Cohen Watnick is leading the Q team.
Miller, who was Department of Defense, taken over for that horrible Mr. going to Washington, D.C. with the soft helmets and no weapons into D.C. That would be the corrupt Esper, Mark Esper, okay? All of them had to be taken out. We have them working together. And then, of course, Dan Scavino. We have President Trump, plus, okay? CU plus, and, probably Lynn Wood, okay? Linwood knows a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, he does, and he kind of lets us know that, doesn't he?
Right, he does.
He's not worried about getting sued. So what's that tell you?
And he's an attorney, so he should know.
Yeah.
And of course, Sidney Powell says that Trump's going to be reinstated by August 15th. So she's an attorney. She should know too that she could be sued.
Yeah, and I
That
also
gives
heard
everyone a little time frame to work with.
I also heard she was helping on some of them tribunals secretly. That's pretty
Yeah,
pretty
they
amazing,
have
right?
they have some going on simultaneously. They've had the Hillary one, and I don't know about the Hillary one because I reported that the original one died like 8 months ago at Iceworm Base in Greenland. They've had one for John Brennan where this guy named James Gaffner, I think Gaffner, basically testified against him. He was a clown. He was a spook, and he basically admitted that John Brennan had him assassinate 5 people, including Andrew Breitbart. You know the Breitbart, right?
Yeah.
He used this the CIA.
So she is literally quoting Real Raw News. And the article actually had it was purported as news of a tribunal, and it literally had people's thoughts quoted in the news story, as if whoever wrote it was some type of telepath and knew people's thoughts as they were thanking them during the tribunal. It was not fucking news.
They had this other weapon they used to use all the time. It was an ice gun where it shoots ice into your brain to give you a brain
That's also from the Real Raw News.
hemorrhage or ice into your heart to give you a heart attack. But now they have a newer weapon. It's an energy ionic energy what do you call it? Like those energy weapons, the Raytheon weapons that do the laser stuff. That it's an direct energy weapon that when they shoot you with it,
Directed.
organs, one of your
It's not direct energy weapon. Directed energy weapon.
organs, and it goes up and gives you a heart attack. Like usually they shoot like your intestines, your stomach, and it just gives you a heart attack. That's what happened to him. That's what happened to the guy that
All heart attacks originate in the pit of your stomach.
that writer for Rolling Stone. The guy
I like how she's dead on tonight.
he was the one that assassinated them and 3 others. So yeah. And of course, John Brennan, the uncle of Lisa Page, who Dr. Flynn's 302s, that slept with all the married guys in the FBI. That would be Comey, McCabe, and Strzok.
Wow. She must
Comey, McCabe, and Strzok just went out and slept with all the married, not the single, just the married FBI guys to assert their dominance over their wives.
I can't say what I was going to say.
That's what operatives do. They do what they do. Okay.
Right.
And she was working with Strzok and the MI6, who's very corrupt. And who was running the MI6 at the time? That would be their present Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, who was doing well for a while, and then suddenly, since he got the COVID, has not been that strong since. So it's a lot. But the newest intel, if you want some, is that 3 cities are broke. The Vatican, they've taken tons and tons of gold from underneath it, and of course they had good records, so they returned the gold to all the places they stole it from. They have the city of London broke, and DC is broke. Okay, and they've got a few things going.
Oh wow, how does that fit your narrative so well? Not a single city that wasn't part of your crazy fucking 3 cities owned by the Royal Crown. Not a single city went broke outside of what exactly had to happen for your plan to have any validation. It was just those cities, nowhere else. Weird.
I'll give you some new intel, okay?
Sure.
All right, so we have the blackout at the Pearl Harbor port, right?
Yeah.
That is a drill because we have earlier that the Pentagon under General Flynn and his brother, who is in the Asian part of a control, Charlie Flynn. If you read my book and you read the emails, you'll see Charlie Flynn is in charge of Asia, General Charlie Flynn, and General, what is his name? Is it Mike? Mike?
I had it on the tip of my tongue.
General Mike, is it Mike?
What is his name?
Chat, they'll know.
I can't remember his name.
Michael Flynn's brother's name.
Michael Flynn, that's it. Mike Flynn, we were correct.
Okay.
His brother's name is Charlie. Charlie Flynn.
Charlie, yeah, that's it.
General
Yeah.
Charlie Flynn's in charge of Asia, and then Mike Flynn's in charge of Pentagon.
Wow.
In the arrest. And they spent about $900 million to send out 60,000 American troops. Now, the 60,000 American troops, I don't know what's going on with the CCP. I put up a video today where they're going to the Chinese universities and arresting children.
I've seen that. Oh my God.
And yeah, So something's going on there. But basically, so we have the military that's deployed. They went to Brussels. All these helicopters, military helicopters, went to Brussels. If you watch my videos with Gene Decode, you would see them just flying in formation, doing arrests in Brussels, along with Russia, along with all the other troops. The troops that went into China were Australia, Canada, New Zealand. No, not New Zealand. Australia, Canada, the U.S., South Korea, and I think the Philippines. They went into the CCP. And now we have, so all that troop movement,
Makes sense.
okay? Those are all the troops. Now we have the Navy stations that are getting on the move. We have Boston. We have Chicago. All of these are ports with Navy stations. Los Angeles, New York, Seattle, Philly, Pennsylvania, and D.C. Military operations on the move. More arrests. So basically, we have, Trump that's really doing it by the book and waiting for the audits. And then we have the military that's in charge of everything except our finances, which Biden is destroying by the minute. With how many illegals did they let in last month? 100.
All of them. All of them.
Do that for 5 months, we'll have an extra million people. And now the Supreme Court's saying that they all have to leave. How are they going to get them out? And it's not right to do it to Mexico. They need to dump them in Guatemala or wherever, CIA Guatemala or Honduras, where they came from. And a lot of them are from also the Middle East, Yemen, the terrorists, and whatever else.
Yeah.
So a lot of things are going on. Yeah.
Your mic cut out there just for a second. I don't know what
The
happened.
mic didn't cut out.
My mic did or yours?
Yours did. It came right back. They're probably messing with us.
I didn't even hear her cut out. She sounded fine.
Oh, now, I mean, we're just telling.
I'm trying to find the if anybody knows where it's at. I'm trying to find the Frog-ectomy website that was hacked.
While you were talking, I didn't want to interrupt you, but they were asking about the P and the VP being out of the country at the same time. Hell no, never. You're never out of the country at the same time. They're probably not even out of the country, people. I mean, for real. I don't believe it. Anything I see, I don't believe it. Do you, Kirsten?
It's it's like a Hollywood movie. They were filming at the Castle Rock Studios, and they moved in California. Then they moved it over to the closer place, which is basically what's his name, Tyler Perry Studios in Georgia. So yeah,
Tyler Perry Studios in Georgia.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Who doesn't know that?
Read some of these questions. There's some pretty good ones in there, but that thing rolls pretty quick.
I kept asking about the frog. She didn't want to answer that at all.
People want to have the chat so they can have an interaction with you, so they'll come back. I'm glad I got you to do it because
that's definitely
it's good for your channel. Yeah.
Awesome, and that's good for the people to hear you too. Although you have a hell of a good channel too, better than mine. But hey,
nothing's a good or nothing's bad. It is what it is, and we're all working for the same thing. So,
that's true.
We're all working for the same purpose. Yeah.
So Woofy Woof Woof asked, that's the name on there. What happened to General Mathis, General Kelly, General McMasters? Are they black hats?
Yes, they're black hats. They are all,
taken,
I mean, they're not arrested, but they're.
They're all black hats. You just wait.
A mole that was in there that worked for George Soros directly. He was like his spy, yeah. And of course, you had that English woman that was working with him. I don't even want to mention her name.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and then, another scumbag.
Yeah, so many corrupt generals. General Milley, General Hodgson, General, the really bad one, Jim Jones from the Atlantic Council that was doing the spying and censorship with the shadow NET, and the General McChrystal. It's just a bunch of, like Scott would say, scumbags. A lot of
yeah. That keeps
and there were more, but they got some intel from China saying if the Chinese CCP took over, that they'd all be put down. So they decided to get behind Trump because they'd be put down if they've been taking funds from China for this long. It's just like the stupid what's her name, triple spy Dianne Feinstein. Oh yeah, I love China. Of course, they've given her billions and billions of dollars. They love her, but she's like, oh, I'll move to China. Yeah, excuse me, I'm Chinese. Right. Old lady, you got to realize that if you go to China, they're going to hang you upside down and make you give them back all their money. And then they're going to trash you because you're not. I mean, I'm Chinese. I speak Mandarin. I speak Cantonese. I mean, pretty much, Chinese language.
I think I'm turning Chinese. I think I'm turning Chinese.
But, a white devil, black devil, all kinds of devils. So basically, they don't really recognize. And you see how they treat their own, the CCP. They're awful. They have that one horrible general that owns the Uyghurs the Uyghurs concentration camp where they're taking out the organs and everything else. And he also owns that 130 acres of land in West Texas, and then he owns the land in Mexico across from it. So yeah, that's what they're doing.
Just doesn't stop.
Yeah, and then China, of course, is attacking, Taiwan, where they let their huge ship, if you watch my channel, plow into the port and destroy the crane, whatever, in the Taiwanese port, Kiangshan port, right? Kaohsiung port. And basically, they were told to stop. They just let it go, kept going, and plowed into it because they're past. Because Trump made them sell off one of the ports in LA, and he didn't make Taiwan do the same thing because, as you know from past history, Taiwan is conservative, and they fought with the United States with Chiang Kai-shek. And then, of course, you have the corrupt CCP or Communist Party under Chairman Mao that fought with basically, the horrible Kissinger, the same Kissinger that said if you create enough chaos, they'll beg you for more control. That's how evil that one is. But the good news is, I have more intel. Let me give you some good news. The good news is a certain person in Mossad, which is the Israeli CIA, basically. His name is Yuri. I think it's. Wait, let me get his name for you correct. He's stepping down. The head of the Mossad, which means like they nabbed the head of the CIA, Gina Haspel, in that firefight in Frankfurt, right?
Right.
So now we have this person that has been protecting. His name is Yossi Cohen. He's protecting all these criminals, and now they're going to go after Tussie Trident, Chalupa Freeland, Jack Ambroff, Kamala Harris, and her husband, Doug Emhoff, another corrupt
I don't know about Asian, but she's always full of dissent. She's always picking on somebody.
attorney that works for the second most corrupt law firm in the United States. Number one is Perkins Coie. Number two is.
So I know she has. She says, I have ADHD, ASDL, ABCD, LMNO, restless legs, arterial diseases. She has everything. But man, it's just, and I feel bad for her. I know that the mental illnesses can be horrible, blah, blah, blah. You feel like you're not in control, all that shit. But man, it would be hard to do a regular show, to do a portion of a show with her, to listen. It's hard to listen to a segment. She goes so quick all the time, constantly. Like sometimes I don't think she's breathing.
CLA Pfeiffer. Also there is Peter Comey. I think it's Comey's twin brother. Comey's in a tribunal right now too. Basically. And
thank you, Krista.
The whole FBI. You have Attorney General Merrick Garland. They're going to go after him. This is the part of the list. Hillary's people, Hillary drones, way back, Wembley, way back, Eva to Betty, and a lot of others. So they're going after them. And of course, again, we have the U.S. troops with other troops working to clean out the NATO in Brussels, the Octagon group in
Yes, she did absolutely scream at people. Screaming. I'm not Chinese. That's fake. That's fake intel. You need to ban him, Doug. You need to brand him.
And Switzerland, which is working with CERN, CERN, that weird little place where they do all kinds of experiments. And underneath it is the huge CIA base that you have to enter either by submarine or by maglev train, which is a magnetic train. And all the
is that what MAG stands for?
You know about the 13 banks, which the media said was only 2 banks. At Langley, Virginia, there was 13. And one of their MK mind control victims that went to the CIA school of Harvard, they said was the shooter, but no, he wasn't.
Right.
Yeah, there's always one patsy, multiple shooters. And so they're all fleeing over to this CERN, underneath the CERN CIA headquarters in Switzerland. Also the leftover CIA operatives that were in the firefight in Frankfurt and from Langley, and of course Guatemala, where they would all the CIA displaced from North Korea when they were kicked out. They went to Guatemala. But now I think Guatemala's cleared out because they had all those signs against Kamala.
Yeah.
Guatemala, so that's cleared out too.
That was great. That was the best sign I've seen in a long time. Except for this push, the stadium, the baseball stadium. That was pretty.
Actually, I just read back through the chat that I missed some stuff while I was looking for the Frog-ectomy. Yes, I actually had a plan in place, and I plan on doing a video. One day, I almost made a major show as their intel source by just throwing in like some military lingo, throwing in some bullshit here and there, saying the right words, talking about the right places, hell, even making up some shit that I thought sounded cool. And I almost made a major show. Somebody asked me if I ever thought about being like just make up and say you saw it all on active duty to see how they would run with it. Yeah, I actually almost made it as a main guest on some shit. But it didn't work out. I may do a show on it one day because I've got the emails and stuff, and I may try it again. I thought about making we did one show where I acted like I was into this shit, like I had secret intel. Man, we had a couple thousand viewers. I got 400 and some subs that night. Shit went wild. If I wouldn't have felt so bad about it, I would have kept doing it and grifted the fuck out of them. But that's just not me. I can't sit here and lie to people and give them false hope. And the people were like, "Oh my God, really? Yeah, try this, try that. Can you tell us more about this? Is it okay if we do that? If we blah blah blah." Yeah, I've thought about it. Not as a grift, but just doing it behind the scenes and seeing if I could get on someone's show and then reveal who I am later. Yeah, I've been through several iterations of that idea, and I don't know if I'll do it again, but I think I'll probably try at least. We'll see.
Pretty good too. Trump won, and then they kicked him out of the stadium. That was Boston, wasn't it? That was one of them.
Yeah, there was a bunch of them. There's Boston. There was
New York.
There was one in Chicago. Was that Chicago? It's all over. It's happening everywhere. It's all good.
And then they're kicking them out.
It's like someone was behind and planned this whole thing. The Fauci leaks, of course. And my book does have the little diagram of all the diseases that little freak created. It's like a bunch of diseases. It's got pictures of.
I do. Somebody just said something about like bipolar disorder and stuff. Do you guys ever think that, like not on a conspiracy level, like not like crazy, they're doing this on purpose, they know they're trying to take me out, I'm being stalked. Do you guys ever think that, I guess I have two different questions. So people will sometimes say, why was there no cancer 300 years ago? And now it's everywhere. Well, we didn't have the ability to diagnose it. People just died. And they're like, oh, he just died because he was the ripe old age of 32. You know, that's the longest guy who's lived in our village. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. But yeah, you just hit install, but hold on, guys. Give me just a second, buddy. Sorry, where's mommy? Hey, Ollie, where's mommy? Stop, you're breaking it. You can't do that. You can't bend stuff. Here, it's downloading. When it gets done, you just click open. Anyways, do you think that some of the mental stuff, like like you see people all the time, now people have ADHD and restless legs and blah, blah, blah. Do you think that's genetic? Do you think that's the natural progression? Do you think it's chemical related? Something maybe in the water or food or air or something we're doing to ourselves? Hell, it could have ties to carbon monoxide. We got more cars fucking running. You driving a car. What do you think? Or do you think we're just diagnosing it more and there really is no uptick? We're just there's doctors that like to say it. We have better tests to show different diseases and stuff. What do you guys think?
Michelle before and after.
Yeah.
Now, after still doesn't mean she got the bottom surgery. It doesn't mean that. And you have where did they put this? This book is so small. They shrunk it small, and I don't know where they put a bunch of stuff. The diagrams. They put the diagrams in.
I'll make sure I share your book link because I didn't get it on the live feed, but I'll make sure I put it on my Telegram.
Okay.
Somebody asked about that a few minutes ago. Yeah, it's on Amazon. It's easy to search.
It's called Intel Drops. Yeah, these are all the diseases Fauci created. You can see that. Every year a new disease. We have 2004, SARS, 2008, avian, 2010, swine flu, 2012, then 2014, Ebola, 2016, Zika virus. And all of these diseases have patents on them. Who
Yeah.
knows? Natural diseases have patents. The Zika virus was a patent from the Rockefellers, and then of course Ebola again, and then COVID. The Pure Bite Institute has a patent on that. That would be Mr. Bill Gates.
I personally, my intuition tells me that Fauci's. I gotta watch my mouth. That piece of crap. I'm pretty sure he's locked up. What we're seeing is all bullshit. That's just my
No,
thought.
he's not locked up. Actually, they arrested Dr. Bricks because they arrested.
Burks. Stop calling her Dr. Bricks. I'm so fucking tired of everybody saying Dr. Bricks. Burks. Why can't you say that? I don't call the video game Dr. Mario. I don't say Dr. Maria. It's a completely different fucking word. Why do they keep every grifter says Dr. Bricks? What the fuck are they? Why they can read, right? God, that makes, I don't know. I've heard it, like, at first I let it go. I even laughed about it. Now I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Why do they all say Dr. Bricks? But first, another thing that I think Kirsten maybe needs to work on, and maybe she can't. Maybe it's part of her disorder or something. She, like, she's got intel. And she'll even say, oh, you can believe it or not, and then, oh, that's what it is. You know, I'm just giving you the truth, blah, blah, blah. But when anybody else comes up and says, you know, I think maybe this. No, that's not true. That's not true. They arrested Dr. Bricks, but Fauci's still running around. That's not true. He's not arrested. Nope. I mean, let other people have their idea. You can even say, I don't know. I think he's still out there. But just to say, no, absolutely not. I already know. Absolutely not. Nope. No way.
House because she caused a lot of people to die because of the masks. So
Yeah.
there were emails going back and forth, and they knew the masks didn't work, but they made these people wear them. There was one kid that was 13 years old, and it was in Reno, Nevada, I think. His mom made him wear a mask and to protect himself, but he died of asthma. And they said that was COVID. And then they had a woman that had to wear a mask in the office. She got MRSA, a flesh-eating bacteria that killed her, and that was from the mask. So she got arrested. Her husband was an attorney. They had to sign NDAs, so they can't talk, or else they'll be arrested. But Fauci has fled. He hasn't been seen in his apartment since the end of February in D.C. Of course,
both those stories are on Real Raw News right now. She's just reading Real Raw News. I don't know if there's certain times where she has someone telling her it's secret intel, but 9 out of 10 of the things that she shares is on realrawnews.com. Just go read it. It's not intel. It's a website that doesn't. Hold on, I'll show you. This website and the builder is not even competent enough to change. If you build a WordPress site, it gives you a generic fucking site logo for the URL bar right there. See that? I want to zoom in on it. So if you go to YouTube or something, it's a YouTube play button. If you go to Real Raw News, it's literally the WordPress logo. It's a WordPress website, and they don't even know how to update that. But if I go right here, if I go to, let's say I go to youtube.com. It's a YouTube play button. See what I'm saying? Or if I go to, I don't know that all my websites redirect right now, don't they? I don't know if I have any landing pages that don't redirect right now. For the Cult Club. But mine is a Miller High Life bottle. Right here. See, here's mine. Even mine, I made it past the generic. I made this website myself. And mine used to say W, just like this one. But even mine, I was smart enough and capable enough to change it to something. It's a Miller High Life label. They can't even get the generic ass fucking W off their website, and we're supposed to believe that they are a news outlet with people working for them that travel all over the world. One day they'll be in a tribunal, the next day they'll be in Greenland photographing UFOs, the next day they're in fucking Russia, but they can't get a guy who can change out the fucking logo so they don't look like a 2-bit operation that their website was just made yesterday. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Wait to get ready to see Big Curse until I fix it.
Ghost town, and
Yeah.
they made so much money from the chat
Yeah.
that basically, and their drug, that Remdesivir is owned by Fauci, and guess who else?
Remdesivir.
Just like the CIA owns Google. Okay, the CIA bought the Washington Post for Bezos. Basically. So the CIA owns a lot. Anyway, so the CIA has this drug.
The CIA had to buy the Washington Post for Jeff Bezos,
$1,000 a pill.
the wealthiest man in the world. CIA had to buy it.
Hallucinating.
Makes sense.
It's a big hallucinogenic, but they made so much money that he bought homes in Panama, Argentina, and the UK. They're trying to figure out, and his wife's name. So they're trying to figure out where he's at.
Yeah, I just find it hard to believe that they don't know where he's at. You know what I mean? It's
He was willing to work with them for a while, and then he just took off.
yeah, he got scared.
Remdesivir.
Scared because when China gets their hands on him, he's going to be dust.
Good point. Good point.
The CCP doesn't screw around. Just like when they gave Governor Kemp, that, let's just say the Dami company that they donated $400 million to right a month before the elections. Yes, the Dami company. And of course, we know that Brian Kemp is part of it. And now people are waking up. They boo him all the time. And of course, the Ratzenberger, who stole basically $66 million in COVID.
Raffensperger.
And then that would lead to, there was a miracle that happened in North Carolina because the governor of North Carolina also stole the COVID money. And so the people told him, you better return that money, or you opening up the state of North Carolina in one day, no mask. Boom, one day, no mask. So you didn't want to return the COVID money. Yeah.
Hey, don't forget about Kemp's the daughter's boyfriend. Don't forget.
Oh, the daughter's boyfriend. Yes, that's what I was getting to. Basically.
Okay, cool.
That's the warning to him to not talk. Yes, and the kid was blown up basically.
Oh yeah.
That wasn't an accident. That was like an explosion. Yeah.
They said parts were flying for blocks. It's like, come on, people. That wasn't no accident. That got covered up so fast.
Yeah, there was no accident there.
Talking it up about me? Oh no. Let me skip to the end of this, and then we'll try to see about the Frog-ectomy. Thank you very much for that. I was raised poor, no indoor plumbing, no indoor water, no air conditioning. We had a huge-ass garden, raised cows and hogs to eat. My grandfather lived to be in their 80s. If you ever had anything, you don't miss not having. Yeah, I was, sometimes I catch myself probably doing too much for my kids because I didn't have I had really good parents. I'm not saying anything bad about my parents. As a child, we just didn't have a lot. They both had to work. My dad would get laid off every winter because he's seasonal. He was a truck driver for a dump truck company. And he would do odd jobs, and it'd be really fucking tight in the winter. Like make a big pot of something to eat and eat it for 2 weeks, kind of tight. So I try to. I think that's the ultimate goal. I think that's the way you want each generation to do a generation better. I want my kids to have better than mine, and I'm sure I had it better than my dad, and my dad's dad wanted him to have better than he did, and so I don't want to spoil my kids. I don't want to dilute what hard work is or earning something, but I also want to make sure that they have it a little bit better than I did. See you, Crazy Cortman.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that the CCP has the money, so it rides shotgun over the CIA, and then the CIA has the FBI do the cleanup for them. And
hey, good luck with whatever you got going on at the nurse and ain't getting stuck, man.
And they also hire the Capitol Police, so they're all corrupt.
Thank you for joining us.
CIA is corrupt. That's getting taken down. There's about 20,000 CIA agents. I think they must have taken down, and then you have 30,000.
She's so jealous.
So half of them are good, and half of
Let me ask you something, Dave. Have you ever been on Before's News?
in that chat that created the fact that the false story that Scott was arrested, which he was not. Scott, I talked to every single.
Oh no! Hold on.
Were a problem with the chat. That was of Mr. Kevin Spacey, the actor.
Yeah.
And next will be Lady Boy Gaga. And basically, that tribunal is convening now because every one of his accusers has ended up dead.
Wow. Yeah. No surprise, right? Just like some other scumbag woman we know.
Yeah.
That list is really long,
Yeah. Killer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So somebody asked how many clones Trump has. I mean, really, I don't think we'll ever know the truth. I think, has a couple of them been killed?
Yes.
Or do you? Two of them have? Oh, really? Two and two.
2 out and 2 left.
There you go, people.
Damn it! I keep doing that. That's my bad.
You ain't gonna find out real easy, that's for sure. That pretty much.
See you, Valerie. Have a good night.
I'm not getting into the frog news or any of that stuff.
I'm not getting into the frog news. I'm just gonna mention it.
Yeah, he doesn't like to gossip. You guys need to not gossip, and yeah.
Yeah, it just you need good vibes when you do this stuff. You want to be
Yeah,
positive.
I mean, we're all kind of working together, and that's all there is to it. I have no problem with them. There were a problem with the chat. That was the problem. And you have to, like, if any of my people in the chat were harassing my guests, I would delete them. That was the problem. And and the crazy thing about it is there's certain people in the chat, like, can I say Shara Kruger, that is against them and going to their enemy's channel and in the chat there. And that was one of the 4 or 5.
Did she just say Shar Kroger? Did she just say Shar Kroger? You got mentioned on Patriot Dave. Aww. They love you. That's the most you're the most famous member of our community now. I feel like I should have bought roses or champagne or something. Damn. Over here dropping them truth bomb 8 balls like Jason Q. That's a win. That's a win. Somebody issue 100 points to Shar Kroger for being mentioned by a main grifter. 100 points per main grifter.
That was the problem. And and the crazy thing about it is there's certain people in the chat, like, can I say Shara Kruger, that is against them and going to their enemy's channel and in the chat there. And that was one of the 4 or 5 people that attacked me in their chat. So.
Oh, I wonder who the enemy is. Shar, have you been cheating on me? Have you been going to someone else's channel that's also enemies of the Frog News Network? Can't believe this.
I hope they've cleaned it up, but that's just not great. And they're the ones that in that chat that created the fact that the false story that Scott was arrested, which he was not. Scott, I talked to.
She's blaming. She's blaming you. She's blaming you for creating the narrative that Scott was arrested. Oh, good job.
Every single day. He is barely getting 4 hours of sleep, and he's my really like best bud. Okay, we talk every day, we discuss things, and he's like, "Kirsten, I'm getting 4 hours of sleep." And we're like brother and sister. I know his girlfriend Goldilocks, and they're great. And basically, I protect him, and I will do anything for Scott because he's really good-hearted and he's a good guy. Yeah. And basically,
So between Miss Singapore and 14 security guards at a gas station, Scott is well protected.
He's fine. So
a true patriot,
Yeah, he's a great patriot.
That's right. Scott can't be in jail because Scott has been dead for 3 years. He is a black hat clone trying to distract you from what's really going on. While you're out here looking for 16-foot aliens, the real enemy of the state are tiny people, midgets, if you will.
And he's gone through a lot, and he's had accidents, and he said, I have enough metal in me to build a small bicycle.
I've heard him say that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's great. He's great. He's a good guy. I love Scott.
I got a little.
We say stuff to each other, and he talks to me like a sister. He's like, Well, if you hadn't had a problem with that person, you'd probably be on that tour. I told you to shut your mouth. And I'm like, you're right, but you can't make me shut my mouth. And then he says stuff, about me, like, Kirsten always calls me the king. And I said, and then he calls me the crazy Asian. And I said, if you're gonna go all that way, you need to go crazy rich Asian, like in the movie Crazy Rich Asians. That was
Yeah, she needs to point out that she's rich.
actually filmed in my birthplace, Singapore.
Yeah, she said girlfriend. Well then I wonder. This photo I was assuming was from right here. S.A. McKay 3. I figured this photo was from like his wedding. See, I don't. Maybe I was just wrong. Yeah, I guess I was just wrong. I figured that photo was from his wedding. I think I saw it on his Facebook profile. That looks like a wedding photo. That's the one he uses for all his headshots, even though it's a horrible photo. But it is what it is.
So if you're gonna say crazy Asian, add the word rich in there, and he always laughs because we're really buds, If you can say something different, like shut up, you need to shut it, I do shut it for him sometimes, okay?
Just
I
for a few seconds,
I shut
right?
it for him and the Holy Spirit. I do shut it for some people, okay? I'll admit it. I do shut it. I don't shut it for many people, but I do shut it.
Yeah.
This is great. I'm really glad I did your show. We have a good.
Thanks, so am I.
Your.
I do like. I did tell her that I respected like the community, how big of the community she's built, her business model, her channel she's made. I also respect the fact that she recognizes that she like talks over people and bulldozes and pushes in, and not a lot of people are appreciative of that. Sometimes some people don't care as long as they're getting the information. They don't care what's going on, blah blah blah. But man, I don't know. I don't think that my chat would appreciate it the same way some other people's chat. If like I had a guest on and they just fucking constantly talked, and I was like, yeah, okay. Right. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Seems like it's not she's really good on her own channel by herself, but I don't think it's the greatest narrative or the greatest place for an interview.
Chat people seem to be very respectable. I like that. And I will be happy to come back and anytime you want me, and maybe.
She just said that their chat was very respectful. Boys, you know what to do. Get it. Get it, get it, get it. If you're not subscribed, get subscribed.
Some people along,
Hey, somebody.
I want to see a Spartacus moment in there where everybody says, "I am Shar Kroger."
On George, I can't pronounce that. Nasiffs.
Oh, Nassif, George Nassif, yes. What about George Nassif?
They want to know where they can get them documents.
I think it's GeorgeNassif.com. I think that's his thing.
Oh, okay.
GeorgeNassif.com.
So hopefully that'll help you people. I mean,
there's a lot of documents in there. There's like all of Trump's taxes. There's documents exposing all these people because he has legal immunity from the Department of Injustice or the Department of Justice with their 500 senior executive services attorneys to hack the DNC for years. So he's got a lot of info. He's got all the receipts of everything. I don't even go into his files because, my attention deficit would make me go crazy because I'll be overwhelmed and Scott's been in there. And you guys are welcome to go in there. You guys are patriots. Go ahead. I mean, Rudy Giuliani's used this stuff and, Chanel Rion, different people. Shame on the Department of Justice. You guys were supposed to pay him $250,000 for all of his work. He almost got killed because of you guys. And you decided not to do that while he was having heart surgery. How low are you guys? How low can you stoop? That Department of Justice needs to be taken out.
Oh, yeah.
Or the government needs to be reduced to like 10% of what it is.
I think that's the plan.
They have so many people working in D.C. that are not working. They're getting paid for not working. And, I think there was 93 million jobs and no one's filling them because everyone's at home getting unemployment. Get to work, people. We're working every day. I mean, I have other jobs besides what this. And, Dave does too. So, like it says in the Bible, keep yourself busy because, when you're not, that's the devil's workshop. You need to work to appreciate your life,
You're right.
Like in Florida, you need to have air conditioning or else you will lose it. Okay? Lose it.
Amen to that one because it's pretty warm down there. That's for sure.
It's like I need to find a place for the summer. I have a house in Chattanooga, Tennessee that I might go to. But it's hard.
Yeah, let's hang out.
Your whole speakers, your this, your computer, your this, and that's a pain in the ass.
You're right. Yeah, it's
And
crazy.
I feel obligated to do shows almost every day until Trump comes back, because that's what I signed up for, and that's what I'm here for, is to keep people informed. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your time and your information.
Oh, I appreciate it, Dave.
A lot of good vibes in the chat. I love that. That's awesome.
I'm honored to be here, and I appreciate it. And you're welcome to call me and get me anytime you want. And
Well, we're trying to do a lot of things. So, on a side note, like Missouri, I'm on the St. Louis side of Missouri. So if you look at the map, east in Missouri. Well, I interviewed a mayor that is running for Kansas City, the largest city in the state, or the second largest in Missouri. I interviewed him and posted it on my Telegram. I don't even think people caught who he was. He's a great conservative that's trying to run for a mayor in a big city. Which
need to get to work, guys. Need to get to work. Me and Scott's been working. Why aren't you working?
But I think he does now. I really do.
Because that very blue town in that McAllen, Texas, they got a conservative. They got a conservative, and that's all blue. But if you guys build up Dave's Street Fighter Missouri site good, and go to his Telegram, and you guys want me to come out to Missouri, I've never been there for a speaking thing, because I will not get on a bus, even if it's the Patriot Street Fighter bus, because
I don't blame
that's why he's only getting 4 hours of sleep. I need a good 8 hours, and I go to sleep at 8, and I get up at 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Right.
Yeah, so I get 8 hours, and that's why I look refreshed, because I love to sleep. That's my favorite thing, okay?
Yeah.
So I will not be on a tour bus, but I will fly out for an event if it's all set up.
Yeah, we're going to do something. We're going to do
maybe
something.
I'll get Scott to come with me after he's rested up.
Yes.
So, he's pretty much booked up till, like probably August, but,
we're going to do it at the end
if
of summer.
It's a Street Fighter, it's a Missouri Street Fighter event. Why not have I should have worn my Patriot Street Fighter shirt.
I can't use his logo, though. He ain't getting me permission yet. So, hey,
I was actually planning on wearing my Patriot Street Fighter panties and my bobby socks, but man, they're just soaking wet.
Well, when you talk to him, and you will,
had to throw them out. They were starting to attract cats.
I'm sure
I don't use something without permission. You know what I mean?
What you should do is when you do it, you should do that logo and put MO underneath it, so they know what it's specific to. Yeah.
That's a good idea. You're right.
So that's his logo plus the MO. So yeah,
that's a good idea.
Yeah, I've been doing sales I'm director of sales for decades. So I know.
Awesome. Well,
I'm director of sales for decades. She literally sells blocks of 10 years to people.
I'll shoot you an email and we'll let everybody know. We'll I don't know. We'll
how many do we have? How many do we have in chat right now?
Well, I've been watching the chat, not watching how many's in there, because it is rolling pretty good there. 492. Let me see. I don't know. That's a good question here.
Hell, I'm pulling 150 without fucking cursing anywhere near my channel. Except in my comments.
About it, where to find it.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, anyway.
Thanks, she needs an interview.
Meeting you guys, and I had a very good time, and I didn't have any brain farts, so it's all good. So yeah, it's
489. So.
Well, that's pretty good for a live chat. Yeah, the channel's gonna grow. So I helped certain channels grow, and so I will help you if you need me. And you've had Gene on already, so Gene's a good friend.
Absolutely.
And Gene likes you. Gene only introduces me to people that he likes.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
He's an awesome patriot. He really is.
Gene's the sweetest guy. He's just very kind. That's what I like about him.
I help channels grow. That's what I do.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But certain parts,
Hey, so Scott wearing a sidearm, why would he need 2 operators? Because when crackheads show up at the hotel and they're surrounded by 12 security personnel, 3 videographers, Sasha Stone, the sound crew, Lee Dundas, then Scott comes out of his room, butt-ass naked, nothing but a pistol on his hip, pushes his way to the front to take the crackhead's body blow, as he always does. A true leader when there's literally enough people there to beat this guy to death 7 times over. He comes out to lead. Take the body blow.
My husband who's passed was from Colorado, so it's a beautiful state.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. I'll send you an email. We'll work out a schedule. Whatever works out, we'll figure it out, right?
Oh shit! We're gonna have Wednesdays with Patriot Dave K.
Really good time. It was.
Me too.
You can tell.
Yeah, yeah. That's what everybody says that talks to me. I'm like,
PDK.
have fun, man. You know.
Yeah, and so you're the only one that got this, right?
Man, it's so hard to see.
I know it's.
I don't know why the damn light.
Wait, let me do it for a second. I gotta close your stuff. Can you see it now? Still can't see it.
You see the paper?
Okay, hold on.
Oh.
Okay, can you see it now? Better?
Partly, but it's
not at all. No, we can't see it.
The United States Secret Service.
So I was in the comments here. Doug K on Wednesdays or no?
Yeah.
Happy to be here. Where's Doug K?
I can kind of see it there. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
there
cool.
you go.
Yeah.
You guys got it. Exclusive. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Everybody have a good evening.
Thank you. It was a pleasure doing your show. And yeah, anytime.
All right. I'll be emailing
you. Bye, Street Fighters, Missouri.
Okay. That was it. Let's go to Frog News Network. Apparently they decided to talk about me. I don't know. This looks like their latest update. It is Thursday today, right? Let's see.
Yeah, man.
Rebeat.
No.
On the road with us tonight.
I think somebody said it's about the 10-minute mark, but we'll watch for a little bit.
All right, man. Welcome to the Frog News Network. We're live on the show here. We got Mike. He's on the road with us tonight. You can't hardly see him, but he's out there. Are you there, Mike? Come in.
Hey, how's it going?
Can you see the comments at all? Or I hope you're not driving and doing this.
No, not driving.
Okay, so can you do the call outs or no?
No, I can't see them good enough.
Okay. So Mike's on his way to some up in Ohio, up near Canton, to a graduation. So he just wanted to come on the show. Mike, you want to talk a little bit?
So Char Kroger was the one that literally invented the rumor that Scott was arrested single-handedly by herself and spread it all over everywhere. It was a very strange thing to do, but.
And tell everybody what you're doing.
Yeah, man. We're heading up to Ohio for a family reunion and well, not a family reunion, but family graduation celebration, and to see everybody we don't see but a couple times a year.
Cool.
Looking forward to having a good time the next 3 or 4 days, and coming back. I'll be jumping on the show from up there.
I got you. I'll be doing the same thing when I'm out of town starting next Thursday. You'll be gonna have to give you the keys, let you run the show while I'm down there in Florida.
No problem.
Good.
No problem.
Good. I'm gonna do a couple of call outs. Hang in there for me, all right? And
yes, sir, go for it.
All right, man. Florida in the house. Welcome to the show. You're live with Mike and Doug. Kings Island, Texas in the house. California in the house. Cincinnati in the house. Austin, Texas. Welcome to the show. You're live with Mike and Doug. Ohio for the Frog and Ice. We're for you too. Philadelphia, Freedom in the house. Miami, Florida. Vermont in the house. Welcome to the show, guys. Things are going on. I got some intel for you. Things are happening. I just, we'll give you what we got. That's what we do, right, guys? Rhode Island in the house. Atlanta, Texas. That sounds crazy. All right, Gitmo in the house. All right.
Char Kroger. Sell one of those Krogers and help a brother out over here. You know what I'm saying? At least buy me a brick of cocaine.
Hey, can you take any pictures down at Gitmo? We can get back to you. Cookeville, Tennessee. My friend lives there. Oakland, California. Welcome to the show. Inglewood, Indiana. Welcome to the show. Seoul, Korea. Welcome to the show. Hi from Western New Yorkston, whatever. Haiti in the house. Arizona. Man, we got people all around the world on with us tonight, Mike. Rhode Island in the house. Jackson,
maybe. I used to just make up where I was from.
Elizabeth, I don't know. Tennessee in the house, where we go.
Elizabethton. This person's making a joke. This is actually near me. They're making a joke about meth, and it's actually Elizabethton.
One we go all. That's right. That's why we're in this together. God wants to pull every.
I'm in this together. Oh no, what just happened? I clicked on something that said integrity. You can't be shit about me.
House. Alabama, Newport, Richie. Love you, Doug. Thanks. See, I got a little love back, Mike. That makes
For a while, me and Mariah lived outside Elizabethton.
Are you on? Oh, that's a little bit. Yeah, of course I'm on.
Elizabethton.
You don't see me. You don't see Mike.
Come on.
Generative.
People are getting.
Oh, we got to watch our commercial. Hold on. I don't know if you guys remember what happened here
Because you're signed up with us.
with the commercial, but it's pretty interesting. Oh, are we back to X39? I thought that was a Kirsten thing. Are we doing X39 again? Yes. I'm excited, Doug. Let's do it. Here's the X40s, in case you want the bigger, better, more miracle.
Nobody else has got that. Here we go.
We all hope to age gracefully so we can enjoy our later years full of energy, vitality, and good health. But so often, with age, our bodies start to show signs that things just aren't as they used to be. Our energy, skin, healing and recovery time, sleep, it all just seems to
That's what I was wondering about. Like, I understand starting the rumor that Scott was arrested. That's kind of funny. But why did Char go as far as to say that he was naked and swinging his dick in the tiniest helicopter that most people had ever seen? That was a strange rumor to make up, Char.
With a single LifeWave patch that researchers worldwide, spending years and billions of dollars, could not. Introducing LifeWave X39, the world's first product ever to activate stem cells. A true breakthrough in regenerative
I don't want you to miss it. I slowed it down some.
bodies to a healthier, more youthful state in a way no other product can. The secret? By harnessing the power of LifeWave's patented phototherapy, X39 uses light to elevate a peptide proven to signal the activation of stem cells. Think about it. These are the cells that generate and regenerate all the cells and structures of the human body. They're the building blocks for our organs, tissues, blood, and immune system. They also serve as an internal repair system everywhere. But as we age, stem cells become less effective. Their ability to repair damaged tissue is reduced. In fact, by age 60, they've slowed dramatically. But all that changes when just one LifeWave X39 patch is placed anywhere on the body each day. Instead of older and less
Sounds good.
stem cells, X39 supports
30 minutes from Cookville? Yeah, that's not too far.
stem cells. This amazing level of control over your vitality and well-being was simply not possible, let alone this easy, until now. And the best part? Like all LifeWave patches, X39 is safe, non-invasive, and incredibly cost-effective. Look what people are saying about LifeWave X39. Backed by clinical studies, multiple patents, and 20 years of development, any one of these benefits would be impressive. But X39 is so effective, it can influence everything about your body.
Everything.
Feel,
Change your eye color, your height.
It's time
It can literally drain the fluid from your legs like a water faucet.
Live long, live well, live younger. Experience the power of LifeWave today.
There you go. That's how you get to feeling better.
All right. Hey, a big shout out today, a little bit, Christina. She made manager in LifeWave.
You can stick the patch anywhere. They recommend close enough to your anal cavity to get the desired effects of a suppository, but not close enough if you have anal fissures that the stem cells will get in your bloodstream.
She's about to change her life with the product and being a distributor for us. I just want to congratulate her on that. I know Mike's very proud of her too. That's super cool. Guys and girls.
Yeah, so multi-level marketing schemes have all kinds of weird promotions and award levels and double super eagle platinum manager extraordinaire, and that's like your second day there. Like, they give you all these false titles and shit to keep you selling and build excitement, and they'll say you made manager this week, so you get to spin the colored wheel of something another, and you could win up to, you know, your house and paid off and $50,000 cash. But usually you win some type of, like, they give you some type of reward, or you win some type of trinket or something. You know, it's almost like we're teaching kids to do stuff with this very juvenile reward system, like call center reward system, where you answer enough calls. It's just weird. The whole company's set up weird, but most multi-level marketings are set up weird like that.
Let me get over to the Intel. Give me just a minute, because I got it all stashed in one place over here. So Okay, so we'll start off with this, everybody. This is a statement from 45. Let me make sure if this is no. Let me start with this one. The Rothschilds financed Hitler, Karl Marx, Lenin, Stalin, Jacob Schiff, and ordered the murder of the Russian Romano, I can't even pronounce it, family because they refused to go along with the bankers' plan.
I think he's trying to say ramen noodles. Ramen noodles.
Stalin, Jacob Schiff, and ordered the murder of the Russian Romano, I can't even pronounce it,
family
because they refused to go along with the bankers' plans. This Romanian were the Christians. The communists brutally murdered their entire family in order to turn Russia into a communist country and accept their banking systems. This was some intel I didn't know about that. This is from the Wall Street Journal, so this is mainstream media. The Wall Street Journal reported in 2012, it sounds like 8 million children go missing worldwide a year. The BBC
8 million children go missing worldwide a year. They play these stupid statistics. Once you take into recovery rate, you take in false reports of missing children, you take in all that, the numbers are not nearly what they always advertise.
BBC reported that the children who go missing worldwide were usually the people that go missing are usually children, and is found to quickly be in child trafficking.
Nah, wait. Are found to quickly be child trafficking. Wait. What did it actually say, Doug? Hold on. That did not sound. It sounded like they were going to be quickly recovered, and then he said they're found quickly into child trafficking. Listen closely.
Children go missing worldwide a year. The BBC reported that the children who go missing worldwide were usually the people that go missing are usually children, and is found to quickly be in child trafficking.
Found to quickly be in child trafficking. That is not right. Hold on. We're finding this article. Give me just a second. I gotta find it now. Safety under 18s. Across the country, it's widely misunderstood. Subject to stereotypical kidnapping. There were with offers benign missing. In fact, over half the children that were recorded in the study were what the authors called benign missing, which means that their parents or guardian thought they were missing, but they soon turned up. They were not missing at all. So many of the children reported missing were never missing at all. Furthermore, this is evidence suggests the size of the population has diminished in 13 years of the study, though, of course, it still exists causes suffering in those affected. Bullshit, Doug. That was the biggest lie I've ever heard you say. And I've had proof that maybe you believed this, or you believed that, or you pushed this narrative because you believed something. You just lied to us. You just lied to us. You literally almost read the truth. You almost read the truth, and then you changed what it said to make it fit your narrative. That is a fucking lie outright. You can't tell me that it said most children were quickly found to be child trafficking. Bullshit. That pisses me off. Like, before I thought you were dumb, before I thought you believed dumb shit, now I know you're fucking lying. Now I know you're fucking lying. We just found the BBC article. Let's see if we can find an exact quote. Hold on. Give me just a second. Rejoicing, blah, blah, 14, claim the parents being ignored by authorities. Where did he, let me back up and see where he said he found it from. Hold on.
Thai family because they refused to go. Okay, so we'll start off with this, everybody. This is a statement from 45. Let me make sure if this is, no. Let me start with this one. The Rothschilds financed Hitler, Karl Marx, Lenin, Stalin, Jacob.
I don't know if you guys are upset about that as I am, but that was bullshit. That was fucking bullshit. That's like if I told you like the Ford Taurus is a dangerous fucking car. Here's a study. The Ford Taurus is the most dangerous car. 50% of people report that their car exploded. But when investigated, most of the investigators found out that the cars in fact did not. The cars exploded. That's bullshit.
Shift and ordered the murder of the Russian Romano, I can't even pronounce it, family because they refused to go along with the bankers' plans. This Romanian were the Christians. The communists brutally murdered their entire family in order to turn Russia into a communist country and accept their banking system.
I'm looking for it in Whiplash Telegram.
I didn't know about that. This is from the Wall Street Journal.
I honestly hope that it proves me wrong. Wall Street Journal.
So this is mainstream media. The Wall Street Journal reported in 2012, it sounds like 8 million.
Okay, here we go. Wall Street Journal, 2012, 8 million children. Ex-wife, blah, blah, blah. Few resources, turn on health, the process, effort, maintain the breaths, founded, blah, blah, blah. Exploited children, 2.3 trillion. Friday Marks International. I make furniture, create global dissemination images, think tank, blah, blah, blah. Isn't good data on some of the missing children, numbers, children are vulnerable. This is beautiful. Okay, that's not the article because that never even goes into. It was quickly found that. Let me see if he says anything else. (2012). Let me make sure I got this out. 2012. Wall Street Journal. Let's do this. I'm going to include some direct quotes that he had. Give me just a second. Traction. Every quote I just pulled up with most are quickly. Most are quickly on Google. Every quote. Most are quickly found nearby. Most are quickly found nearby and are not missing at all. That's every quote I just pulled up with a direct quote to search for 8 million children, 2012, Wall Street Journal, and then quotes around most are quickly.
Children go missing worldwide a year. The BBC reported that the children who go missing worldwide were usually the people that go missing are usually children, and is found to quickly be in child trafficking. Mike, are you there?
Found to quickly be in child trafficking. That's bullshit. You lying. God damn. That makes me mad. I don't know. Like, I thought he was just dumb before. I thought he believed dumb shit. He literally changed an article while he was reading it and did a shitty job of it. Damn. Let's see. I'm over on Whiplash's Telegram, but I don't know. Amazon. I know he gets a lot of his stuff from there, but I don't know if that's where he got this from. Telegram, November 2. The Mexican Trump account that I don't know if that's really Trump or not. There's a Mexican Twitter account for Trump. I don't know if it's true or not, but I just keep seeing it. I keep seeing people believing it's true. I've never even checked into it. Let's see. Let's do this. Oh, I need to go over here. Hold on. Okay, that's a screenshot. That one's not great. Let's see here. Girl taken, bus driver, rape victim survivors, hundreds of Scottish, reality of child caseworkers, 4,000 parents. Sorry, I'm reading through a bunch of Telegram search shit because I'm pretty sure someone probably posted it over on their the Frog News Network. Sorry, I'm looking for something. UK begins. U.S. Senate, Texas Governor, House Intel report, Biden administration. Interview master. Damn, I can't believe he just did that like that. That's fucked up, dude. That is fucked up. He's stealing. Somebody's stealing from the other person. Phil Godlewinski. Patsy bought you 3 6-packs. Thank you very much, Patsy. I appreciate it. Hey, Beer Man. Thank you for that. Somebody's stealing it and posting it in Phil Godlewinski's. It's in Whiplash. It's on Whiplash. It's on 347. It's on Phil Godlewinski, and it's on the Frog News Network. All the same stories are there. Quickly found to be. Worldwide wonder. NBA put up their without any mention. Most banks child traffickers truth of planet 8 million children per year worldwide go missing. Wonder where they went to. See, they're not including any context in that at all. Westpac got done with money laundering. NBA put up. Okay, that's the same exact post, but over here. Even though it come exactly from there. You're either part of the problem or you're not. 8 million children are missing. Why aren't you doing something about this? Get the fuck. That's such bullshit. That's such bullshit. The people calling them out. And most of these kids aren't even missing. The parents. They're at a park. Okay, they're at a park. And at this park, they freak out because they turn around and Jimmy's gone. They call the cops or whatever. Cops show up. Sometimes even before the cops get there, the children suddenly found. He comes out wandering out of the woods, or he was playing with a friend, or he was on the other side of the playground, or he was doing this, or he was doing that. The child suddenly found. And then they're like, oh, well, we still have to fill out a report. And then here we end up with this still filling out a report. This is fucking bullshit, dude. I can't believe he changed it like that while he was reading it.
Missing World Wall Street Journal. So this is mainstream media. The Wall Street Journal reported in 2012, it sounds like 8 million children go missing worldwide a year. The BBC reported that the children who go missing worldwide were usually the people that go missing are usually children, and is found to quickly be in child trafficking.
That's a fucking god damn. It's a fucking lie. It's found to quickly to be in. God, I don't know why I'm so mad about that. Maybe I'm overreacting, but that makes me so fucking mad. Oh, it makes me so mad that he just did that. That's not it. Sorry, I thought of one more thing that I could search, maybe. That's not it. Although they all those places do share the exact same articles. Aha, that's that. That's where he wanted to start with, but he didn't. Instead, he started with over here. Let's just do this. Go all the way down here. Sorry. I can't believe he did that. Like, and did it so poorly. Like, so fucking poorly, dude. Like, I don't know. I'll keep looking, but I'm going to play their video. I know I'm probably freaking out over something I should just let go, but that ran all over me when I realized he was doing it on purpose and not just an idiot. That pissed me off.
Mike, are you there still? Okay, so we got an intel drop from Q. The drop's 519. SEC test. SEC, I'm pretty sure, controls the gold and the silver and other precious metals, the stock market, but it'll be tested. What that means is they want to collapse the banking system, because in order for Nassar to start, everything has to collapse. Crazy things are happening right now. Okay, so one of the highlighted things in the Q drop is Big News Week, and it's boxed around with an orange box. Shall we play a game? How about a nice game of chess? The floor is yours. Command. Why? Necessary. Who is talking? Think big. Think bigger. Think biggest. Focus on Haiti. What is relevant from Haiti? What comes next? Boom, shock, buy. These are intel drops, so sometimes you got to read in between and read it. So if the Democrats shut down the government, what happens to the U.S. military? What specifically occurs? You got to ask yourself that. They've already planned for that. Remember, yesterday we discussed the Dems want to start they want to start a war within the party. There is no, and here's another from the drop. There is no escape. There's no deals. Treason at the highest level. Foreign agents within our government at the highest levels. Puppet masters have been removed. All vehicles of delivery have been removed. Strings cut. Seventh floor no longer exists at the FBI and the SD. We see it all. We hear it all. The hunt continues. Prison death. Red, Iron Eagle. That was a Q drop today.
A Q drop from today?
And another thing from today.
Hold on.
Red want to start a war. Ask yourself that. Between and read it. From Haiti. What? Why? Necessary. Boxed around with an collapse. It'll quickly be missing. In 2012, it's
I backed up too far.
The people that go. Okay, so we got an intel drop from Q. The drop's 519. SEC test. SEC, I'm pretty sure, controls the gold and the silver and other precious metals, the stock market, but it'll be tested. What that means.
Did he say 519?
Gold and SEC 519.
Hold on. Intel Drop 519 was posted on January 13th, 2018. January 13th, 2018. That is 3 years, 4 months, and almost 4 weeks ago. Good job, Doug.
SEC test. SEC, I'm pretty sure, controls the gold and the silver and other precious metals, the stock market, but it'll be tested. What that means is they want to collapse the banking system, because in order for Nassar to start, everything has to collapse. Crazy things are happening right now. Okay, so one of the highlighted things in the Q drop is Big News Week, and it's boxed around with an orange box. Shall we play a game? How about a nice game of chess? The floor is yours. Command, why, necessary, who is talking, think big, think bigger, think biggest. Focus on Haiti. What is relevant from Haiti? What comes next? Boom, shock, buy.
The fact that they're talking about Haiti, I don't even know where you're reading this one from. The fact they're talking about Haiti tells me that is not from today. No fucking way.
Intel drops. So sometimes you got to, read in between and read it. So if the Democrats shut down the government, what happens to the U.S. military? What specifically occurs? You got to ask yourself that. They've already planned for that. Remember, yesterday we discussed the Dems want to start. They want to start a war within the party. There is no, and here's another from the drop. There is no escape. There's no deals. Treason at the highest level. Foreign agents within our government at the highest levels. Puppet masters have been removed. All vehicles of delivery have been removed. Strings cut. 7th floor no longer exists at the FBI and the SD. We see it all. We hear it all. The hunt continues. Prison death. Red, Iron Eagle. That was a Q drop today. And another thing from today, the Hoover Dam is on mainstream news that that they reported that it has the lowest water level since it was built. That's got to mean something. I don't know what it means, but
it's got to mean something. Got to. Someone shared it, and they're smarter than me, so I'm just going to repeat it.
Let me back in. Hold on. Okay, you're back in, Mike.
Sorry about having a lost signal.
Oh, that's okay, bro. Executive Order 13818, full circle. Now comes the pain. Welcome back, EQ. 138. This is another Q drop today. So
these are older Q drops that are relevant today.
Yeah, they all become relevant at some time, right, Mike?
That's right.
Go ahead.
At least Mike had to fucking correct him. Those are older Q drops that became relevant today, not fucking Q drops from today.
Elaborate.
To back up the bus a little bit, we all know that Putin a couple weeks ago, well, about 3, 4, maybe a month now, publicly announced that he's gotten rid of the federal banking system in Russia. He no longer allows it there or relies on it. It's not a part of their systems anymore, and they've moved on. Guys, that's what's going to happen around the world from the way we understand it. Russia being the first one to publicly announce it. So the markets, watch the markets. All right, it's kind of like watch the water, watch the markets. The first one that falls is going to be the first domino in all of them.
The BBC study that they did, that they're quoting, even lists that it's widely misunderstood because this could be a child goes missing. Maybe they run away. Maybe they forgot to tell their parents where they were at or failed to come home on time. All of these cases, if they call the police, are reported as missing children. The number is widely exaggerated. And not only are they using wildly exaggerated numbers, which I keep fucking bringing up when people's like, you don't care about kids. Not only are they using these wildly exaggerated numbers, of course I want kids to stay home. Not only are they using these wildly exaggerated numbers, but with those wildly exaggerated numbers, they're actually, these news articles they're reading when they claim that the government doesn't tell you about this, the government doesn't care about this, these studies were conducted to disprove a government campaign that said children went missing every 90 seconds. A child goes missing. So the government put out the narrative that more kids were missing, trying to convince you that more kids were missing to get you to pay attention. And news outlets had to debunk them by saying, well, not really. Not really. Most of these kids are found. They're just around the corner or hiding behind a fucking trash can, or they stayed they stayed the night at their friend's house and their parents forgot and called the cops. God, that pisses me off.
All of them when it comes to the markets. The executive order. Doug, read the lines, okay? If there's words that you do not understand, get the proper dictionary to learn what those words.
And actually, it says that these statistics have been drastically falling. The biggest change that has helped with the missing child issue, and not only missing children, but also false reports or reports that were later cleared up. They weren't false reports. It's not like somebody's trying to get money or fame or something. It's just an accident. Was the advent of the cell phone. Since the advent of the cell phone and younger children carrying cell phones, the numbers have drastically diminished because parents can find their phones in a moment's notice or track their children through their cell phones.
Words mean.
They keep trying to use this stupid fucking narrative. It pisses me off.
That are going to come to fruition as all this plays out.
Anyways, I'm done now.
And it's still on the Federal Registry, so you can go there and read it. What else were you saying, Doug?
Yeah, Simon's a joke. Even other grifters don't believe China anymore.
Escapes. There's no deals. Treason at the highest level. Foreign agents are within our government. We've discussed
the crazier, more fringe people. The missing children number doesn't even help their narrative because they've moved on to breeding children in tunnels. If they have baby farms in tunnels and can breed these children, then they're not even part of the missing children number. Who reported them missing? Did they escape from the baby farm and the alien that monitors it calls up the police and says, hey, my experiment 103-796 and 103-797 are both missing. I would like to file a report. I am a reptilian. Make sure you send an officer who's familiar with reptilian. I don't want a specious officer.
That before at the highest level.
Listen, 19 is one of the most fairest people in the world.
One of the most fairest people. And he's the fairest lady of all the land. Have you seen the way his hair glistens?
And he can go hardcore, but he's one of the fairest people there is. He's gave them ample warning.
That's the same thing my parents always said. What if I get kidnapped? Or what if somebody messes with them? Hell, they'll bring them back. If fucking brats, nobody would keep them. If somebody would have kidnapped me and my goddamn sister, we'd have tore their fucking house down. It would have been like a mini vacation. You don't think they'd have took us home? If you're gonna do some nasty shit, you better get on with it, because I'm fixing to burn this motherfucking house down. I've set my own house on fire twice by the time I was 10. Get up out of here.
Okay, you
sounding real good.
Breaking up on me, brother.
All right.
5x5, Mike. Isn't that the lingo we use? 5x5.
Okay, 7th floor is no more at the FBI and SD. I guess they were top secret floors run by the CIA. We see it all. We hear it all. And let me elaborate on that. How did they end up seeing it all and we hearing it all? Well, after 9/11, after the Bushes bombed the Twin Towers with the cabal and that's not laughing at it, it's serious, and lost a lot of great people. That was just a cover to take down Building 7 and steal all the gold. And after that, the Patriot Act was made where they could spy on people. Well, when finally they got hold to it and we were able to use it,
they got hold to it. Finally, when they got hold to it
at another level, we started spying on our own government with it. That's how we caught all of them. Okay, that's why they say we see it all, we hear it all. The hunt continues. They're absolutely a whole world. That's why you're seeing. So the trafficking has slowed down of the little kids, and what's happening now is the drug traffickers are taking bigger chances, and they're getting caught all around the world. Big time cartels are getting knocked down because they got to take extra risks now because that money isn't coming in like it was when they were shipping other things. The live art, let's call it live art. That's what they mean by that. The hunt continues. Prison and death. As we talked about, 45 signed an executive order to fire in squad for treason, or you get a choice of the injection. That's what's going on with that. And
hold on.
Continues. Prison and death. As we talked about, 45 signed an executive order to fire in squad for treason, or you get a choice of the injection. That's what's going on with that.
That makes a lot of sense, as in none.
The event that's about to happen, when it does happen, and we think sooner than later now, it'll be a blackout worldwide. U.S. Space Force can cut power off from space in the entire world. And if you haven't heard today, power is out, and I think I'll show some more of that. Power is just got intel 4.5 tons of drug were seized here in Australia. That's big. And I'll get to the other intel. And as we learned yesterday, all kind of power outages all across the world right now, and a lot of cyber attacks at hospitals over in England. They're having to run off generators and write down everything because the computers are all messed up. But anyways, as we go through this, when the blackout starts, we'll be changing over to Tesla free energy. Texas has a Tesla batteries already installed. Need power to put out the EBS. But my intel tells me that EBS will probably be done either from space or from the air in Air Force One.
That makes sense.
10-day disclosure.
At least
3 times a day, 8-hour movies, 24/7 for 10 days of the confessions and of some of the tribunals that are going on and has gone on, and a list of some of the executions that already has taken place. No texts or cell phones will work. No internet connection while the Operation Mockingbird is wiped out, rebooted, and Project Odin Starlink internet is coming online. Just Signal app.
Starlink's already online.
Will be working for right after it. Some more news, guys. I'm not able to see the comments at all right now because I'm reading all this stuff off of a page I've saved it all on. Today, the president, 45, made a statement. Biden just said that he was told by the Joint Chiefs of Staff that
the Joint Cheats of Staff. The Joint Cheaters of Staff.
Climate change is our greatest threat. If that is the case, they need to they actually said that he ought to immediately fire every one of the Joint Chiefs staff. Climate change is bigger than the threat from China, bigger than the Russian threat, bigger than people that are invading our country, invading our border. Are you kidding me? He made the statement. The fake president did. As we know, Bitcoin, we're looking for the dam to collapse at any moment. During 45's speech, well, the guy that looked like him, speech the other night. He confirmed that, we used to buy that cheap Chinese furniture and any pressure gets on it, it just totally collapses. He was absolutely talking about the dam, the Three Gorges Dam.
Wow.
Another drop from Mike, the ex-Secretary of State.
Pompeo. He can't say Pompeo.
Remember why you joined.
Mike, the guy who worked for Trump, Mike? Not my Mike.
The person standing next to you. That's another Q drop. It is a picture of 45, and they said they're blaming this guy, but Biden was in office 51 years. He's done nothing. Chuck Schumer's been in office 45 years and done nothing to fix our problems. Nancy Pelosi, 33 years. She's done nothing to fix our problems. Patrick Leahy, 54 years serving our government, has done nothing. Maxine Waters, 47 years, done nothing to help our government. 60 years, Dianne Feinstein, done nothing to help our government. In 4 years, 45 did more for this country than you could add all that up to whatever they done but destroy it. Okay, guys, it's just a damn shame. He accomplished more in 4 years than they did it combined over 200 years serving our government. That's pretty sad, in my opinion. Some more news today, like I alluded to earlier. DC, they claimed it was a water line that broke. They're actually flooding DC from the tunnels underneath, guys. The water is brown. If it would have been a water main break,
he's reading a meme. That's it.
Clear, like the last time it flooded. It's brown now. What color is the Potomac River? Brown. They're flooding it.
We're going to listen one more time.
Some more news today, like I alluded to earlier. DC, they claimed it was a water line that broke. They're actually flooding DC from the tunnels underneath, guys. The water is brown. If it would have been a water main break, the water would have been clear. Like the.
What do you think the water and the pipe travel through, sir? What do you think? Where do you think that water? Do you think it travels through the air? Do you think it travels through photosynthesis? That's a word I'm sure you've heard. Do you think it travels through? Do you think it's able to teleport? Because I can literally look at the picture, and the water main break is underneath a fucking flower bed. Now, what do you think those flowers live in? Clear water? Is this a hydroponic setup? Is that what happened here? What do you think those flowers live in? I'm just curious. Because the water main break didn't happen up here. I'm sure it happened down here somewhere. Possibly from this flooding area. That's literally lifted up a flower bed, several boards, and it's trying to wash away a tree. What do you think that tree lives in, brother? Clear water? Oh, if I was a water line break. Have you ever been in a ditch, Doug? With a water line or with any type of fluid, really, in a pipe. When you go to repair that line, you're literally swimming in a mud pit because there's dirt surrounding the buried pipe. The pipe is buried in dirt. If I go spray the water hose on my flower bed, clear water goes in, but what comes out? What color is the water if it runs down on my sidewalk? These people are fucking jokes with this intel shit. He needs to get Jeff B or somebody back on. They do a fucking better job than Doug Solo. This is craziest shit I've ever fucking seen.
Last time it flooded.
Stupid as shit. He literally can't even change a story to fit his narrative without fucking it up. Then he tries to tell me that all water should be clear, even if it's flowing through a goddamn flower bed full of potting soil.
It's brown now. What color is the Potomac River? Brown. They're flooding it.
I guarantee you, it's probably at least 5 foot down. Here in Tennessee, I think ours have to be 18 inches. And you're talking about, I mean, look how much further north that is, how much colder the winters are. I guarantee you it's 5 foot down.
We'll just see in the next few days as the flooding continues.
I think the sewage main break is right at the back of Doug's throat. It's coming all out his mouth.
It shows one intersection, but it is flooded everywhere. And late breaking news this afternoon, just in, Puerto Rico is in a full blackout after an explosion in a large fire at the San Juan power plant. There's no power in Puerto Rico. So that's big, and there's power out all around the world. What you're seeing there is going to happen here next, okay? It's just crazy. So let me come out of this. My Mazda said, what can you do with 50?
That is true, actually. I actually got a job. I actually got a call to see if I could get to that job. I don't know that there was an explosion. I don't know what happened there, but I do know that power plant's down for an unscheduled outage due to damage, and they're calling teams in to go repair that power plant right now. It's rare that I get a call again because I haven't been on the road in, man, 3 years, 5 years, I don't know. But yeah, there is something going on at that. The power plant is down. I don't know how bad the outages and shit are, but the power plant is down in Puerto Rico. The San Juan plant.
$4 million. You can buy Tennessee, swamp creature, governor, mayors.
It wouldn't be. I know it wouldn't be the whole island, but it's probably large areas of San Juan. And San Juan is, if it's not the most populated, it's got to be up in the top 3 most populated places in Puerto Rico.
No one can. No, this must be stopped. CDC grants $50.4 million to Nashville and Memphis and health departments to address the COVID disparities. In Nashville, Tennessee, the Centers for Disease Control awarded Memphis and Nashville and local health departments $50.4 million to address the COVID-related.
Yeah, I don't know when Doug said it happened. I got a call for a power plant job. Well, I got a call for a job in Puerto Rico. I don't know if it's the same one. I'm assuming it was probably 3 weeks ago. And I got an email today for an unscheduled outage in San Juan, Puerto Rico. They didn't say that it happened today. That's what I'm saying.
Disparities. As far as I know, there's no disparities.
No, it does look like there was something that happened today.
And contact tracing.
It wasn't an explosion. It was a fire. 2 hours ago from the BBC, a power plant fire in U.S. territory of Puerto Rico has left thousands of households without electricity. Pictures on social media show plumes of smoke rising flames. Substation, capital San Juan. Fire broke out shortly after the firm reported a cyber attack, which has not yet been linked to the fire. Caribbean Island has struggled with rolling blackouts ever since Hurricane Maria. Some Puerto Ricans were left without electricity for nearly a year after that storm. A private company, Luma Energy, that Luma Energy was the company they said in the email, took over operation and maintenance of the island's power system this month. The company said Thursday the fire broke out at the Monticello power distribution plant soon after the company website was hit with a 2 million visits per second in a cyber attack known as a denial of service. That's DDoS. Outages have already affected more than 1 million households on the island so far this month, but those are not directly related to this, the 1 million. That's for the month running.
Facing among the population.
I'm not doubting that your family had an outage, that happened before, but it happens there all the time.
And like racial and ethnic minorities, yeah, they're going to blame it on that again. So let me come out of this and come back to the chat, guys. There's a lot going on. It might not be the intel that you want. And let me say this. Somebody said we're at DEF CON 4.
That's right, Sky Queen. It's especially it wasn't good before the hurricane, but it's worse now. I know people that have been down there for probably 8 months that are making $140 an hour, like with GE. Yeah, doing fucking killer money.
It has nothing to do with the military.
And have been there for 6 months on 3 different jobs because the power. They went down there for one job and the power keeps fucking going out. They haven't been home yet.
I wouldn't agree when you say we're at DEFCON 4. Do you think the military is going to let you know that and just post it on their website? So I think somebody said there was a sonic boom in California.
That is the least relevant thing in the fucking world. That is the least relevant thing in the fucking world. If you don't include something more specific than the state. Because I can tell you that over North Carolina, there was probably 80 sonic booms today. Military aircraft produce sonic booms. Typically, they try to keep them out over the coast. Sometimes they fuck around and fuck up. I've been on bases where you hear a sonic boom every 15 fucking minutes. So to include the whole state of Cal, that's like saying someone took a fart in the bathroom. Okay, someone farted. Yeah, right in the bathroom. It was crazy. But they didn't leave a turd in the sink or something weird. Like that's something that naturally happens. They farted in the bathroom. Yeah, but it was in the bathroom. Could have been the sink. They could have spread their cheeks and blew a kiss right up against the mirror, you know? But you just said the bathroom. Yep.
How do you know what DEFCON we're in right now? Do you follow what I'm saying? It ain't what happened. How do you know until they tell you? So just because you went by...
Because you and your grifting friends were sharing DEFCON updates from a shitty fucking website. Now that website doesn't agree with your narratives, you've ruled out that website. So, it's no good. It's the black hats. So now when they believe that website, you're scolding them for it.
By somebody's replica of a website for the military, you won't know what it is. Now, if you go into a base and you see that what DEFCON it is, I wouldn't trust that website. I would trust outside a military base it will give you what DEFCON we're at. Military's being real quiet. Let me share a story with you.
Did I jump to live?
So the trafficking has slowed down of the little kids at the highest level. Start off with this, everybody. Dems want to.
The executive order.
I think I jumped ahead too far. Hold on.
Well, when finally they got hold to it, it's prison and death. As we talked about, 45 signed an executive order to firing squad for trial. Shows right after it. Speech the other night. Pelosi, 33 years. She's done nothing to fix our fire. Everyone.
I remember that.
Last time it flooded. It's
There's a flood.
Happen here next, okay?
Maybe I didn't skip ahead.
There's a lot going on. It might not be the intel that you want. Nashville, Tennessee, the Centers for Disease, Puerto Rico.
This Nashville, Tennessee story is old as fuck too.
Power out all around the world. What you're seeing, there's no disparities. The grants are intended to improve and increase the testing and contact tracing among the population that they're at high risk and understand.
Yeah, this intel's old as fuck.
Minorities. Yeah, they're going to blame it on that again. So let me come out of this and come back to the chat. Guys, there's a lot going on. It might not be the intel that you want. And let me say this. Somebody said we're at DEFCON 4. That is a site that has nothing to do with the military. So I wouldn't agree when you say we're at DEFCON 4. Do you think the military is going to let you know that and just post it on their website? So I think somebody said there was a sonic.
I think someone runs that website that's probably a member of the military or used to be a member of the military or is using someone that's a member of the military as a thing, because you can pretty easily on a military base find out what the current DEFCON is. You actually, a lot of positions get it as a daily briefing what the current DEFCON rating is. Sometimes the military will do if they change it, they'll do a statement and say, hey, we're moving to DEFCON 3, here's the reasons why, and sometimes they won't.
And you see that what DEFCON it is, I wouldn't trust that website. I would trust outside a military base it will give you what DEFCON we're at. Military's being real quiet. Let me share a story with you from a friend of mine. He's got a he's got
yeah, a lot of times I'll have a board up. Depending on what you do, they won't have like I don't know. Sometimes I've seen some bases with a board at the gate saying the current DEFCON is this. Here are our entrance and exits stuff. Blah blah blah. I haven't seen a lot of bases like that, but I have seen some. And then some of them they don't want like they won't have it like in civilian areas like the DFAC and where civilians work, but they'll have it everywhere else. Some places they'll just have it on certain offices. It just depends. Whatever the TTP is for the for that base you're at. But I have seen them at the gate. You can roll up and it's a number they flip, like it's a flip board, and it says we're at DEFCON 3 and we're doing random vehicle searches plus this plus that. Sometimes
he was quite scared for him, and he got to talk to him today just for a short period of time. And he was told for the last 2 weeks they took everybody's phones away.
That's exactly right. He told his guests we were at 4. Then someone in chat said we're at 4, and then he said I wouldn't agree with that.
They're under intense training. I won't tell you what he's training for, but all military is on hush-hush right now. There's a lot going down. So this is from really a close source that I know that I can't say much more than that because he asked me not to.
Fort Bragg was really weird about stuff like that. Like Fort Bragg, home to the fucking Rangers and the Special Forces. Seemed like everything was a fucking secret over there. It was weird.
Jeff, I know you sent me a message just a minute ago. If you want to jump on, you wanted to share something with us, you can jump on with us too. I'll send you the link, and I'm
gonna try to get Doug featured as one of those celebrities they send to a relaxing Jackson style boot camp where it's not even real boot camp. They just give them like 1/10 of 1 day of boot camp, and they all act like they're gonna die.
Send them this link and see if you'd like to join us. Give me a minute here and bear with me.
Do you guys ever notice that I drink like 4 different fucking drinks throughout the show? Usually like I gather up all the drinks that I haven't finished that are like sitting back here at like the 3D printer or sitting here at my desk or whatever. And then for some reason I have like a swig or 2 left in each one. Oh, relaxing Jackson. Uh-oh.
Come on, grab this link and come to the back in the green room and I'll put you right on, bud. But yeah, that's a little bit about what's going on. Gosh, if you joined the show on time, you'd have known Mike is in Ohio. We announced that last night, and he was on the show for the first 20 minutes.
Hey, we can't all be hard motherfuckers. We can't all be hard motherfuckers. Some of us had to go to Jackson.
But Mike is gone up to Ohio. He's not gone from the show. Everything's fine. We discussed that for 2 hours last night.
Our drill sergeant used to come in, and I know this isn't true. It's like it's a mental thing they do or whatever. But our drill sergeant used to come in and say, "I don't know, privates. I don't know." And he'd be like, "You want to hear what I just heard?" And we'd be like, "Yes, drill sergeant." He'd be like, "Man, I just called my battle. He's over there. He does boot camp. He's a drill over in relaxing Jackson. He's like, I just don't know about him. I don't know." He told me that today that some of his privates they made it through the day without crying, so they had him a pizza party and shit like that. Be like, I don't know. Tomorrow is their 3rd day. They're giving them all their cell phones back just to like I don't know, like piss us off and fuck with our minds and shit. It was just funny shit.
On till 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. Everything's cool. The show's cool. I'm going to Florida because he's going to be.
Oh, you did payroll? Okay. Thank you. You were an important part.
Event, Mike might not go, and I'll stay here. Everything's cool. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is.
I had a drill sergeant one time. This is a warning for some. We're going to address some sexual orientations and preferences right quick. But this is a quote from a drill sergeant. So. I had my battle buddy, who is the guy I showed you a picture of the other day. That we both went in as 19 as X-rays. We both went in as 18 X-ray with Special Forces candidate. I didn't go. He made it. I ended up just taking the combat MOS and backing down. But I had a lot of shit going on at the time. But anyways, we figured out that so every morning you got to get up and make your bed with hospital corners, and that bed's got to be tight as fuck. You'll very rarely see them coming in there and bouncing corners and shit. But like if it's not tight when they touch it, they'll mess up your bed. They'll fuck up your rack. They'll turn your goddamn mattress over, crash your wall locker, turn it over, shit. So we figured out that I found some like boot blousers almost that look like it wasn't boot blousers. It was more like an elastic band to like hold your socks up from like falling down, like almost like little suspenders for your socks, right? I found those at the PX. Now we weren't allowed to buy anything at the PX, but like deodorant, toothbrush, soap. But I snuck them in there, and the girl at the PX didn't say nothing, and I got them. So I got 2 packs of them. So we found those. They had like clips on the end of them, and they were bungees. So garter straps. They were bungees, and they had clips on the end of them. So we figured out this was later on in when the drill sergeants didn't fuck with us that much. As long as someone was at the CQ desk and the fire guard was up, they didn't really come to the rooms when we were sleeping. I mean, we were towards the end. They wasn't fucking with us as bad. At the end of, like, not boot camp, but the end of AIT together, I went to 1 station unit training. I was there for 27, 28 weeks, something like that. We were probably in, like, week, like, 24 or something. We were way towards the end. So, I found those in the PX. We weren't allowed to buy them. I bought them anyway, snuck them back to the room, and thought that, I said, I have an idea. Instead of having to get up early as fuck and try to make our bed and get out of here and get showers and get the stuff and get to breakfast, do all the stuff we got to do, what we can do is we can just make our bed right now because we were on a rack on top of each other. We had a bunk. I had the bottom, he had the top. I said what we can do is take those and we can hook the corners of our bed on the blankets and tighten that shit up. And the bed will stay tight. Like if we sit on it during the day or something like that, it'll tighten itself back up. And then at night, we'll grab our bedroll, because I wasn't in open bays like most people. I was like in little dorm rooms. But they had new buildings when I went to Fort Knox. They called them the Mickey Mouse or the Mickey's Clubhouse or some shit like that. But anyways, I said we can get our issued sleeping bags out. We sleep on the floor. And then we won't have to make our bed. We can get a little bit more sleep, or we could get up early and go straight to the shower, beat everybody to the shower because we don't have to make our bed. There's a lot of cool shit we can do. We don't have to waste time making our bed every day. And then if someone sits on it or messes with pokes it, the bed's tight. Cool. So we did that for like 3 nights in a row. And everything went fine until one of our drill sergeants come in one night and decided he wanted to do room inspection, which they hadn't done in forever. I didn't think they'd do it. And they decided to do it at like 3 a.m. So they found me in my battle laying on the floor. And I guess like I was laying and he was laying, and he wasn't like cuddling me or nothing, but his arm was touching me. Like on the floor, his arm was touching me. So the drill sergeant went to fuck off, and he called him by name. He's like, I will make up a name. I'll say Jim. Anyways, he's like, "Privates, on your feet." And we like jumped up, and he's flashing the light like a strobe light. He's not even turning it on. He's fucking flashing like a strobe light. Gets us up, and he's like, "Front lean arrest, move." So he put us in like a push-up position, and he's like, "What the fuck are y'all doing on my floor? What the fuck are y'all doing on my floor? You weren't cleaning my floor. The light was off and you was asleep, so you can't be cleaning my floor. What the fuck you doing on my floor?" He went on this big long rant, and he's like, let me let me ask you this, Matt. I don't even know what I said I was going to call him. Let me ask you this, Matt. Let me ask you this. Are you and then he used the F slur, right? He's like, "Are you and used the F slur and for a homosexual." And he's like, no, drill sergeant, I'm not and said the F slur. And he's like, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" And he's like, "No, drill sergeant, I'm sure. I'm not And he's like, I saw you touching Bird over here in your sleep. What you doing, rubbing his back? What was you doing over there?" And he's like, we're still half asleep. We're doing push-ups and shit and half asleep. Like, we don't even, by this time, man, I could probably do fucking 150 push-ups like back to back. Like, we had been wrecked and built back up. It wasn't, we were still in sleep mode. And he's like, but how do you know? How do you know? And he's like, I don't know, Drill Sergeant. He said, let me tell you, Private, something. I know for a fact that I'm not an F-slur. Here's exactly how I know. He said, I take me a little trip down to I think he said like a Southeast Asian country. He's like, I take me a little trip down to a Southeast Asian country at least once a year. I find me a nice little lady boy, and I go balls deep on his hog. I suck at least one dick a year to make sure I still hate it, because I would rather... I would rather die a dick-loving F-slur than ever think that I died missing out on something I might love. And then he turned off the light and just left. And that was the end of it. That was the whole thing. Like, he just left. He didn't punish us anymore. We didn't hear about it the next day. We didn't hear about it. No one ever said anything to us. And he just walked out. So that's why I use that joke all the time. Like, I suck at least one dick a year to make sure I still hate it. I shortened it up, of course, but it was a funny night. If that would have happened when we were like in the first couple weeks of boot camp, they'd have fucked us up. They'd have fucked us up bad. But because it was towards the end and we were kind of getting along with them, you could even sort of joke with them at this point. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. But yeah, that was my story about trying to sleep in boot camp.
My son is leaving at 12 a.m. for 12 days of training. I sure hope he comes back. Of course he will. Don't think any other way. I'm not breaking up at all. It's your internet, not mine. I'm 5 by...
No, sir. You're not 5 by 5. You're at least... If Mike is 5 by 5, you're at least 12 by 4. I don't know where you're getting this 5 by 5. You damn sure ain't no square. If anything, you're an obelisk. Weebles wobble.
By 5 here.
5 by 5, my ass. 14 by 3.
According to plan. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It makes me look bright. Thank you. I'm not that bright. Trust me, God's in control of this show. It's not me. Here comes Jeff, okay?
They said the light makes you look bright. As in, when you're wearing a white shirt and the light's on, it makes you look bright in the sense that we can see you. And he said, trust me, I'm not that bright. God gives me this information. Oh, shit. 5 by 5 and busting at every seam. We're putting it down.
Hey, guys, we're going to bring Jeff in.
Y'all, that's just a joke, guys. It's just a joke. That's right. Lima Charlie, licking chicken.
I'm doing great, man. There's a lot of things going on. I never knew if the water main broke in D.C., it'd be muddy water. Wouldn't it be clear water coming out of the fresh water there? Isn't the Potomac River brown water? Yeah,
that's definitely kind of interesting. So Mike's on his way to Canton.
Yeah.
Dyslexic. Can you describe to me the color of water? Wasn't that a movie about a woman who fell in love with the swamp thing? Watch the water, Doug. Dyslexic. Can you watch the water for me? I'll be busy. That means all water, condensation on your glass, ice cubes, because that's just frozen water, the humidity in Houston, Texas, or any other city that I just make up whenever it reaches 17%. That'd be the water of the ocean, the water of the lakes, the water in the underground tunnels, the muddy water that comes out of water mains and flower beds. Rain, that could be rain. That could be, I need you to monitor every time that Trump takes a piss. I need you to watch the water for me, please.
He set it up that way, and I told him I'd get with you and get an address if he wants to stop and see you on the way.
Yeah,
he's going to a town just not too far from there.
Yeah, the town he's coming to, I have a business there. So
got a business.
Yeah, I have him stop in. So this is my theory.
All right, hit us up.
This is only a theory.
Okay.
Okay, look, I don't agree with Jeff's intel either. Like, I don't think most of this stuff's going on. I would say 99% of it's going on. But I would rather hear Jeff or Mike give it because it's not blatantly full of holes. Like, most of these kids that were reported missing were originally were almost instantly found by the sex traffickers who made them sex traffic. You know what I mean? Like, at least Jeff's stuff, you know, has an element of surprise. At least it sounds like a good story. You know, like his. Oh God, Brad Byler, you out there?
So, I did not figure
Who's Brad Byler?
Biden would make this trip. I figured something would have happened that the trip would have to be canceled. Now, when Biden left the continental United States, the U.S. military or the Air Force changed the call sign to AF-1.
Hey there, man.
So,
hey, Beer Man, Tara bought you 5 6-packs. Thanks for making me laugh every show. I try. I try.
Go ahead.
He allegedly is at the G7 conference. How do we know he ain't being CGI'd right now?
CGI'd. How is he not being CGI'd right now? That stands for composite geritol not in Air Force One. That's CGI'd. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate that.
Yeah, we're going. I'm gonna get to that.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I got you.
All right. So I figured they were going to announce somebody died. Along those lines, that the trip would have to be canceled. So I watched his little speech at
What type of? Well, I guess they'll just make an excuse. But what type of panic mode are we going to have? God forbid something happens to Donald. Like, I don't want nothing bad to happen to anybody, and I voted for Donald Trump. What the hell happens if Donald Trump dies on the golf course? What they going to call? They going to call it an assassination? Are they going to call it fake news? Are they going to say it was one of his clones? Are they what? Are they going to melt down? Can you see his? It'll be the only funeral. It'll be the only funeral that there literally be people with ARs in the back lobbing shots up at the deep state black hat preacher up there trying to deliver the message. This would be bad. Jesus Christ.
Hall, and
better get that man a med bed stat.
Some of the that was probably one of the weirdest interview or speeches I've ever seen a president give in front of the military. Normally, you would think that everybody over there, military-wise, I didn't see in this. I haven't zoomed in and looked at everything. Didn't look like anybody had any names on their camouflage. No rank insignias.
Hold on.
Normally, the military, if your commander-in-chief is coming to see you, everybody is in uniform. Even the COVID mask. Everybody would be wearing the same mask.
So to you, let me right. So to you, it looks like actors.
Mitch and Chuck will understand it's good to be almost.
Hold on, I'm looking. I'm trying to get some footage of it. Let me see here. Sorry, I just got a video pulled up right quick. Because I don't believe they let them come out here without name and rank. I already see nameplates. I already see rank. I already see mask. Although they're not dressed. He is right. But I don't think if a mask is like a personal choice thing, I don't think they're going to have everybody you force everybody to wear a certain type of mask. I wouldn't think. I mean, the Army's done stupider stuff. This guy's got name tapes. This guy's got rank. He's a speaker. Here, I'll just pull this over here where you guys can see it. We got name tapes. A name tape would be over here if he's turned that way, and this would say his branch. He's got a rank there. I see a rank here. Honestly, it looks like corporal. I see combat patches. I see unit patches. I see name and rank. I see masks. I see a few civilians mixed in. Name and rank. I don't know what these two people are in dressed down in t-shirts. Unless they're civilians, they just look like they're wearing their tan t-shirts. Let's skip ahead some, see what we got. I see name and rank again. Name and rank again. That's a specialist right there for sure. Name tape for sure. I can't tell the rank. It's too low. We got a rank here. We got a rank here. Yeah, I see everybody with name and rank. Everybody I pick out, that's another specialist right there. Name and rank. Name and rank. He's got stripes. I don't know if that's a buck sergeant or what. Or is that the corporal I pointed out earlier? There's definitely stripes there. I can there's 2 or 3. There's no rocker. Name and rank. Somebody's kid. I'm not going with that narrative that no one has name and rank.
Green screen, because if you look at Biden, you see light on the top of his head, light on his shoulders, but you don't see any light.
Because that's called a kicker. So if someone knows what they're doing by lighting, they'll have a main light offset. They'll have a key light offset. They'll have a fill light over here, and then they'll have a kicker on top, which is what gives a halo effect. It's the same light you should have for live streaming. The same 3 light setup you should have for live streaming. Absolutely. If you got 3 lights, that's how they should be set up. You guys don't see that on me because I got 35 lights back here.
Hitting anybody impact of it. Then you'll also see 1 or 2 kids walking behind him, like on a catwalk, but like at bleachers, and you'll see 1 or 2 kids walk back and forth.
So those people that are in, if that's them in tan t-shirts, they could have some type of profile. They could have been approved to come dressed like that. I don't even know that this is a tan t-shirt. That might be a dress there. I don't think it's green screen personally. There's definitely an overhead light there. You see it on his head, on her head. Those are 2 overhead lights. Sorry, I know you can't tell what the speech is, but I don't really care what they're saying. I'm more concerned with the video. That's an awful dance. That's like Hollywood production editing. Green screen. If that's green screen. And they thought to put this little kid in there waving a flag. They thought about all this. They've got the right interactions. They've got the right camera flashes. This is if this was green screen, this is something crazy. It looks like most of them are wearing a unit assigned mask, and then some of them are wearing a paper mask. But I'm pretty sure that my buddy told me when he had to wear when they were wearing masks, which was only during like intel briefings and shit, that they had a unit mask. But if they had any type of complications or didn't feel like they could breathe through it right or whatever, then they were allowed to supply a different mask. I see this. I mean, you see the shoulder light. That's about it. That's I don't know. I don't think that's a green screen. They've got the projection. Absolutely. There's those kids, by the way. They got everything fucking right. What was that? That was an interaction with the audience. Let's watch that part.
As you all know, it's a team sport. My mother told me she was here. She said, "Oh, you shouldn't fight. I should turn around and apologize for an accident." I apologize. I figured out how to turn it 360. Folks,
Hard to hear with him away from the mask or away from the mic.
make sure everyone got through this. It was so important. I know that these last 15 months had a lot of.
Not only is it an amazing green screen, but this bitch just flipped up a phone and took a selfie, and you could see a silhouette of someone there speaking.
But all of your roads attached together as one team. Team Mildenhall. And you bring together like you need it. With the G7, we've already been crap.
I agree. The lighting looks weird, but I think that's about it. There's a light directly over. Hold on. What happens afterwards? Okay, it's not fucking green screen unless these people just literally walked out of the green screen and joined him. Like, there's people that walk from that background and come and join him and his party. I wish he would have shook somebody's hand right here. Or touched somebody. That catwalk looks weird. How it's up in front of him. There's members right here, like this bald guy here, this guy here that was literally in the audience or right up against the audience. They come forward and join his party as we're leaving. There's that guy back. This guy starts to follow. That guy's following. Let's see where they go. Remember that bald guy with the BCGs or whatever. See where he goes, because he came from the crowd. I don't think we're going to get to see where he goes. There's the bald Secret Service agent that was back there, but he could have been off. If it was a green screen, he could have been off to the side, I guess. He joined. I want to see that that officer with the thick rim fucking glasses. There's still a lot of this video left. I wonder where he goes after this. The problem I have with them CGI in this is clearly there's a bunch of people here that are not part of a CGI. Wouldn't it just be easier to fucking put people back there? And not risking someone exposing or taking a picture with one of these cell phones or tweeting out that it was CGI? That's a huge fucking risk when you could just say, hey, we need 70 people in uniform. We're going to put them up here on the stadium on a set of stands. Can some of them bring their kids in? We're going to fake this thing. Why use a green screen? You know what I'm saying? Why? That's a huge risk. So a lot of the times, I believe they have the technology. I believe it's something they can absolutely do. I believe it's something that they might do sometimes. But you have to... Yeah, the lady in the green dress would be invisible. Yeah, unless they used a different color, like blue screen or something. You're right. But not to mention a bunch of their camouflage would have disappeared, I guess. But why? Why? I mean, they could literally have 10,000 actors sitting there tomorrow. Why put a green screen in there? It's the same reason that I don't believe that they're flying fucking people to whatever, to Del Fuego for trials. The same reason Monkey Work says, why fly them down there when you can't even hold them there? Why fly them on a 14-hour flight to go to trial only to bring them back to Guantanamo or bring them back to the States or bring them to fucking Greenland or something? Oh, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. This guy, Secret Service, legit handling it like it's real, ain't they? Look at this guy on comms, getting his earpiece back in. They couldn't hear his mic. That dude needs a haircut. Unless you're on profile. 101st. 82nd. Lots of unit patches. That would be a good green screen to get this dude taking a picture of Joe Biden on his phone in a foreground edited. That'd be a good green screen. All right, I got to sped up again. Let's see what happens here. Name taping ranks again. I'll admit they're vague, but the new ranks are not black anymore. They're like a flat green. Everybody is wearing masks, are they not? Everybody in the military uniform is wearing a mask. So the military does stupid stuff like dress right dress for just to be dress right dressed. But my buddy personally told me that if they had mask issued to them, if for any reason that mask didn't work, because there's the argument I can't wear a mask because I have a medical condition, right? Now that's not going to fly in the military, but they might make an exception, or you might get a profile from the doctor to wear a paper mask or this mask or that mask. They also it's like tennis shoes. So we were only approved certain tennis shoes. They had to be a certain color. They had to be this. They had to be that. When you're running PT, because they want you dress right dress. But if you had a profile or this or that, and you had to have a fucking tennis shoe that had more red on it than you were allowed, you could get them. You just had to have somebody sign off on it. I'm trying to look for people without masks. I'm not a fan of everybody being fucking covered up with masks. Does that lady have a mask? Yeah. I saw it behind her ear. I'm guessing the black is the unit mask, the base mask or whatever. And then some people are wearing paper masks. Maybe they forgot them. Maybe they're allowed to wear a paper mask. I don't know. That guy's not got a mask on, taking a picture. Oh, he's putting it back on. He took it off for the picture. I'm sorry. He is wearing a mask. Wait. All right, people are literally leaving the green screen and walking into the foreground. People are literally leaving the green screen from the stadium and walking into the foreground. These people that were on the first row are now up against the wall. that woman or whatever just reached over the wall. And that's a wall Joe Biden was behind. I think the lighting on his shoulders was weird, and he must have had an LED panel above him. But that's about probably the only thing I would be like, that's weird. Wait, look. See this wall that Joe Biden walked behind? If that was part of the green screen, they're reaching over it now. If they were part of this green screen experiment, their hands are on the wall, they're reaching over the wall, they're touching the wall. See if we can find somebody else that reaches over right quick. Yeah, there's a lot of video left to prove or disprove whether it's a green screen or not. More than I imagined. I figured he would cut off as soon as he walked down the ramp. Yeah, I'm not a Biden fan. I don't think that that everything they do is fake. I mean, like, I didn't vote for Biden. I don't think I still to this day don't think he was the best choice, but I do find this interesting that we've got all this footage. There's more people leaving the stands and coming down to the foreground. There's a person. Is that person going to keep walking? That person literally left the stands and has walked almost all the way around. If they come down a little bit further, that'd disprove it pretty easily. That wasn't a green screen or a blue screen. They stopped. Of course they did. So they got to wear masks until command says don't wear masks, to be honest with you. It's not their choice. You don't have your own public opinion. You don't have your own choice to stand up for what you personally believe. You just don't have those choices. It's just you just don't. So not a lot of people liked Obama either, but the few times Obama was on base, I saw people going and getting fucking pictures with him. You get to meet the president, whether you like him or not. A lot of people want to take pictures with him. I didn't personally want to take a picture with him, but I knew people who did, who weren't even Obama fans. They didn't even like him as president, but it's just it's a famous person kind of deal. Like, I don't know. I'm sure people don't like the Kardashians, but if they ran into them at Hooters, they're going to be like, hey, can I have a picture just to prove I was with you at Hooters? I'm honestly surprised that between he and Secret Service, he's spending this much time with them. I know there's still people, and there's still an issue that they think people are trying to take threats to his life seriously. That woman in civvies just had a red bandana on. When I was in the military, they didn't want you to own a red or blue bandana at all. Which, she's not in the unit, but she's not in the military. She's in civvies, but... Damn, this goes on for a lot longer. He's made his way all the way around the crowd. I mean, he's been all the way through. He's reaching over and touching. This is where our stands are that may or may not have been the green screen in question. He's reaching over, shaking people's hands over the wall. People are leaning over the wall. Another set of stands over here. He's working back and forth. I don't think it was a green screen. It would be just so much easier if they need to fake it for some reason. If they needed to fake it for some reason, which I don't believe they do, but if they did, just send me a shit ton of actors. Send me somebody to tell me how to put the uniforms on right, and we'll fucking boo it in a high school gym. We'll pay him enough money to be quiet. Why green screen? Especially if he's interacting with the crowd, they're going to have to record that with actors anyways. If he interacts with the crowd behind him. So why not just have the actors there live? And then he left and walked behind the green screen as people funnel out of the suspected green screen area and down to where not only he's at the floor, the wall. Yeah, I don't think that was a green screen. I think the majority of the footage afterwards proves it wasn't a green screen. Just a hanger. No, that turning the backs on him wasn't actually true. That was a rumor. Yeah, I mean a normal crowd, but I've seen President Obama surrounded by 2,000 soldiers, and shaking hands and passing out flags and touching people and shit. In a normal room, absolutely, he wouldn't be that close to the crowd or spend that much time. But I mean, I've seen Obama do it. I've seen Trump do it with military members, especially on a base or somewhere secured by the military. He wouldn't be at a dinner like that. Anyways, that's the whole video, I guess, or at least as far as I got of it. All right, here we go. The turning their back thing, that had nothing to do with it. I have friends that are in the National Guard now that were literally in DC, that weren't pictured in the picture, but that were on that road, and they had it wasn't a parade and salute. They had no idea the motor pool was coming. Okay? And some of the units, you'll see this a lot when units are close to each other and they're trying to hear top, like their first sergeant. They'll alternate which way they're facing so you can hear your first sergeant better. So some of the units were facing the road, and then one would be facing away, and then one would be facing the road, and two would be facing away. They were just dismissing their guys. They had no idea the president was coming through. None. They hadn't been told.
Which I don't think the Secret Service is going to let that happen. Right. They don't like any movement whatsoever. So let's say he is there. Let's say he met with Boris.
Yeah, they could have just, if that's what they were going, if they were going to fake it, they could have just got a hanger here, secured it, ran up a checkpoint, and brought actors in civvies, changed them, and had somebody, say, okay, this is how you put on the uniform. Here's where your name tag goes. Here's where your U.S. Army goes. Here's where your rank goes. Fold your collars down. Don't use this. Don't use that. Button all your pockets.
And they always said the first arrest was going to shock the world, right?
Whenever we were that close to another unit and we were called to attention or parade rest for top to talk to us or whatever, we alternated sides a lot because your ears hear what you're looking at. So like if you're looking ahead trying to hear your first sergeant, but right here there's another first sergeant screaming at his guys, facing different ways does help.
Absolutely.
And they always said the first arrest was going to shock the world, right?
Absolutely.
So here's my theory. I ran it past two guys. Well, three actually.
Yeah, I don't like the military being used as a prop for anybody, to be honest with you.
And they kind of said, holy shit, if this happens, this will be impressive. So when they changed the Air Force One call sign to Air Force One, I was told that because it left the continental United States, even though it has never been used as a transponder inside the United States. They would want to do that.
Never been used as a never been used as a call sign with the transponder.
For overseas, just for security reasons.
Okay.
Okay, I get that. But what if they change the designator so now the military would quote unquote view him as commander in chief temporarily? So when he gets to these meetings and he starts negotiating on behalf of the American people with the G7, with Boris Johnson, Vladimir Putin, and all of a sudden,
Did you guys see he got hit with a fucking cicada? He was getting off Marine One and going to Air Force One, and a fucking cicada flying about 30 miles an hour hit him in the throat.
he gets arrested on the 14th. Donald Trump's birthday, Flag Day, and I'm hearing the audit results are going to come out on the 14th. Those are your three booms. Boom, boom, boom.
Wow.
Now,
that was a hard day. Remember that. That is 3 days from now, right? Biden will be arrested. Trump's birthday and coming back. Audit results.
What?
Boom, boom, boom.
Better shockwave would you send than arresting a sitting president of the United States than doing it on a world stage on foreign soil?
Wow.
It's not within the United States. It's on foreign soil. That way, even
yeah, it's on film. He actually tells one of the reporters, "Watch out for cicadas. I just got one. It got me," or some shit like that. But now QAnon supporters are claiming that it's part of the plan. It means the plan's working, because they say that cicadas only come out every 17 years. That they go into attack Joe Biden. Anything linked to 17 is a big thing. Here's the video. I think. Let's see if it's see him throw it off.
Watch out for the cicadas. I just got one. It got me.
Watch out for the cicadas. I got one. It got me. there was corn pop. Cicada got me. And I love black kids. If it was a micro drone, that is too fucking dumb for him to notice.
even though he can't be charged with treason, you went outside of the United States, negotiated.
And I always loved the cicadas landing on my neck. And I'm just Jill's wife, but the cicadas, they love me.
On behalf of the American people if you knew that you were not the president of the United States. All on the 14th. Now this is a theory.
Right. Absolutely. Allegedly. Yeah. A theory.
Right. But everybody that I've talked to about today, they like it because nothing.
I'm telling you, strap some tiny explosive to cicadas, then point them in the right direction. Boom. Done. They had a plan. I don't know if you guys know this, but they had a plan to do this back in World War II, to take bats and strap tiny explosive vests to them, like suicide vests, and have them release them from a fucking B-52 to where they would fly into tunnels and caves of enemies, and then they could and when they gathered together and got enough of them together, they'd detonate them, and that would be it. Well, it's not. So depending on how you think of how you feel about the QAnon theory, there was actually a game, a puzzle, an online puzzle, literally from the Cicada group, a group that no one really knows who it is, no one knows what they did. I was part of the first one. It was a really complex puzzle. There have been 3 different puzzles. The third one, I guess to this day, last time I checked, like a few weeks ago, has never been solved. Thomas Schuenberger was kind of big in that community. And there are emails that exist between him and some other people that were there that a lot of people believe have to do with the beginning of what became Q. There are emails that prove basically that he wanted to take these very smart people that were on the internet that were trying to figure out this cicada puzzle and get them involved in more radical political views. So another cicada puzzle was made that was not endorsed by the cicada group, and it literally led down a rabbit hole of satanic pedo stuff, blah blah blah, and all this shit. And a lot of people believe that was the start of it. That's how it kicked off. It was Thomas Schuenberger and the Cicada Project, the Cicada Group. But there's still people trying to solve that last puzzle. I just saw a documentary on it. Well, what they do, I don't want to give away a. I don't want to give away too much. But they take millions of cicadas, and they train them to all fly around with a tiny little green Post-it note. And if they can get them to fly behind Joe Biden, they can put him anywhere. Okay, they just fly in, boom, he's in Maui, boom, he's in the Arctic Circle, boom, he's out of his jail cell. If they can get cicadas, if they can get them to come around and hold a little green Post-it note right behind him, it's all right.
Even now, people that have watched Biden give this speech, everybody knew that there was something wrong with the setting. Here's another thing. I believe, and I'm not quite sure, do you know what time Biden...
Now I'm worried about it. That damn... I got bit by a horsefly in my yard the other day so hard it drew fucking blood. That could be bad news, dude. That could be bad news. Maybe I got poisoned while I was out there.
Left Andrews Air Force Base.
No, I didn't look. I know, but it got delayed because bugs got in the engines. Right. Trust me, that aircraft sits inside a building until it's ready to roll. The engines are covered. If they...
So that's not what we're saying. We're not saying that a bunch of bugs got in there the day before. When they went out on the flight line, he usually doesn't load with the engines at full fucking running capacity. When they a horsefly is like a big giant fly that's like green, like they literally hang out around horses. They are big fucking flies. Like I've seen them with like a body the size of like a U.S. quarter. Big fucking flies, and they bite like it's weird. But anyways, what happened was, from the story I read, that you saw the cicada hit him while he was transferring planes. That the engines weren't running. They had been uncovered, and they had done their pre-flight checks, and you don't cover them back after that, because in the cover, when you uncover that engine, they do a pre-flight check. They don't cover that engine back up, because when you do, you've already opened it up to FME, foreign material exclusion. So once you pull that, if you put that cover back on and something's in that cover and you just threw it back in the fucking engine, you got to take it back off and do another inspection. So at some point you're going to have to leave it off. So as he was loading the plane and shit, they realized that the cicadas were coming in. You just saw the first one hit him. More cicadas come, and some of them got up in the engine. They decided they want to take another look, and that caused a little bit of delay on Air Force One.
even thought that would happen. They would cover the engines right before they warmed up. That didn't happen. He was delayed for a reason.
Cover the engines right before they warmed up.
Departure time.
The fuck does that mean?
Well, here's another theory. I thought that Air Force One was wheels up at 10 o'clock. I could be wrong. It's a 7 to 7.5 hour trip to London. So if it's 7.5 hours, we'll give the Secret Service 30 minutes to get the plane in there, get everything staged, him get off the plane, which him or Jill Biden didn't have mask off when they come off the plane, nor was there a White House photographer at the bottom of the stairs. So, how in the hell, if that plane left at 10 a.m., how can Joe Biden give a speech in Mendenhall at the Air Force Base at 4:30 U.S. time? That's only 6.5 hours.
They went fast. They had a tailwind.
Right. Now, let's say went supersonic. The timeline doesn't work. It doesn't work. You're looking at a 2-hour difference.
Wow. I didn't even look at that. I know.
Hold on. I'm just looking up something right quick. Sorry, I know I'm not talking. This because I'm doing math. He's saying it's an hour's off. If you take Andrews Air Force Base to Mendenhall and take the average the cruising speed of Air Force One at about 600 miles an hour, you could actually be there in a little less than 6 hours. So he's saying 7:15. He's saying it's an hour's off. It's possible. It is possible. All those times are possible. Maybe even better time than that, depending on the winds and shit.
I want to go back and check his speech out too, so I can get more out of the speech and look what's going on. I can spot, just like you, CGI and fake green screens, because I got green screens in the other room, but I know.
So you have green screen, so it makes you a green screen expert.
Know what it looks like when they use them. They use them with the Pope all the time.
And did you see their reaction when he told them?
The worst thing that possibly happened, right now, Eastern Standard Time, where Andrews is, it's 1:30 a.m. When they saw The worst thing that happened when everybody began doubting everything, I like that people are questioning things. The worst thing that ever happened when everybody began doubting everything is that everybody became an expert. You can't argue with an expert. I've seen it. The Pope does it all the time. Well, I don't think that that pedophilia is going on the way that you think. I've seen the videos. Mike showed me the one with the little kids, and they're just getting punished over and over again. I'm like, what? Why you keep admitting to that? That just seems cruel. And the Pope was there, and the gold, and
The biggest concern for the U.S. military is global warming.
Are you kidding me?
No, that's what he said. He
It's,
said
it's technically Friday here, but yeah, 1:25 in the morning Friday.
Made a statement over it. He said, and the president, 45 made a statement over that and released it and said, if they told him that, he needs to fire every one of them.
Yeah, the Joint Chiefs.
He needs to
There's
fire
no
every
way.
one.
No way.
They're throwing big flags up to warn you that something's up.
Yeah, somebody just said that the wheels up were at 10 o'clock. So 10 a.m. at 4:30, I was in a meeting, and my secretary come in and told me he's on TV, and I told her that was impossible. Absolutely impossible.
They're calling you a brilliant strategist. And I'm saying that's a great theory right there. I like it. And another thing that's going to happen that I just know in my heart, and when he meets with Putin is going to humiliate him.
Well,
he won't touch him, but he'll humiliate him.
Yeah, when I watch that, I'm going to watch it on the Russian news service because I want to get an unfiltered version of it.
And record the crap out of it.
Yeah, and then he put out a video statement yesterday. Trump did. We're going to be in the White House before you know it.
Yeah, he did. And here's the thing: will that still be in D.C.?
I can't see it. Look, if everything is the way they say it is, I cannot see them. I see that being the biggest museum known to man,
or bird sanctuary.
Right. And here's the other thing: why is it all of a sudden?
Wait a second. No. Where is this being reported at? Published 1 day ago in Washington, D.C. So I just found this. This is from a WAPO reporter that was there. Reporters traveling to the United Kingdom for President Joe Biden's overseas trips were delayed 7 hours after their chartered plane was overrun by cicadas. Washington, D.C. is among many, blah, blah, blah. Even Biden wasn't spared. The president brushed a cicada from the back of his neck as he chatted with Air Force greeter, blah, blah, blah. Watch out for cicadas. I just got one. It was unclear. Cicadas the mechanics of the press plane. So it's the press plane that was delayed. It was delayed late Tuesday. It ultimately left at 4 a.m. on Wednesday. Biden's remarks. Okay, today is a Friday, so the 10th was Thursday. The 9th was Wednesday. Biden left on Tuesday. Hold on just a second. Let me make sure what's going on.
Watch out for the cicadas. I just got one. Got me.
That's June 9th. No, he left on Wednesday. They're right. So he left on Wednesday, but when did he go? His plane didn't get delayed. The press plane got delayed. I'm trying to find when he actually pulled off. Biden touches down at 4:23 p.m. That would be local time here. He gets off. He's met with their private bar street trip. Blah blah blah. After touching down in the United Kingdom, Royal Air Force Base, Mendenhall delivered a fiery speech. Blah blah blah. I set the Geneva Convention. So he got there at 4:30. 4:23 is when he got there. That was touchdown. The press plane was delayed late Monday due to cicadas and the plane's auxiliary power unit. The White House previewed his trip Tuesday. He's been getting ready for 50 years. He's been on world stage, blah, blah, blah. Climax of the trip, leading to the G Summit. Along with Biden, we'll try to flame it. Here are key issues. I want to see when he left. God damn it. Where's it at? I just want to see if they're on the up and up here. Okay. Journalists said were delayed, but not bad weather for the late power. A replacement plane had to be called in. Eventually, press escorts took over Dulles Air Force Base early Wednesday morning after waiting more than 6 hours to depart. G7 waiting to board replacement aircraft 6 hours later. Took off Wednesday morning. They took off Wednesday morning. That's why the press was delayed, because they were waiting on their plane. Watch out before he boarded. Biden swatted a cicada. NBC News, Twitter saying no cicadas on this side. That explains why the press reporter wasn't at the bottom of the plane. Do not. Hold on, I know this is aggravating watching me do research, but I do want to get to the bottom of this. U.S. Air Force departed JBA Sunday. Oh, that's Air Force 2. Let's see. Marine One. That's from. Damn, that's old as fuck though. Departed the United States. Blah blah blah. Biden departed Washington today. He told reporters he was going to use his first foreign trip to make clear. Blah blah blah. He told reporters he's going to make it clear. Biden, who is flying in the UK, found himself in the middle of a swarm of flying insects before he departed the U.S. Cicadas, noisy insects, appear every 17 years. I don't think they got their times right, because the press plane was delayed for 6 hours, and they were able to leave Wednesday morning at 4 a.m. But they're saying Biden didn't leave until Wednesday at 10 a.m. And they're saying that the Air Force One was delayed because of cicadas. It was not. The press plane was delayed because of cicadas. Unless they've got some type of intel that no one else has. It's the press plane that was delayed by cicadas. Air Force One was not affected. The press plane had to be replaced. Like they didn't have time to tear the engine apart for an FME check. Yeah, I don't think they've got their times right at all. Here's this. When was this posted? Let me see this. That's 10 hours ago. Let's go here and here. 14 hours ago. There's the speech. Good night. June 9th. Watch out for the cicadas. He wheels up any minute. Watch out for the cicadas. Good morning. Biden will be wheels up. When was this posted? Biden will be wheels up any minute. Okay, so he was cleared, and this reporter, when they were waiting for their plane to be replaced, it says Biden will be wheels up any minute. They've pulled around to do the full throttle pull. They're on the runway and cleared for takeoff at 8:30 in the morning Eastern time. So not only could he make it in 6 hours, a reporter there tweeting at 8:32 said he was already cleared for takeoff at 8:30.
The Supreme Court's coming out with 9-0 decisions all of a sudden. Their last 2 or 3 decisions have been 9-0.
Wow.
And one of them, I believe, was something to do with Trump's taxes. It was a 9-0.
Just don't make no sense.
No, but
she told me to stop picking on her.
Sure, something was going to prevent him from leaving U.S. soil, but
actually, you all literally predicted that he would not be making that trip. He is not. Well, I don't know if it was you like Jeff and Doug, but grifters predicted he's not going to the G7. Are y'all crazy? He can't leave the U.S. He's under arrest. Well,
doing some theory with a couple guys, that's what we come up with, and they're like, man, this would be the
I can clip it out.
It would be great. What a stage.
I can clip it out of my video, or I can clip it out of her video. It's no big deal.
Ain't all the world watching, but now you're at the G Summit where every country has something to watch and find out what's going on with the world. What's the next thing that that the World Health Organization is going to make up and try to stick down our throat? What's NATO up to? Everybody wants to know what's going on.
Yeah, but I'm basing off everything off Eastern Standard Time. I didn't flip time zones at all.
That's absolutely genius, bro.
Right now, on the port, if this happens on,
I don't see Air Force One doing a full throttle pull, being cleared for their takeoff, having their runway cleared and ready to go at 8:30, and sitting there for an hour and a half. If they're cleared to get on the ground, Air Force One is most vulnerable. Any airplane, any aircraft is most vulnerable during takeoff and landing, especially when sitting in a runway. Especially. It's in a big open area. Nothing's allowed to be around it. And it has no defense, no way to maneuver, nowhere to go. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not going to sit there for an hour and a half cleared for takeoff.
On the 14th or whatever day, if it does happen, wouldn't that be a perfect time for them to do the blackout? To drop
there's confusion worldwide. There's confusion worldwide. And everybody's going,
yep. Because you know damn well that if the U.S. military, Secret Service, whoever, goes up behind Biden and puts him in cuffs, then the new U.S. news media, because they're going to cover this, all eyes are going to be on it. And if they cut the signal, startling.
So they think that possibly Biden could be speaking at the G7 and the World Force Police Secret Service agents of SEAL Team 9 come in and slap the old silver the old silver cufflinks on him and silver bracelets, lock him down, and he's like, but I love little kids jumping on my lap. And then, boom, black, nothing. And we're like, oh, what a cliffhanger. I can't wait for the sequel. And then the sequel is Trump, topless, bottomless, riding on the barrel of an M1 Abrams, literally driving through the White House. Flamethrowers, smoke grenades, at least, air support. The Washington Monument topples. As the Capitol implodes, not an explosion, an implosion. It's going to be a wormhole generator that we stole from the aliens. it actually compresses the entire Capitol with all the legislators in it into a very tiny box that glows blue like the Tesseract.
Yeah, there's so many things.
I'm excited, man. I haven't been to the movies in forever. I can't afford it. I need something on the TV.
Well, it makes a great scenario, and it sets a great table.
For a great movie.
Yeah, well, some intel that you gave us last night and we ran with was there were choppers running the same route that that Marine One runs back and forth from the Air Force Base, and Monkey Works ran the tails on them, and they come back to a movie company, and the movie company.
Well, you didn't give them that intel. Monkey Works came up with that intel. That is true. I'm almost thinking that that they're literally making a film, like a propaganda film, or that the White House press has ordered something to be produced or something like that. I have seen the routes they're running. They're pretty damn similar routes. I think they are recording for something.
Is owned by Steve Mnuchin, probably still the Treasury Secretary. You know what I mean?
Right.
And he has directed or produced 50 movies.
Yeah,
man knows how to make a movie. But I think Jeff, I think the credits are getting ready to roll on this movie.
I think more and more now, people are pissed off. They just showed a video of a hockey game where they sung the national anthem and everybody in the crowd was singing it.
I think that's because they refused to play it, and they sang it.
Yes.
Was that at Madison Square Garden? It was. I think it was somewhere in New York.
I believe it was in New York, where they said they weren't going to play it.
Somebody said Wheels Up were 8:44 a.m.
There we go. So I told you he was cleared for takeoff at 8:30, or would be cleared momentarily at 8:32. He was wheels up at 8:44. He wasn't wheels up at 10 a.m. Get the fuck out of here.
Was delayed, correct? That might have been the initial takeoff.
His flight wasn't delayed.
Got in the engine and they had to clean them all out. The C-8s or whatever the hell they are.
The C-8s. You got it.
They claimed.
They got them goddamn C-8s up in Washington.
Them bugs get up in there, man. That ain't happening. Right. But that was a reason to slow it down.
Them C-8s.
Hour. I don't know how long the delay was.
6 hours, because it was for the press plane.
G7 ends on the 13th. Somebody said.
Yes, but I think he is meeting Putin after the G7 because I don't believe Putin is invited to.
Yeah, I think his trip. I think it's at a 9-day trip.
When people ask questions, who is this man speaking? You, Jeff. Can you tell us a little bit about your background?
Okay. All right. So, yeah, I'll give you a little bit.
Okay. I know you can tell everything.
Yeah, I served in the Navy as what we refer to as a spook. I was a CTR. And that's a cryptological technical collection. So I did signals, foreign languages, intercepts, kind of like what Edward Snowden did. But I worked mostly as the aide to Admiral Blair with SEAL Team 1 SDV out of Pearl Harbor.
Okay.
So after we went in to go look for a couple people, I got screwed up. Jumped out of a plane at 40,000 somewhere between 15 and 10. One of my valves collapsed, so in my heart died.
Whoa.
Our great corpsman was able to get everything started. So I left the military because I couldn't deploy anymore. I was with the direct support group with NSGA, which is Naval Security Group Activity, basically NSA. So I got out of there and went and worked in D.C. for a while under the Clinton administration. And by dumb luck, it wasn't by skill, but I found something extremely, extremely sensitive that the government was looking for, signals-wise. And that pretty much wrote my career ticket. And retired 10 years ago and went into business, a couple businesses for myself. And now I do this as a hobby, playing these once you have this bug of intel, doing data collection, counterintelligence, and surprisingly Morse code, because we're the only country basically that doesn't do Morse code anymore. You can't get the bug out of you. So I've done a couple security details for 45. Got some pictures to prove it if there's any skepticism.
See, like I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know a whole lot about the Navy. But the problem is when you look up he's right about what they call him. Shipboard is a spook, cryptological technician, interpretive. When you look up the job description, it does say that they work ashore, they work overseas, they work U.S., they work aboard vessels, but it literally says in here that cryptological technicians perform a variety of duties worldwide, numerous overseas and stateside shore commands, above surface ships, aircraft, and submarines, and with naval special warfare. They generally divide their time between assignments ashore and afloat. Cryptological technicians, interpretive, can expect a clean, comfortable, office-type, or small, technical, laboratory-type environment for their work duty while on shore duty, and a variety of air, surface, and subsurface platforms while on sea duty. So that's ships, planes, and boats. Their work is of high interest to command and decision-making levels. It is mostly mental, involving foreign language materials. So I understand that that's like his job, and that's what he did, and he probably intercepted signals, gathered intel, whatever. That's your job. Why is he jumping out of planes as fucking Navy SEALs or whatever he just said, and his heart stopping? Does he have to jump out of a plane to get to his clean, small office environment? I don't know. Maybe he did more than that. That's weird to me when you look up the description and it doesn't match like the stuff he did.
But a lot of my friends that I served with, was on the teams with, most of these guys are high level FBI, CIA, NSA. When you were talking about the seventh floor,
I don't know. I mean, I honestly didn't even know that was a position. I know some Navy SEALs. Obviously, I wasn't in the fucking Navy. I wasn't a SEAL, but I know some Navy SEAls. I know probably more Rangers and Green Berets than I know anything. I know a lot of Force Recon guys. I know a lot of people from elite units that I just met from my time around that. I guess I didn't know that they would be jumping out of planes and fucking airborne, Halo, hey-ho, fucking shit like that going in. It says it seems like it's a technician job that would work in an office. The description says it's a technician job that works in an office, but he describes it differently. He said, when we went to get a few people, I had a mess up on a mission. I jumped out of a plane, 30,000 feet, open, blah, blah, blah. Had a heart attack. My heart exploded or whatever. Well, here, you listen to him describe it. This doesn't sound like what the description for his job is.
Counterintelligence, and surprisingly Morse code, because we're the only country basically that doesn't do well. Retired or by dumb luck, which is Naval Security Group activity, basically NSA. So I got out of there and went and worked in DC for a while. Between 15 and 10, screwed up, kind of like what Edward Snowden.
Last questions. Who is this man speaking? You.
There we go.
Jeff, can you tell us a little bit about your background?
All right. So,
if you want to.
Yeah, I'll give you a little bit.
I don't know that. I mean, even if he was the cryptological fucking interpreter for a SEAL team, would he be in the field interception transmissions and fucking sending intel directly to the team? Or would he be sitting back with Naval Command saying, hey, I just intercepted this. You might want to see this, sir. And then they call the team and say, hey, guys, we just intercepted, that you've got we've got fucking intel that there's some people moving in your area. They know you're there. You've been fucking burnt, something like that. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Okay. I know you can't tell everything.
Yeah, I served in the Navy as what we refer to as a spook. I was a CTR, and that's a cryptological technical collection. So I did signals, foreign languages, intercepts, kind of like what Edward Snowden did. But I worked mostly as the aide to Admiral Blair with SEAL Team 1 SD.
See, he even says he's the aide to Admiral Blair. So if he's the aide to Admiral Blair, who is over SEAL Team 1, he would be with Admiral Blair. Admiral Blair is not boots on the ground with a SEAL team. Maybe it was a training mission. Maybe he's airborne, or what do they call you in the Navy, and maybe he was training and that happened. Maybe.
Out of Pearl Harbor.
Okay.
So after we went in to go look for a couple people, I got screwed up, jumped out of a plane at 40,000, somewhere between 15 and 10. One of my valves collapsed.
Sorry, I was reading. I didn't listen.
Okay.
So after we went in to go look for a couple people, I got screwed up, jumped out of a
After we went in to go look for a couple people, I got screwed up, jumped out of a
plane at 40,000, somewhere between 15 and 10. One of my valves collapsed, so in my heart died.
Whoa.
Our great corpsman was able to get everything started. So I left the military because I couldn't deploy anymore. I was with the direct support group with NSGA, which is...
I'm just asking, like, so if I was the aide to fucking, if I was the aide to like a full bird colonel or some shit, or even higher than that, if I was the aide to a fucking brigadier general, would I be in a fucking cave with a team hunting down Osama bin Laden, or would I be like, all right, General, how about I just found this. This is interesting. I did this. Those two things don't align for me. Like the first, it sounds like an office job, which maybe there's badass ones of those, like they travel with the SEAL teams. I can't even rule that out. I don't know. I'll have to ask somebody on a team, or formerly on a team. Maybe there's badass cryptologists that are inserted with teams. But then he goes above and beyond that to say that he was aide to an admiral. And as aide to an admiral, he went in looking for people, made a jump, his heart collapsed, heart valve collapsed. That doesn't add up to me, and I could be wrong.
Group activity, basically NSA. So I got out of there.
That's that. I don't know that, Rusky, but that's the way I feel too. Like I don't know. It seems like he would need surgery almost immediately. I mean, maybe a corpsman packed him up and shipped him out to surgery. I don't know. Some of this don't make sense.
There and went and worked in DC for a while under the Clinton administration, and by dumb luck, it wasn't by skill, but I found something extremely sensitive that the government was looking for, signals wise, and that pretty much wrote my career ticket. And retired 10 years ago, and went into business, a couple businesses for myself, and now I do this as a hobby, playing these. Once you have this bug,
let's skip ahead.
Friends that I serve.
I'm not even ruling. I'm not saying a definitive way. I'm just saying these things don't add up to me. A cryptologist, from the description I can find, seems like it's an office job. An admiral that you were an assistant to would definitely be in an office job. Maybe there are cryptologists with the teams, with elite units that actually deploy with the units and are literally on the ground. Although SEAL teams seem pretty set in who they take and what they got. They got a fucking weapons sergeant. They got a communications sergeant. They got their guys. But I've never heard of the cryptologist sergeant. They all, well, I don't know about in the SEAL. I would think in the SEALs, all Army special forces have to specialize in a foreign language. But anyways, it seems like they speak foreign languages themselves. But seems like the descriptions for an office job, an aide to an admiral, who the admiral would be an office job, and then you said you went in to work for people, and someone bought you 7 6-packs. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then the aide to someone who would also be in an office job, and you're jumping out of planes, and your heart valve collapsed. And then there's the medical issue with a corpsman patched you up. It seems like that's something beyond the scope of a corpsman, maybe even requiring surgery from some people in the chat. I don't know. I don't do medical, but it seems like some of them do.
Was on the teams with. Most of these guys are way beyond that something screwy had happened. But out of 3,800 personnel that work out of the Hoover building, I think right now there's only 48 people. So that shows you something's definitely, and naturally they blame COVID, but everybody knew.
Well, I think between the two people that are real active as citizen reporters up there, Richard, citizen journalist, and Nancy Drew, they taking them videos every day and showing us that DC since last March is basically a ghost town.
Right.
I mean, I've been through there before, and it's absolutely chaos when there's,
Crazy.
it's an average day, and you can't hardly get up and down the streets. People are everywhere. There's no people on the buses. There's no people walking up and down the street. There's no activity in and out of buildings that are supposed to be like the Commerce Building. Nobody's there. The Treasury, nobody's there. The FBI, you don't see anybody going in and out. The parking lot's empty. So these are the questions people need to ask themselves, right?
Right. Yeah. And if you call the White House main switchboard, and it's 202-456-4141, it'll tell you the White House is closed.
Absolutely. I heard the guard checks are not even manned by Secret Service.
Yeah. When you look at a live video feed, anybody who's worked there, and when I worked there, I lived at the OEOB, which is right across the street, the old executive building, because I worked in the sit room. That place is bustling normally nonstop. I mean, it's the center of world power. That place never sleeps.
Right.
And I mean, when the lights go out at 11 o'clock, you know there's something wrong.
Well, Intel said that when Air Force One allegedly took off for the G7, that the Doomsday plane was right alongside, was following.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't want to say normally, but anytime. I don't know if they call them sniffles or what is secret.
So it does look like some of them deploy to the field, because I just found a story of a fallen soldier. It said in August of 2011 he would find himself supporting, and he does the same thing, a cryptologist. The same exact thing. He says that he trained in Hawaii, joined an East Coast SEAL team. In 2011, he would find himself supporting his comrades in arms in Afghanistan. During his time, Michael's fellow service members would note he was hardworking, physically fit, and a real credit to the United States Navy. On August 6th, Petty Officer Strange's team was called upon to participate in a mission aimed at interdicting an insurgent attack on U.S. forces. As the team's helicopter neared the designated landing zone, it took a direct hit from an insurgent-fired rocket-propelled grenade. Michael, along with 29 members of his team, and 8 Afghans were killed, making it the deadliest single loss of U.S. forces in the decade-long war in Afghanistan. Michael would leave behind a loving family, fiance, blah, blah, blah. So he was killed in the field, or at least on a helo, and it seems like they were moving to a mission. This actually had what the remains of the new SEAL Team 6, a different side of SEAL Team 6, but it was Extortion 17 was the name of the flight. I actually kind of knew a guy that was on that helo when it went down. That was Extortion 17, so he was on that flight. Which that flight was doing some other things when it was called upon to go help. With a team that was pinned down, so he may have been moving. He may have been moving to between positions, and they were called up kind of like they weren't even QRF. They were moving between 2 locations and were called up to help with a team that was pinned down. But it says he was on the team. He wasn't an aide to anybody. He was on the team. So I don't know. I don't know. I could be wrong. It just seems like his story doesn't all add up. Maybe it does.
But normally when he's on the move, the Doomsday plane is up.
But thing, we don't even know all the things it can do, but I know it can sniff for radiation. It can sniff for airborne viruses, gases, all kind of stuff. It might have the looking glass computer.
Yeah, I mean, like, I get that feeling, but I've got people in my fucking chat calling me out, and like, I know what I did. Like, I got comments that fucking calling me out saying I never did anything for the country, and clearly you never served, and you're a piece of shit. I can tell that you were never really in the military, so I don't want to be like that. But that's just the feeling I got.
computer in it to see the future. There's all kind of stuff we don't know about. You know what I mean? That could accompany that plane. And for people that don't know, Air Force One never flies alone. Never. There are two identical planes every time it takes off with the president. Two identical planes, and nobody is knows which plane he's on once they're airborne. They switch back and forth, so for security reasons. And then the other plane, Looking Glass, is the same size as them jumbo 747s as well. Right. So, and then you got to know that there's other 747s that are carrying. At least one more equipment for the Secret Service, the armored vehicle that he's in. There's a lot more to it, and they might be pre-positioned there before he actually arrives.
Yeah, normally they get there a day or 2 days ahead of time. The pre-team gets there, does all the security. But I do like this theory, and everybody I talk to, they're saying the same thing, that certain individuals that normally would be active or talking in conversations, whether on a Stu 3 or anything along those lines, people are quiet. So, yeah, I know we've had our hopes up before, but this would be one hell of a scenario.
Well, we're actually, the country's backed against a wall right now.
Yeah,
people are ready to take the situation into.
Actually, one lady, first of all, she lied, and then she come back and started some more shit. She said, one lady, I was just reading this comment, I couldn't remember exactly what it said, but she said, "You are so full of shit. My daughter works for the VA, and all she does is disability claims. And she says if you have PTSD, you're automatically 70 to 100% disconnected, which is over $2,000 a month. And I support several people on that amount of money. Grow up, get a job, and quit whining, you loser." And I put, first of all, you started with a lie. You can be rated as little as 0 and still have PTSD. You can get a 0 rating and be positive for PTSD. And then I put also, if you got 70% disability rating, would be somewhere between $1,400 and $1,500 a month, if I'm not mistaken. Which I did check that. That's pretty accurate. I think it starts at $1,447 for a single veteran, and it goes up from there depending on your dependents, like $60 or $80 a dependent a month. And then she didn't like that, so she started a new thing. And she says, apparently the VA doesn't feel you are 100% disabled. You just want a handout by anybody who donates to you, you fool. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's anybody who donates to you is a fool. That's what she said. On literally the GoFundMe video, like the one where I was probably the most honest I've ever been with anybody. That's when she called me out.
To their own hands right now, and they can't let that happen.
No,
they want this to go over naturally. I've heard that they've been done with Arizona. They're just waiting on events to happen at this point, and they're not going to need the other states. We'll see what happens, but you're analyzing this. That makes all the sense in the world. What you suggested,
right?
The world would see him get arrested, and then you just hit the light switch. And, and the world is in panic and chaos and don't know what the hell's going on. You can throw out now that we don't have a president. DEFCON 1, we don't know what's about to happen, right?
Right.
We're at war with the world. Somebody's taking the president. Is this right or wrong? What's going on? Who's in control now? It'd be chaos. That's what they want, right?
Yeah. And another weird thing, did you see, and I know it may or may not be uncommon. I've only been on that plane once, but I have never seen the White House or the White House photographer ever put out a photo of the First Lady sitting behind the president's desk on Air Force One.
Wow, you're absolutely right.
Never seen it. To me, that doesn't make sense either. I mean, was Joe sleeping, or is that going to be used as, part of a movie?
Well, with the film crew filming back and forth, you're starting to wonder how much of that CGI and movie helicopters are running the routes back and forth. Also, if you didn't guys know, what do they use? 4 or 5 helicopters when the president takes off from the White House to go over to the Air Force base. There's about 4 of them Marine ones, 3 of them, and they go back and forth so that nobody knows what.
There you go.
Yeah, it's called the shell game.
Yeah, it is pretty.
Yeah, there's actually a really in-depth. I saw you talking about it earlier, but everybody else that don't know what I'm talking about, there's a really in-depth video on the Doomsday plane. Really, really in-depth. It's crazy. I'm sure they can't show it all, but there's some cool shit on it.
Crazy. I remember I was up in DC, and I want to say it was about 2 years ago, and I was terrified because
the Meat Hammer 450 Bushmaster
flies at the treetops over there, protecting the waters over there, and they got some of the coolest looking helicopters too. The
Dolphins,
they're the latest models. They hardly make any noise. It's just they're smooth as you could be.
Now, I think it was today, or I'm pretty sure it was today. Either Citizen Journalist or Nancy Drew, one of those, put up a video of after POTUS supposedly left DC, of the park police running laps around the Capitol building, running laps around the White House, and laps around the Supreme Court.
Wow.
So, not sure what that was all about. If he's out of the zone, normally things are kind of relaxed for DC
Well, she
standards.
actually had some pictures that she took a couple of weeks ago because she got arrested the other day. But she had some pictures, and it showed a real tall Secret Service agent. And if you look way in the background, it was Trump walking across there, but he was in the distance. You could see it was him.
Oh, really?
Why? Again, the deep state can fake this. They can clone people. They're in communication with aliens. They can go back and forth. They have crazy technology. They can travel to Japan in 10 seconds. But they accidentally forgot to clear the set of Trump when they were filming their video. Like he just walked by just trolling them all. Jesus Christ.
This ain't last year. This is just a couple of weeks ago at the Capitol. She had a
Right.
picture of him. And then she showed, I want to tell you, this guy is real. This isn't CGI. Then she showed a picture of Air Force One like last year with the same Secret Service agent standing near the wing.
I
as he was
hate
walking
this.
down the stairs.
I hate these fucking commenters,
He's
dude.
been back to DC since he left office. Trust me when I tell you, he's been visited the Pentagon a few times, but he never appeared in public. Word from somebody really high up today that was not him at the last speech he was doing. That's his brother.
Really?
His brother. That came from, I can't tell you because I just got a new contact. Like you can't reveal yours, but it came from one person below 45 himself. One of his most trusted people that give out information.
I thought his was it his older brother or younger brother recently died.
I'll lose my shit before it's all over with. You guys see me on the nose. You know they pushed me too far.
I was about a 6
I
inches
see you on the high ground.
heavier.
What else to say?
The same. His pants were on backwards and wrinkled. All the flags were wrinkled behind him. It wasn't about who was there. It was about the message that they gave.
Well, you're right. And like I said, I told you something in that speech did not. And normally when I'm looking at stuff like this, I look at the security detail and I look
Right.
how things are set up. And there were, in my opinion, there were too many people there, security wise, for that not to be a sitting president.
Why wouldn't they make it look like it was the president?
Right.
It's got to have to appear to be the same person. It wasn't the same person.
And to me, he looked rested. And that's what everybody said, that when I talked to him the next day, he looked like he got a lot of sleep.
He did not have the same hair. His hair was different. His hair was over one ear, and the other ear it wasn't. See, I never look for what they're saying much anymore. When I watch people on TV, I look for what's wrong instead of what's right.
Right.
And I found so many things wrong. He's standing behind all the flags had the gold leaf on them. All the flags were wrinkled. The flags that were directly behind him said 1776. That's what we're going back to, the Constitution of 1776. Trump would never, he's a perfectionist, wear a pair of wrinkled pants, and he sure wouldn't put them on backwards.
You know, my other buddy said that too. He's like, it looked like his damn pants were on backwards. And I haven't really went back and looked at that part.
He's taller than what was that, his daughter or his
Laura?
Laura, he's taller than her. He was shorter than her there.
See, now I'm going to have to go back and watch
Go
the
back
night
and
that
look
he
at
won.
it because the person that told me that talks to the 45 every day. He
shit,
didn't tell me that
we
directly.
failed.
One person down. This
Right.
person is going to interview him this weekend. All I can tell you.
See, now I'm going to have to go back and look at when Trump gave his victory speech in 2016, and because she was on stage, and then look at it now.
Well, all you should do, and I'll save you the trouble, is look up a picture of him and his brother that just passed away together. Look how similar they look before the
Yeah, they
surgery,
do.
and look how much shorter he is, about this much on his head, shorter than he is. So that would make her taller.
I mean, if they're able to pull, in
Go look
theory,
at the
if they're
picture.
able
His
to pull
brother
this
was
shit
taller,
off,
brother shorter.
my mind's going to be blown. And I've seen some crazy shit.
Right. Well, we're all getting ready to see some crazy stuff like that we thought was never possible. Because
Right.
when you want to think crazy stuff, you better go to the next level, because we're getting ready to see. You don't really think they're opening the UFO files because they want
Right,
to.
out of
You
nowhere.
don't think that they're opening your mind to. You're getting ready to probably meet them, not personally, but be introduced to the fact that they've been here since the Egyptian days. They didn't carve them guys into rocks over there because they didn't have TV and nothing to do.
Right.
You know, they didn't build the pyramids over there.
Doug's back in Trump's pants for some reason.
That would definitely trip me.
That just happens way, way, way too often. He's like, let me talk about Trump's pants again.
One of the clones. The Black Hats killed one of the clones. So he's well insulated. Trust me, he's probably deep in Cheyenne Mountain or underground.
Well, you know, that's what I was going to say. I mean, I know that NORAD, Cheyenne Mountain Range, has been locked up. Trying to think, what Fort Carson, Colorado, I think.
We love you, Will. Fuck that bitch.
Thank you very much. That's from Beverly LaRue with the $5 tip. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Is where the actual city where it's at. Yeah, that definitely would be interesting. There's no
that's
doubt
what I
about
mentioned, that we seen the 1776 flag from Carolina on there. They were made to sit like that so you could purposely see 1776. Okay, and he would not, he would not appear in front of a flag with gold on it. When he left, he was on stage with 17 flags and there was no gold on them. That's to tell you that the incorporated United States no longer exists. But they're playing in this movie, and nobody really, a lot of people don't realize it.
He's been in front of flags, like he's been in front of fucking flags that have fringe on them. I guarantee fucking to you.
What is the gold fringe on the flag?
the corporation.
Thank you. Which no longer exists and is bankrupt.
Right. You know, and not to get sidetracked, but I had watched a video of somebody that we had talked about, and you know, the person was down. I guess he's on hard times.
That's it. This is the point we were watching for.
Make a couple phone calls to some people that I know that are extremely deep pockets.
Right.
And if I'd call them and say, "Hey, I need a favor. I need you to do something nice for somebody," they do it in a heartbeat. And I was going to call one or two people and have them purchase something for this individual. And you know, I thought about, I was like, well, I'm going to sleep on it and see how it plays out and see if something happens to kind of guide me in that direction. And then I watched the video the very next day.
Nice.
I was like, boy, I'm glad I didn't make that phone call. Even though I'm still struggling with want to help somebody out, you know, honestly, or whatever. Right. Try to make somebody's life better. Sometimes you got to help yourself.
It's not anonymous when you keep announcing it. Yeah. And then the guy, like, okay, you haven't personally said my name, right? But the guy that you did the first interview with literally said, I made a video about him earlier. Oh, yeah, we're talking about the same guy. Everybody knows who made that video about. You're not anonymous. That's not anonymous.
It's look up a picture.
That's literally you trying to get pride for being the good guy, but you're not.
Really, a lot of people don't realize it.
Try to make somebody's life better. Sometimes.
Anyways, there you go.
Before have anybody help.
Okay, I stand corrected. I just looked it up while he was talking. His brother is taller than him. Maybe it's a way that he appeared on the stage because she had to step up to the podium. Maybe that was
now they can't figure out how tall he is.
But if you want to see how similar he looks, I suggest just type in Trump with brother. He don't look exactly like him, but what happens if they just put a mask on him for him?
He was going to call his friends and anonymously. First of all, he was going to buy it. Then he thought, no, I'll call my friends because they got deep pockets, and this will all be anonymous, even though I've announced it twice. And I'm just going to buy his house for him. You just wait and see. All anonymous. And okay.
They didn't even have to do the plastic surgery.
Right. We don't have to play this game. It's fine.
So that more than likely was his brother. I can't reveal the source. I can't. I'll lose everything.
Doug just moved along. He didn't want to say. I don't even think I said anything bad about Jeff yesterday. I mean, I guess I don't think so. I thanked him in a comment, and thanked him for what he said. But I guess I can't do it. My friends with deep pockets can't do it because I thought you had the deep pockets.
That comes from super high.
They're claiming that Trump's brother never died. Instead, he had surgery to look like Trump.
Source that was not Trump on stage.
And even the guys that I talked to, who I've known for 30 years, there is stuff that they just won't say, and it's good. I mean, it's good that they don't say, but there are ways that people can tell you things because you know how you interact. And yeah, it's anybody who comes out and says, well, X, Y, and Z, they work here, here, and here, they're probably full of bullshit. Because, you know, when you do the type of work that I've done, when you fill out the SF-86.
Oh, God.
That contract's 70 years, and normally you're going to be dead. When, you know, some of the operations that I was involved in, you can't talk about for 70 years. And if you get caught, well, that's a treason charge.
Right.
So, and I don't think I'd do well in prison.
I've never seen 45 do a speech where he didn't speak with his hands. He go back and look at his speeches. He uses his hands when he talks. This person held the podium, held it. And I think I told you that I could see he was wearing.
He did both. He held onto the podium. He also moved his hands around quite a bit.
There was no wrinkles right here where the joints aren't on your hand. And you're the one that told me they make him wear gloves now so he doesn't touch anything that's poison.
Yeah.
Even they would do that if that would indeed was a clone or his brother, they would do the same thing to him because they don't want them to die. They need them people to perform, be seen in public.
Yeah.
And some people just don't want to accept that, but you know, it is what it is.
Well, I mean, I get it. I mean, I know that the CIA does some unique stuff. Even NSA, the Special Activities Division, they do some very unique stuff. And I understand where the skepticism comes from because, you know, for most people in their lifetime.
Yeah, he only did that. He only did that to set himself up as a good guy. But no, this guy's the bad guy. He talks bad about me. I make fucking jokes for a living, dude. Like, calm the fuck down.
They don't believe that the government would lie on such a grand scale.
You're fucking trying to be the good guy showing.
Absolutely not. But for the average person, all they want to do is they want to get up, go to work, take care of their family, and come home. But like I said, if and when all this does happen, if all the theories are correct, and we haven't been thrown the biggest screw job known to man, this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Somebody
and
said
there's just too many pieces of the puzzle that pretty much fit. You know, when everybody that I know that I talk to at the FBI that are still working there, that I know are good.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was giving him the benefit of the doubt on everything. Fuck him. Him come out here and use my fucking issue to try to make himself look better. Like, if people who follow you clearly know, the guy said, I made a video on him today. And you said, are we talking about the same person? He said, yes, we're talking about the same person. Like, fuck you.
Guys,
fuck you and your stupid fucking face. Now I'm really fucking pissed. Fuck you. I will see this to the end, my man.
Guys that were shady. The biggest one that shocked me that was shady was Jim Comey. That floored me. When I got that phone call, I was like, what the? Really?
Right.
And because
that's twice he's made it about him.
Walk by.
Twice.
You know, hey, director. Yeah, he's 7'90" or whatever the hell he was.
He's a pretty tall guy, wasn't he?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's stretched right.
Already on this website that they've come across. Can do nowadays.
No XY.
The lights, the background. Right. But when the actor or alleged actor.
I'm about to deep pockets, motherfucker. I'm about to get up in that deep meat pocket.
And you could suitcase. 1,000 acres. Speaking down there. He has guaranteed me interviews with.
I mean, you play a video game, I'll collapse that other fucking valve.
It was more or less a conversation.
Fucking piece of shit.
Watch what you're doing. Help us out.
You're ruining what we're doing.
Too damn obvious.
Well, here's a clue that they ran their ass out of town. 2.5 days later, he's at a Costco in Arizona. I got to buy underwear and I got to buy socks and another pair of shorts.
Right.
He didn't even have time to pack.
Yeah.
Get your ass out of here now, or we're going to put you back with the cockroaches in that cell.
What do you want to see a bit? What do you want to see again, Thomas?
Get in your car and get the hell out of here now, or you won't get another chance.
Right.
He was out of here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He did the smart thing, and now he knows. He didn't sign an NDA. He knows what's out of bounds now. You know what I mean? Right. He films from a distance. I mean, he was going to a hotel right next to the Rose Garden. He exposed the hell out of him. He walked out on the ledge. Look, they're live on CNN. Where is the noise? I'm right next to the Rose Garden. There's nobody here.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, 2 days later, there's a gigantic wooden wall right there.
Well, you know, and at first when I saw that, I had some skepticism. I was like, all right, did they DVR this shit? This is even before I really...
Right.
I know some guys that used to run... I know some guys that used to run with that team. And probably about that long ago...
Who he was. And I was like, well, that's a neat trick. But you would think somebody else would have seen all... Because that hotel is... literally right across the street from the White House.
Yep.
And I can tell you one thing, if POTUS is out giving a speech or the VP, they are not going to let anybody stand out.
Nobody, a sniper would have picked him up out on the ledge, correct?
Yeah, what they would have done is they'd have did a no-knock and they'd have kicked that damn door in before, and then they probably would have put a dot on his chest to see what he'd do.
Right. And the other thing is, when he was there, he goes, "Can you hear that siren in the background?" He'd run over to the TV. Do you hear a siren in his background? No, because he's not here. He exposed the hell out of him.
Oh, I know.
Oh yeah, he exposed the hell out of him.
I was like, this is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Okay, so let me wrap things up.
Yep.
Here we go.
But he came from one person below Capitol. She had a
Right.
big.
I think it was today, or I'm pretty sure it was today. Either citizen journalist or
Also,
yeah,
people are ready to
gets there, does all the security.
We don't even know all the things it can do, but I.
When I worked there, I lived main switchboard. Further notice, so they knew 15 and 10 on SDA a little bit are pissed off.
Allegedly took off for the G7 that the and nobody in the world what you said. Yeah.
Oh, I think it's way up here.
In the other ear, it wasn't.
He's like, if they're able to pull,
Go look, not appear in front of a flag.
Phone calls to some people that I know.
Here we
that
go.
A video.
Not appear in front of a flag.
I want to hear it one more time.
When he left, he was on stage with 17 flags and there was no gold on them. That's to tell you that the incorporated United States no longer exists. But they're playing in this movie and nobody.
Did they think a fucking sitting president goes, I want 17 flags. I want no fringe. I want one to be the Betsy Ross. I want one to be this. I want one to be that. Can you get me one with only 49 stars and one with 51 stars, and we'll set them right beside each other so people know plus or minus we're still good? Like, get the fuck out of here.
Really, a lot of people don't realize it. What the gold fringe means. Why don't you tell us what it means?
Right. You know, and not to get sidetracked, but I had watched.
And okay, Doug didn't bring this up. Jeff brought this up again, out of the fucking blue. Out of the blue.
Thank you. Which no longer exists and is bankrupt.
Right.
That no longer exists and is bankrupt.
You know, and not to get sidetracked, but I had watched a video of somebody that we had talked about, and you know, the person was down. I guess he's on hard times. He's a vet and all this, and I was gonna make a couple phone calls to some people that I know that.
Yesterday, he said it wouldn't be nothing. He could just buy my house, give it to me. Yesterday, now he's got to make phone calls, but he's not going to mention any names, even though he's done fucking outed it as me.
Extremely deep pockets,
right?
And if I call him and say, "Hey, I need a favor. I need you to do something nice for somebody," they do it in a heartbeat.
I got your favor hanging, Jeff.
I was going to call one or two people and have them purchase something for this individual. And, you know, I thought about, I was like, well, I'm going to sleep on it and see how it plays out and see if something happens to kind of guide me in that direction. And then I watched the video the very next day. And I was like, boy, I'm glad I didn't make
the video where I thanked them for what they said. This is a joke. This is a joke from the fucking get-go. What a fucking piece of shit.
that phone call to try, even though I'm still struggling with.
I don't get angry. I get even, brother.
Want to help somebody out, you know, anonymously or whatever.
Anonymously, after you've announced it twice about who it was.
Try to make somebody's life better. Sometimes you got to help yourself before you have anybody help.
Okay, I stand corrected. I just looked it up while he was talking. His brother is taller than.
Go help yourself breathe after this throat fucking you're about to get in a video game, Jeff. I got you. I got your intel team. I got it.
Maybe it's a way that he appeared on the
Fucking
stage.
piece of shit.
He had to step up to the podium. Maybe that was taller than him.
Like I didn't believe that he was going to buy my house from the get-go, but to twice to pull me out, both times. Well, the first time easily identified, the second time identified. Then everybody knows what's going on. The grifter's been passing around my fucking video. They've all been fucking talking about it and sharing it. Some of them in a good way. And then to claim that, oh, I watched one more video. There's no way he's the bad guy because he thanked me yesterday. Fuck out of here. There was no chance. This is his out to make him look like some kind of fucking piece of shit, fat ass hero. This is his out. And to make me look bad while he looks good and gets an out. Fuck him.
I just looked it up, but if you want to see how similar he looks, I suggest just type in Trump with brother. He don't look exactly like him, but What happens if they just put a mask on him for him to look like him? Do you follow what I'm saying? They didn't even have to do the plastic surgery.
Right.
Yeah, but he doesn't help himself. He doesn't help our country. He doesn't help. Fuck you. I've done more than you're a fucking made up imaginary. I'm assistant to an admiral jumping out of a plane and my heart's collapsing bullshit fucking story.
It's so.
You better practice on that cigar,
more than likely
motherfucker.
was his brother. I can't reveal
In a video game, allegedly, because I was just playing around the whole time.
But that comes from super high up source that was not Trump on stage.
And even the guys that I
and he said that to Liberty because Liberty's a good dude, and he said that to Doug because Doug hates me.
talked to, who I've known for 30 years, there is stuff that.
Anyways, Jeff has the right to be a piece of shit. We'll see what happens from that. Nothing on my end because allegedly in a video game, I'm just I'm as cool as a fucking cucumber. But anyways, we'll see you guys on the next one. I'll be damned if I'm going to let up now. We're going to get to the bottom of this. But thank you guys for joining me on our grifting adventure. We'll talk to you on the next one. Thank you for the donations tonight. Let me go ahead and refresh coffee while I'm thinking about it. That way I don't have to wait on it. But I'm going to refresh the buy me a coffee. Thank you for submitting over there. Beverly LaRue right at the end, $5. Crazy Corman, thank you for your subscription. Rusky with the 420. A couple more subscriptions came in. We had a few more subscriptions. Thank you for those. Over on buymeacoffee.com, it looks like it's refreshed. Someone bought you 7 6-packs. Tara bought 5. Patsy bought 3. Travis bought 2. Deb Bell bought 5. I think that's it for the day. Thank you guys for the donations. Be sure to check out the donation links if that's how you want to help out. There's also a GoFundMe. I'm going to drop one more time because we've got a special circumstance situation going on. If you can help out there, cool. If you can't, just share it. Share it every goddamn day if you want to. I don't care. There's also an Amazon wish list, which is just parts and pieces and stuff going on. Thank you guys for your support. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Jeff. You reignited the determination in my soul to continue on. Thank you very much. You guys have a good night. We will see you on the next one. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm dropping it right now.
My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, because you ain't seen none yet. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, because you ain't seen.
I sure am glad I'm not like a cuck piece of shit. And yesterday when he said, like, and actually believed him when he said, like, I'm not this type of person, but I know people who are. When he said, oh, I might just buy his house, say, oh, my God, thank you so much. You know, Jeff's a good guy. He's one of these. And turn into an absolute cuck, and then he come out and do this. Oh, no. I said thank you for what you said and still called you a fucking liar. To your fucking face, Jeff. You're a fucking liar.
This time of the night, these parasites, these leeches with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby eating.
See you guys. Have a good night.
Even a reason for no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts, cause you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle, because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well listen bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit.
Where my true believer?
Y'all need Jesus.
Praise the Lord, head to the extreme.
All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip, worshiping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like four in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets.
See you guys. Have a good night.
I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine.
I'm checking. I'm going to Telegram right now. Thank you.
Baby-o and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. What are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This is my mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me his. Oh my God. Damn it.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on cocks that came first. 9th inning, 2nd string, and they acting like they know hitters. Ass on slow and bullshit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reasons with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts, cause you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle, because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular